자, 뚫어내야 되는데요.
한 명씩 정리가 됩니다. 이렇게 마무리가 되면서
체크메이트.
와우.
오, 에고이즘 벌써 3킬이고요.
저희가 이쪽 교전인데 본 선수가 오고 있긴 합니다. 슈이트로 따라 내려오고 있고요.
자, 뒤에 바람까지 한번 활용이 되었고요. 여기서 파고드는 루미널.
이 스킬이 맞긴 했는데 지금 단검을 당장 활용할 수 있는
아이고,
비약이 없기
에어건
때문에
이후에 2팔 빠져 나왔어요.
야, 이거 서은선 선수 심리전이 좀 어마무시했던 게 루미널 선수 단검 앞에서 일부러 기다리면서 이거 W 스턴 장전 한번 했었거든요. 근데
자,
이번에
그래도
2팔 또 버텨나요.
그렇어요.
이게 방금 전 거는 결국에는 막아내지 못했는데 이거 일부러 W 한번 기다려줘서 나머지 인원들이랑 루미널 선수 터트릴 것도 생각하라는 움직이면서 이 혼자만 남아있는 상황인데요.
이거는 터미네이트인데요. 슬래셔.
그렇죠. 빠르게 다 오고
그리고
맙니다.
이쪽 교전도 범 선수가 어그로 핑퐁이 되는 듯 했습니다만 결국 다운.
네.
그래서
자, 이팔 선수가 1킬이라도 한번 교환 구도로 가보나요? 안 될 것 같죠?
해냈어요. 야.
역시
잡아냈습니다.
고양이와 늑대.
그렇죠.
자, 사실 2일차 반 타이밍에 스플릿을 하고 있었기 때문에
그렇죠.
그렇죠. 없었던 사고고요. 자, 이쪽 교전 길어지는데 NXA.
자, 여전히
와.
굳건하게 살아남아 있으면서 마무리 지어주고.
자, 이거 뉴네오
어?
선치.
아, 이거
맥도
타고 갈
살아
때.
나가야 됩니다.
네. 타고 갈 게 하필이면 없어요. 그리고
그리고
이제.
폭주 상태도 꺼지기 때문에 이 스킬 4초.
그렇죠.
자,
이거 방패로
자,
한번 타지는데 이거 역주행
아,
하나요?
들어. 와우.
터미네이트.
자, 그리고 노니스폰십을 지금 위치도 부시에서 한번 대기를 하고 있었는데 자, 이거 빠르게 일단 또다시 한번 영만을 노려봅니다.
논 리스폰시브는 참지 않아요. 그냥
그렇죠.
겁니다. 근데 NXA 선수 쪽으로
오.
포커싱이
그렇죠.
잘 들어가긴 했거든요.
그런데
근데 진짜 단단하다. 와.
그래서 지금 탱커와의 교전 구도를 바꿔줬어요.
자, 그래도.
그렇죠.
이거는 영만 선수가 슈퍼 카이팅 해주면서요. 너무 잘 버텼기 때문에
자.
만들었죠.
하늘나리가 코앞에.
일단 타고 살아가는데 성공을 했고 하필이면은 근데
네, 조합 간의 상관이
오,
너무
아이고,
좋죠.
아이고, 아이고,
자,
아이고.
여기.
저 갑작스럽게 만나버렸는데
자, 스위치 쪽. 그래도 단검이 잘 타고 있거든요.
그렇죠.
자,
이거
SK
기다렸다가 와 무스 쓰는 거 알고 귀신같이 멈췄습니다. 자, 계속해서 나가라고 시위를 하는 중.
네, 상대가 팔이 짧기 때문에 그걸 최대한 활용하고 있는 거고요. 이거 끈으로
어이구.
오게끔 유도한 다음에
네.
역으로 걸어버리는데요.
생명 공유를
자, 에고이즘.
자, 그리고 여기서
자,
추가적으로
이런 프리아가 한 번 더 케어해주기 때문에
에고이즘.
그래도 송환하기 들어야 한다. 들어야 한다.
그렇죠. 자, 근데
아.
BNK PRX가 갑자기 와버리면서 경남 스파클 큰일 났습니다.
자, 이러면 에고이즘 무조건 빠져야 되는데 상대는
그렇죠.
이렘이에요.
이거 에고이즘 쉽게 밀어낼 수 있을 줄
자, 그래도
알았더니
프리아의 힘으로,
그렇죠.
프리아의 쉴드 양으로. 자, 프로토콜도 한번 터뜨렸고요. 자, 버텨내고 있습니다, 에고이즘.
그렇죠.
자, 이제 선수의 데미지 딜링을 좀 버텨내야 되는데 그래도
이거
영국이 너무 아파요.
자, 시간이
시간 없는
좀 해간데 뭐가
시간
됐고요.
없는 비행기.
아.
그래서 에고이즘 프리아의 힘으로 그냥
자,
이게
이거
역전이
보여주면서
되네요.
와. 자, 일단 계속해서 물감 맞춰주고 있는 영만.
자, 이거는 근데 에스텔한테
네.
츠바메가 마크 당하는 구도가 되면
네.
안 됩니다.
체력이
바로
너무 많이 빠졌는데요.
걸어주는데요.
그렇죠. 자, 그린애플 체력 상황이 그다지
이러면-
좋지 못합니다.
스킬이 너무 많이 빠졌어요. 이러면 조이치가 들어갈 각이 나오게 됩니다.
자, 이거 빠르게 못 터트리면 여기는 회복이 되거든요. 자, 세나비 히트를 통해서 빠르게 회복.
자, 그리고 인천은 공격 시간 좀 여유가 있기 때문에
네.
볼 수 있고 스프링 트랩
그렇죠. 스프린트
자,
일단
그래도-
당했고요.
조이치 터뜨렸어요.
그렇죠.
자,
이러면
그러면
딜을 누가 하나요?
츠바메가 해줄 수 있나요? 츠바메가
와우.
와.
이렇게 레드 그린 옐로우가 13킬입니다.
네.
거예요.
그렇습니다. 그렇기 때문에 루미를 또 잡아주는 게 굉장히 중요한 상황이 될 것 같고요. 지금 충전 상태이다.
우와, 이거
운석 두 개.
운석 두 개. 자, 근데 이걸 본 슬래셔가
그런데-
이걸 참을까요?
네.
운석 두 개.
운석 두
개.
자, 살려야 된다.
자,
꽃
구출
두 개.
작전.
꽃 두
구출
개.
작전.
자,
블라스터
구출을
도망가야
했고.
돼요.
자, 그래서 구출했어요.
구출도 했고 일단 교전하지 마. 콜 나오고.
더 들어가요. 슬래셔 더 들어갑니다.
그대로
자,
두고 싶지
그런데?
않다인데.
블라스터는 안 쓰러져요.
쉴드가 심상치 않죠?
그렇죠. 여기까지.
야.
굉장히 완만하게 올라가고 있고요.
오.
룬리가 1라운드와 같은
네.
모습 보여줄 수 있을 것 같고, 자, 이쪽
자.
루프인데 사고가 났죠. 상대는
그렇죠.
슬래셔입니다.
근데 또 이거를 또 빠져나가자니 뭐 먹고 살죠 이러면?
그래서 한번 싸워보는 건데 프리아가 있기 때문에 해볼만하다 생각했던 것 같거든요.
자,
자,
그런데 여기서
대제메알이 풀코콜 터졌고요.
자 그리고 이제 궁이 끝나고 난 그 다음 이후가 중요한데요.
세급 차이가 너무 심합니다.
네.
자 슬래셔가 이대로 어나니머스 선수 앞세워서 마무리하는 그림인데요.
그렇죠.
이대로 끝나나요?
터미네이트를
와
만들어냅니다.
이게
그래서 BNKPX는 그냥 슬래셔에 떨어진 위치 때문에 지금 걸렸어요.
그렇죠. 자 그리고 경쾌 부시를 파고 들면서 교전을
우와!
흔들고 있는데
자
이거
그런데
정말
알렉스가
네.
알렉스의 데미지 딜링이 너무나 잘 들어갔고요.
그렇죠.
NXA 선수 다운됐습니다.
이거 포격 위치가 너무 이뻐서 세명 다 맞았거든요.
그렇죠. 포격 위치뿐만이 아니라
때문에 다시 한번 각을 보고는 있는데 여기도 인원이 좀 심상치 않습니다.
하늘나리가 있었고요.
네.
맞지
이거는
않았습니다.
이거
아이고,
하필이면 3위네요 뭐.
프리아 터졌어요. 이러면 힘이 부족합니다. 인천.
자 그래도 엑스보이를 눕히지 못하나요?
자 이거 이렇게 또 살아나가 버리면 뒤에 있는 마이 먼저 죽고 그런 상황을 최대한 스파클 입장에서는 만들어내지 않는 게 중요합니다. 워낙에 불리한 구도이다 보니까요. 그냥 밤시야가 됐을 때 한 번 정도 구도를 보는 게 좋겠네요.
자 일단은 8mm 를 함께 활용해서 포킹을 하려고 하는데
오,
이거
페나!
페나 터질 뻔했거든요.
그렇죠. 포킹 한 번에.
네.
자 근데 반대로
자, 그렇죠.
선수도
자
자
하지만 송하랑이 다운됩니다.
그리고 아래쪽에서 또 이팔 선수가 마무리하고요.
그렇죠.
한 명을 잡아내면서 경남 스파크 10킬 채웠고요.
그런데 이거 티키타카가 너무 잘 되는 투실업체예요.
이러면은 BNK가 만들어내네요.
그렇죠. BNK POX 13킬입니다. 를 꼭 가져가고 싶은 팀이다 보니까 이거 경남 스파클 절대 빼지는 않을 것 같고요.
근데 정말 재밌는 게 사실 개쇼를 안 하는 이유. 자 이쪽. 근데 체력이 안 깎이는데요, 경태
그렇죠.
선수.
자 그리고 이제 깨 깎이기 시작할 때쯤 이미 모든 인원들이 근접해 있습니다.
네, 이게 에스테 쉴드를 한번 덮고 네, 그 단점을 좀 보완해 나가려는 움직임.
그리고 괜시리 쇼라고 막 이 정도쯤은 하면서 살짝 주의를 기울이지 않다가 터져버리면 그런 거를 좀 노릴 수도 있는 상황입니다.
자, 이게 결국에는 순간적으로 유민이 들어가면서 그 유민의 순간 극대 콤보로 한 명을 녹이면서 시작하는 게 좋은 구도가 될 수 있거든요.
네.
그걸 위해서 민물 대문을 이렇게 사용해주고 있는데 자, 스킬 빠지는 거 봐야 됩니다.
하고 들어갔고요.
자, 근데 알렉스가 커버 완벽하게 하고 있어요. 거기에 잡아내겠는데요?
그렇죠.
잡아냈는데요?
자 결국 유민 다운.
BNK에는 범이 있다.
그렇죠.
다재다능의 범.
와 톰파무스까지 활용해 주면서 딜러스 유발시키는 것까지 완벽합니다. 에고이즘까지 일단은 사출을 경험하고 있는 상황이고요.
네.
지금 쇼 아이템 보세요. 말이 안 됩니다.
그렇죠. 말이 안 되는데
네.
말이 안 되게 강할 것 같은 쇼인데 한 번도 못 보여줬어요.
어.
좀 보여주고 싶습니다. 이 넘치는 힘을 근질거리는 이 뱃살을
그렇죠. 자
한번
이제
튕겨줘야죠. 한번 튕겨줘야죠.
워글 앞에
뱃살 아니야, 포션이야.
잠시만요.
근데 너무 빨리 터져버렸어요.
근데 두 개의 스킬이 빗나갔음에도 강함은 보여줬습니다. 자 그리고 원체
하지만-
체력이 높은 쇼이다 보니까
네.
결국 뭐 이쪽으로 빠졌고요.
자 그런데 이거 결국에는 페나 선수 살린데 성공을 했고요. 이거 괜시리 이렇게 뿔뿔이 흩어져서 찢어진 팀원들이 오히려 경남 스파크를 괴롭히게 될 것 같은데요.
그렇죠. 자 이거 스파클 입장에서는 지금 양쪽 그냥
그렇죠.
모든 각이 다 막혔습니다. 자 그리고 우리 쇼의 복수다.
그리고 영만.
그렇죠.
와, 순간
진짜 혼란합니다.
자 그리고 송하람 선수 터뜨렸고요. 맥도 선수가 복수를 제대로 했는데요.
그렇죠. 결국 이러면
이런 논리가
말도 안 되게 크게 가져가게 될 것 같은데요.
군자의 복수가 마지막 금지구역 임시 안전지대에서 이루어졌습니다.
그렇죠. 자 경남 스파클은 그냥 본인들이 하던 대로 한 것뿐이었는데 그냥 쇼를 죽였던 것뿐이었는데
그렇죠.
이런 복수를 당하다니.
그냥 이제는 뉴네오 눈치는 행복한 가정이 됐어요.
예.
그렇죠.
복수까지 했었거든요.
자,
일단 윌슨으로 한번 끌어주고 그 위에 들어가는 범위 굉장히 중요합니다.
맞습니다. 그리고 경태 선수가 파고드는
네.
타이밍에 오히려 그걸 흘려주면서 순간적으로 범 선수가 포커싱을 도와줘야 되거든요.
자 근데 반으로 갈라져 버린 BNK.
자, 근데 이렇게 나뉘면 BNK가 유리할 수 있습니다.
자, 에스펠이다 보니까 궁극기를 통해서 여차하면은 참여도 가능하긴 하거든요.
지금 시간 차이가 너무 커요.
네.
논리가 20초밖에 남지 않는 상황이다 보니까 BNK POX는 그 사실을 완벽하게 캐치는 안 되겠지만
그렇죠.
봐야 되고요.
자 결국 에스텔의 궁극기가 활용이 되었습니다.
자, 근데
아, 시셀라가 다운.
마무리 됐어요. 이러면 논리 승전복 받고 들어가야죠. 자, NXA 선수 10초 남았긴 했습니다만 그 전에 이팔 선수 마무리할 수 있을 것 같은데요.
자, 이거 NXA가 죽지를 않습니다. 그리고 결국 혼자 남은 범.
이러면 논리가
여기까지!
막아냅니다. 체크메이트.
야, 1라운드 30점.
거든요.
그래서 마이가 건물 안쪽에서 파고드는 각을 만들고 원석근 선수가 아래쪽에서 치고 들어가는 구도를 만들 수도 있는 상황입니다. 결국 한 번의 진입으로 이바의 머리를 돌려주는 플레이도 굉장히 중요하겠고요.
그렇죠. 자, 일단은 1차적으로 자리를 잡기 시작한 FN 세종인데요.
자, 근데 이게 마이가 혼자 들어가기가 버거운 게 들어갔을 때 하트랑 에스텔이 동시에 상대 뒷라인을 뚫어버리면요 결국에 힘들어지거든요.
자, 승부를 한번 보는데요.
그렇죠. 자, 이제 시간이
자,
없기
밀었어요.
때문에 근데 도발 너무 이쁘게 들어간대요?
자, 도발이 키고
와,
와.
다나나 도발이 티나한테 제대로 적중하면서 아무것도 못했어요.
와.
자, 그리고 FN 세종 궁극기 다시 한번 다 돌아줬고요.
자, 아르다가 들어오는 타이밍에 결국 익스클루시브가 들어갈 수 있는 그 어느 정도의 거리 조절을 해주는 게 FN 세종의 입장에서는 굉장히 중요한 포인트가 되겠고요. 얼티메이트는 KCW 선수가 허공의 스킬을 쓰는 일만 아니면 웬만하면 이길 수 있다라고 생각이 들 것 같습니다.
다시 한번 반대편으로 돌아주기 시작하는데 그럴 때마다 KCW 선수도 둥글게 돌아주면서 뒷각 계속 노리고 있거든요.
와, 이거
오,
지금 테오도르의 궁극기를 님루드의 눈으로 흘렸죠?
네.
자, 다나나 후퇴.
자, 이러면 이제 턴은 얼티메이트한테.
그렇죠. 금지구역 시간이 있기 때문에 이거 테오도르 궁극기 안
와,
차고요. 그러면은
그렇죠.
최 선수 파고들고
자, 결국 이렇게 리치까지 타격이 됩니다.
자,
다시 한번
이대로
더.
얼티메이트가
네.
마무리.
14킬, 22점 얼티메이트 체크메이트를 기록해내면서
근데 이거 그냥 네임매스는 크레딧 쓰고 싶어서 한번 붙잡았다가 여기 있는 거거든요.
이거 사이버즈가 네임리스 아이템 보니까 도전을 걸었고 싶거든요. 그래서 까마귀로 위치 파악하고 아이템 확인하고 이건 무조건 걸어야 된다. 너무 약하다.
그런데 오메가가 바로 옆에서 지금 나오는데 교전 길어지면 안 되거든요. 그래서
자, 그래서
링크까지
블링크
빠졌어요.
뺐고.
그렇죠. 물긴 했는데
자,
하필이면
어느
1년 얘기
상태이기
합니다.
때문에 이러면 자이르가 살 수가 있나요?
자.
근데 오히려 본대쪽
와.
끌어버리는 사이버즈?
자,
태급으로,
네,
태급으로.
마무리.
태급가 굉장히 빠르죠.
살리는 게 차라리 낫거든요.
그럼.
네. 애매하게 살려가지고 상대방한테 약보이다가는 다 망합니다.
자, 파고든 반말사 선수인데요. 자, 근데 어떻게 카이팅이 됐거든요? 이러면
그렇죠.
브레이킹 버스도 할 말 많죠?
자, 그런데
이래도
일단
해?
속박.
와, 이래도 되네요.
아, 이게 결국 향기 선수가 속박을 또 이렇게 한번 맞춰주면서 올갑니다.
자, 그리고 사이버즈는 얼티메이트의 피를 먹으면서
네.
승전부를 좀 받아야 되는 상황이 됐고요.
자, 이거 결국 옆쪽에서 계속 싸움 나고 있는데 이거 저격부터를 한번 확인은 했거든요.
그래서 확인은 했는데
네.
자, 이
자,
레니 쪽
그래서-
레니 쪽이면 안 되는데요.
이거 레니 어떻게든 잡으려고
근데
하는데
현우가 받아줬고요.
오,
승전부
이거
터지면서
뭐죠?
오히려 좋습니다, 사이버즈.
자, 3배 빠른 레볼루.
자, 지금 레블로도 체력
이상하게
회복이
몰아넣죠.
체력 회복이 체력
오.
회복이 죽지 않습니다,
이거는
레블로.
살아요.
자, 다시 한번 치유가 돌았고요.
자, 그리고 여기서
아,
치유방까지
달달
받아가면서
선수가 묶어주면서
와, 진짜 한 마리의 들짐승이 되어버린 레볼루.
자, 하늘나리를 점거해주는 게 사이버즈 입장에서 좀 중요한 그림 될 것 같아요. 자, 그래서 로마트 선수가 먼저 가서 터트려주고요.
자, 일단 변수는 차근차근히 제거를 해줍니다. 자리를 먼저 잡고 있는 건 대전 사이버즈이기는 한데 구조적으로 지금 팔 길이 차이 때문에 FN 세종이 할만하거든요.
자, 그래서 한 번씩 밀어내고 있는데 자, 현우도 물론 중요하지만 마이도 딜러
와.
역할을 하거든요.
와,
근데
근데 지금
대박!
스프링트랩이 대박이 나버렸어요.
자,
볼수 있나요?
그래도
근데 로마틱이 건재합니다.
네, 투원딜의 힘.
자,
그렇죠.
이번 라운드는 FN 세종이었습니다.
준다 하더라도 애초에 지금 1등은 본인들이에요. 그래서 뭐 1, 2킬씩 살짝 이렇게 주는 것보다는 크레딧 먹는 게 더 낫습니다.
그리고 락스는 지금 되자마자 포커 시키겠고요. 자, 여기 또 싸워요.
자, 파고드는
자,
수와
근데 로지 쪽이 완전히 전장이탈이 된 상황이어서 그냥 KCW 선수한테 해줘 말해야 되거든요.
그렇죠. 자, 그리고 이 와중에
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's been less than 24 hours, of course, because we're starting way earlier than we did yesterday, 2 hours earlier. Welcome for all of you early birds. Thank you so much for actually listening to us yesterday and actually keeping track of time. Congratulations. Claps all around for you. I can't make it too loud because it's 2 a.m. There's people sleeping right next door. I can't do that. Sorry about that. But claps all around for you. Welcome back, everybody, to the Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Phase number 2. We are here for Group Stage C and D. My name is Shuvi. I'll be one of your casters today, like usual, trapped in the basement of the good old Nimble Neuron. And along to the right side of me is Superior, who will also be joining me in the basement today.
Oh, yo.
Thank you for joining me.
I'm back here again as well. I'm very excited for these groups, Shuvi. We had a lot of National League teams already play in group stages A and B, so a lot of new faces, I would say, coming in for the next couple of groups here.
Yeah, we'll take a look at it when they start showing the list of the teams that are actually going to be playing. But you're right, we saw a ton of them yesterday. I think it was about 6, 7? Oh my goodness, there was quite a lot. And even if it weren't necessarily the National League teams or sponsored teams, a lot of teams that we would normally see in Eternal Return Masters. So I think Group C and D is going to provide a lot more opportunities for these teams that come up from qualifiers to really show us what they got.
Yeah, definitely going to spice us up the lobby. Yeah, I would say, yeah. We do have the overview coming in here. So day 1, we've already done Group A and B. We're on to day 2 now. Group stages C and D. We're going to have the knockout stage 1 and 2 for you guys tomorrow. And then next week will be the rest for day 4, 5, and 6. Price pool still the same, going to be 10,000 Korean won. And it is going to be our same point matrix. First place getting 8 points, 1 point for each field kill, and it is going to slowly go down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 for second, third, fourth, fifth, and 6. And yeah, this is going to be our final phase as well. We actually don't have 3 phases this season just because there's a lot more teams playing, and it's kind of more spread out, I would say. So there's a lot more games. There was a Super Cup as well already in between phase 1 and 2, which is what they already had to kind of offsets not having the 3 phases each season. So we're only going to have 2 phases, and it's going to come down to this final phase for some of these teams to get some of these points to qualify for the ERM finals.
Yeah, you say only 2 phases, but we have all of this on our screen to play. And for those of you guys who are looking at this and is getting a little bit confused, don't you worry about it. We're only doing the Group C and D boxes on the left side.
On the very left side
today.
Yeah, very left side. Just the group stages. We're basically still on group stage C and D knockout stages. We don't have to worry about them yet. We'll explain them more once we get to that point tomorrow. But we do have the groups being shown here for today. We do have Group C. We do have Auto Arms and Team Gang Innate. Our 2 standout teams going to be coming in for Group C.
Yeah, but you can also see that there are a lot of other teams in this group that you and I are very much familiar with. And if you've been watching Eternal Return Masters for quite a minute now, you definitely might notice a few yourself as well. Teams like OUOB is here today. Epoch is another team that we've seen before. Rump Rebels, we talked about it yesterday. Yeah. I'm excited for their run this time around as well. Demon Drive is another team that we've seen as too.
Hopefully Rebel doesn't go out in 8th again, and they're gonna have to slowly claw the way back up. Surely they're gonna get a little higher placement, so they don't have to go through the whole gauntlets. But we'll have to see going into Group C here. A lot of new faces, I would say, for this group. We have maybe about like 3 to 4 teams I'm kind of unfamiliar with. Yeah. So I don't know if you know any of the players. Maybe you could give me a rundown on some of these guys, but. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. We do know obviously Auto Arms, Gang Innate, OUOB we've seen in the past. They were the ones playing the Eva Heart comp back when Heart still had her old ultimate, and they're a really really strong team, and definitely a team or an underdog team to root for, because they would always catch some of these teams out by surprise, getting that really good Hearts engage with Eva just being able being in the backline, just being able to follow up. And then obviously, Rump Rebels, you love to see them going all the way down from knockout stage 1 all the way up to like knockout stage 6. So
indeed, you know what, Super? Even before we talk about the players, let's start looking at the characters that are going to be chosen and then actually start talking about the players that way. How about we flip the script a little bit today? You know, we already got the characters being locked in. Let's take a look at this and see what ends up happening. Umu and Nimuri, classic combo. We're back to our origins, baby.
Oh, wow. We found where Magnani went to. He's in Insider. I see.
I was going to say that. Even Seiko won, right? This is another player that we've actually seen in the Eternal Return Master scene before. And it does seem to be a new roster that, well, I guess I say a new roster, but an entire new team that we're going to have cooked up for the season. Insider will be joining us with Magnani and Seiko in turn, with Byung also sitting on the side as the Nikki. So we're back to our Nikki-Adela combination. I think it's the second time we're going to be seeing it in the group stages so far, because I believe it was Team Ultimate that ran it just once yesterday. Didn't work out too well, but maybe this time around it'll be a little bit different with the Sua of Magnani in tow.
Yeah, the Sua on top would deal that extra damage, and Sua has pretty good follow-up potential, so not too surprised to see, you know, Magnani rounding out the comp with that Sua pick. We will have a My Band coming through, it looks like, but I think that's about it. We do have a lot of duplicates. I do see 2 Nadines and 2 Hearts, but yeah, I think it's only going to be the Mai going to be off the table for game number 2.
Indeed. And we do have a little bit of an homage to yesterday, Super. You may have missed a few of those Hyunwoo games, but we're going to have a team that's going to be running a very similar identity to that. And instead of bringing the Mai, we're going to see the Elena. I actually kind of like this, because Elena is really good at just being that front side nuisance, right? Whereas a Mai is really good for keeping your Hyunwoo alive. That Elena is going to make it so much more difficult for you to consider even prioritizing the Hyunwoo, because you're so busy dealing with the freezes that Elena is going to be throwing.
Yeah, Leon does have that really nice engage as well, able to tap on the backline. But obviously, the downside is they don't have as much sustain as the Mai comp, as the Mai does provide those extra shields from her catwalk, and you know, does have that hard CC with her taunt as well. But I mean, Alina does have her freeze combo, does have her ult combo on top as well, so a lot of damage going to be going onto the side of that team. So very interested to see how they do end up utilizing the team comp. I do think I do kind of like the Alina a little better as well, because the shields from Mai aren't that big anyways. But I think Alina provides so much more utility, and because when you do take drawn out fights, Alina is going to be able to get her freezes off maybe like 2 or 3 times, right? So that is going to be a lot more CC and a lot more AoE damage for that team.
Absolutely. And as you guys can see on your screen, well, before Bintim just TP'd away, we are still playing on the 1.40 patch. We started on it yesterday, and I believe we should be keeping that 1.40 patch for the rest of Eternal Return Masters Phase number 2. It's too new, guys. 1.41, a little bit too new for all of our players to, well, for us to expect all the players to already get used to that patch. So we're going to be playing on 1.40. There's a lot of the changes that came through with the most recent patch is not really going to be there. Narahara, unfortunately, popping that White Lily on accident, but there is no damage really on the side of 2ㅅ just yet. Bintum also getting flanked by Sevi, and now the turn comes from Narahara. That is a beautiful monkey wire. Can they turn this around, though, is a question, as the third member joins. Bear's going to pop in and say hello there. 2ㅅ should fall down here too. A little bit of an overchase over onto the Nadim. 2 members will fall on the side of Team Demon Drive. It's all good, though. Just 2 kills for Rump Rebels. That's the classic Rump Rebels we want.
Yeah, Rump Rebels, we always see them get these early game kills. They're just able to qualify and just push their way out of these stages, but really strong start for them. There is the ultimate coming out from the Tsubame. A lot of damage going to go over to the side of the Hyunwoo, and a great Ninja's Gate in. Hyunwoo trying to stun and trying to get some damage back, but it's just not going to be enough. The HP bars were a little too high, I think, on the side of Team Gyung-In. So Gyung-In going to be able to get that nice skill for himself, as on the top side here, we do have Magnani going to be able to find the Felix from Demon Drive. Unfortunately, Demon Drive slowly getting picked off. They are losing some tempo, but early game deaths, it's only about 5 seconds, so they'll be back up and running.
It's early game too, and plus, we've seen a lot of teams that get picked off in the earlier phases be able to catch up, especially the teams that already have experience with the environment of Eternal Return Masters. We saw Demon Drive last phase, we saw them do extremely well, so I think this is just a little bit of a hurdle that they're going to have to go over. Not that big of a deal, although this might be a bit of a bigger hurdle that they're going to easily just roll over. Team Demon Drive knocks down one, Narahara is going to get taken down, which means Baron Sevi in a little bit of trouble, but that is a beautiful White Lily. Lily. Nice attempt from the Felix though. I did see the Thunderstrike to try catching up to people, but just a little bit late. No root is going to save the members of Demon Drive in this one.
Yeah, a great White Lily, like you said. Rebel is going to be able to get away. So, well, unfortunate. The Sylvia getting a nice 2-man bite there. Kind of sealed the deal for that team fight. So, Rebel is going to lose a member. Demon Drive going to be able to claim that kill. Actually, might see a fight between Team Auto Arms and Team Epoch here, but looks like Epoch is just going to run away. We do have the Adela getting caught here from Insider. Will the Alina be able to close the gap here? Looks like yes. The Quake is going to be used. Ultimate is going to connect on to Adela. I think the Adela is going to fall here. The freeze is going to come very shortly. Actually, I think it already happened. And yeah, Adela is going to fall down there. I think that was Team Headbutt is going to be able to get a nice kill for himself.
Another fight inside of Hospital. It seems like Demon Drive is just playing on the right side of the field for this one. Demon Drive, Bintum trying to get the kill onto the heart. A little bit too little damage, which means Loken's going to be able to pick that one up. 2ㅅ trying his absolute hardest to get on out of here. If he dies, this is going to be a really awkward time for Team Demon Drive. This Mai is not going to be available for any objective contest anytime soon. So if 2ㅅ gets caught out with that, yep, the Drape. He will get taken down, which means with the time remaining, I don't
Tree is free though in Cemetery, so
yeah,
maybe the Sylvia can just walk back here. Ignite gonna go on in here, not gonna connect. Just gonna hold their shield up with the damage reduction. Gonna slowly peel back here. Midray is gonna spawn in the warehouse. Looks like Subami is gonna try getting some of the damage. A great taunt gonna connect onto the Arda. Blink is going to be forced out here as Subami is actually going to get engaged on. A lot of damage being traded back and forth here. The Stell is actually tanking so much, and a great double dice coming out from the Arda is going to lock out or lock down the team members of, I think that was Team Rump Rebels. And yeah, very, very nicely played from Gang Innate. Going to be able to get one kill. Unfortunately, not able to get that Nadine, but going to be able to claim that meter rate as well.
Yeah, this fight on the right side has actually been going for quite a while now. Both Epoch as well as Team OUOB looking for the Tree of Life upgrade that they want in day number 2 for either one of these two. Umu is pumping out damage though. Look at all these light triads. Umu just really wants this kill. Not going to be able to find that final light triad onto the Theo. But now Natsume is the one in trouble. Will get taken down instead. So that is a really, really extended fight for OUOB. A massive value when it comes to both the mastery as well as the objective. Another fight inside of Pawn. Peacemaker's going to be forced out. Hard in a little bit of trouble. Same thing for the Felix. Felix keeps himself alive. Tegan trying to do whatever he can. Can he get the kill? No, he cannot. The auto attack was just barely not enough. Bintum will keep himself alive. Another 2 kills going in favor of Team Demon Drive. Just a little bit of a hiccup on the side of Team Auto Arms as Taekyung, we saw the angle, but sometimes it's just not meant to be.
he tried to salvage it. Unfortunately, yeah, wasn't able to get the kill, but yeah, Felix is just a powerhouse into, you know, these short-range auto attackers. Once the Felix gets on top of the hearts, you know, it's really hard for the hearts to kind of deal damage back just because of how Felix's kit works, where he can dodge auto attacks, get resets on his cooldowns as well. So yeah, I think Team Auto Arms, they just have to, you know, position better into that Felix. So we might have another fight on our hand. Taeyong gonna try getting some damage. Unfortunately, not going to connect the CC onto Bear, so to the side of Team Rump Rebels, actually, they do want to take this fight here. We might have objective, I think, coming down into Hospital.
Yep, there's a purple box right underneath them.
Gonna get a taunt onto the Nadine. Man. Taunt is going to be dodged out as well on the side of Team Auto Arms, but the damage coming out for the side Team Rump Rebels is going to the favor of Team Auto Arms here. Team Auto Arms is going to jump on in. Taeyong actually going to not connect onto the backliner, but Cinema is actually just gonna run down the Nadine, and the Nadine's gonna fall here. And there is the ultimate coming out from Loken, gonna be able to keep his team alive, as looks like Team Auto Arms is gonna be able to win that 2-for-1.
Love the aggression that we're seeing from the members of Auto Arms. Even if their health bars are low, as soon as one angle is taken, they find the ways to just get back in there. Taekyung, he missed a lot of his combos towards the end of the fight, but because of how much time he bought and the amount of aggression that he baited out of Rump Rebels, right? He quick spun, but everybody on the side of Rump Rebels was like, oh, he made a mistake, let's capitalize on that. They all used their mobility skills to try going in on the Yan instead. Immediately, the heart and the Mai just jumps in, even if their health bars are a quarter to a half. They get the kills. You're looking exactly at a team that loves to play aggressive. They get all the objectives inside of Hospital too. Sebi!
Hey, gonna try to get away here. There is the White Lily, but oh, it's gonna be completely denied by the White Lily from the Arda from getting in. A very, very nicely played. Dasu there, and Ganyan gonna be able to get that nice kill for themselves from Brubbles. Looks like they're gonna try regrouping down here in Dock, but Ganyan is also gonna be in the zone here, so maybe just gonna try to get these bears and get on out of there. They do have a lot of credits. You can see the credit counts. They still haven't got their buys in yet, so from Brubbles looking fairly weak compared to these other teams. A great wall stun coming out from the Hyunwoo, as it will be Bintum going to be the one to fall here, as they're just going to focus their fire onto the Mai, and the Mai is just not going to be tanky enough, as the Hyunwoo is going to be able to wipe the floor with them as well. So Headbutt going to be able to get 2 kills from Demon Drive.
And that's the threat level of having an Elena alongside the Hyunwoo. There is a massive front-loaded threat. If you let the Hyunwoo on top of you, if you let the Elena on top of you, you gotta peel at least one of them back, but the moment you do, the other one is gonna continuously be a threat. It's so front-loaded for Team Headbutt. I'm loving this comp over the Mai currently at the moment, and we'll see if it's gonna be more successful. They're trying to chase down a Sylvia. I don't know if this is the best use of their time, though.
I love their name for their comp, Headbutt, and then it's just Hyunwoo,
true.
Just basically headbutted.
Yeah, they're just butting heads with everybody else. So that's exactly what they're doing.
I think it fits their team comp perfectly, because this Hyunwoo plus the Lenny together, right? You just start sending it in, and you just slowly try to out heal your opponents and out sustain your opponents. So yeah, we'll see, how the comp does end up working out for them. They're already on 3 kills, so it's been pretty good for them so far. There is the combo coming out from the Adele. A lot of damage going to be exchanged. The checkmate is actually not going to be able to connect onto anyone, but the Mai is just going to fall first here. Magnani going to be able to find an angle onto the Sylvia. The Sylvia, I think, is going to be able to get away. Maybe get the wall up over the wall there. Bintum is actually trying to take this 1v2 here. Is able to get a lot of damage in and dodging out on a lot of skills here. Going to get in the bush. There's the Queen. It's not going to connect onto anyone. But the Della does end up landing that nice Rook Knight combo there. Going to be able to knock him up and secure that kill for his team. But it looks like on the other side, Team Epoch, looks like they went out in 8th place.
Yeah, no scaling for the Nadine and the Theo in this game. Unfortunately, Epoch getting ran down by Team Headbutt, pushing them all the way into archery range. I saw Timer not really being in favor of the Nadine either. She was going to pop regardless whether or not she got away from her. But of course, running away from an Elena as a Nadine, usually not going to happen. So well played from Team Headbutt. They're 6 kills in, looking like the kill leaders of the lobby, whereas Team Epoch, not exactly the greatest of situation.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, looks like SSR is going to TP on out of here. Where are they going to TP in? Right into the hands of Team. Oh no, Team Rump Rebels. Will they be able to get away? It is a Sylvia with the bike. Oh no, Sammy's just going to blink on top of them with the ultimate. Getting that extra movement speed and getting the slow as well from the ultimate as well. So Rump Rebels will be the ones to take out Demon Drive. Demon Drive going out in 7th place with only 3 kills. So a little fortunate to see Demon Drive going out this early, considering I think they were one of our finalist teams. Last phase. So I'll have to see how they crawl their way back up here. Team Autowimps is going to group up in Hospital. We might have a fire on hands from OUOB and Team Headbutts. Let's see if they can find an angle in here. This is Alina. There is the engage. The quick spin is going to connect onto the heart, but great heal back coming in from OUOB. They're just going to focus their sights onto the tank, though. The Hyunwoo just dealing so much damage. There's a spring trap. It is going to connect onto Memory, as very nicely played from OUOB. Able to kite back, able to peel back from this Alina dive-esque type team comp here. Umu going to be forced to use a blink. The spring trap definitely would have connected.
This is the problem now. The thing about Team Headbutt's composition is that you're not really ult-reliant at all for this team comp. Maybe save for the Danza comp
as well.
Okay,
Quickspin is back up, so they're just going to look.
They're gonna look for it. Leshu is going in. Oh my god, and a double jump that comes out from the Lenny, and that's it. The fight's already over. Well played from Tolosso, I think. I don't even say that name, but Lenny was able to get the double trumpet off, and then the fight's already done. Right, it's easily done, said, and over because of the fact that Umu didn't have Blink, and I don't think Amethyst is going to really save that Ava. Well played on the side of Team Headbutt. 8 kills now, again, cementing their kill leader status in the lobby, and really running over some of these teams that want to continue scaling, because look, OUOB, they were working towards their way on getting this Ava, or even the heart, the blood sample. It's not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, OYOB played the first initiation really well, but the problem is once the blinks are invested, Alina's cooldowns are a lot shorter, and you know the quick spin's only like a 25-second cooldown, while your blinks are about 80 seconds. So you just get the full reset, you go back in, your carries don't have blinks, and there's really not much they could do, and Alina is going to be able to get on top of them. So a little unfortunate for Team OUOB. I am happy to see them back though. It looks like they didn't really swap their team comp, you know, considering Hearts has changed entirely. It looks like the Heart player is still playing Heart, and obviously we do know Umu is still on that Eva as well.
Yeah, the one thing that I have noticed about this team, I actually seen them, I think it was in scrims or something like that. They tend to prioritize the Heart when it comes to the blood sample now. Heartbreaker over the Chaser is something that I've seen quite often on these Heart to Ava compositions. If we see that again, I'm a little bit worried about Umu's damage. In the fight just now up in the north side in gas station, Umu kind of healed the Elena. I don't know if you saw that.
And Nemri is definitely full items, but you kind of need to have that consistent DPS.
Yeah.
I don't know how many. I think the Eva, Umu's probably already on just 4 items, just missing that a weapon would be my guess, but we don't really know entirely until we see their items here. But look at the side of Team Headbutt. Delina is already sitting on 4 gold items for themselves, so that means that definitely means the Hyunwoo is already fully kitted out, and the Lenny probably has some items as well. So looks like Team Headbutt is definitely trying to run away with this, or trying to run away with this game for game number 1.
Yeah, take a look at Lenya's credits too. She's cresting just into the via blood sample territory. So if she ends up getting that red shoes, taproots, the possibilities are endless. Nosferatu is also an option for this one too, right? Because you do have the Lena. Saw a couple of those yesterday being an absolute menace. Yesterday during games, I think it was in Group B that we saw that, so let's see how it goes. Guard Reverse is popped, Pyong is going to try to get himself out, the Fury Jab is going to miss. That's a lot of combinations being sent, but the checkmate is just going to completely whip, but the Adela is just dead. Kyunggi made a little bit late to the party to try getting the immediate third party in, but they do know there was a fight right around, and could potentially be a Wickeline contest. 4,000 HP, 3,000, Cinema's trying to hold the front side, 2,000 into 1,200 is right where the Papyrus is going to land it.
Yeah. I think they just see another team nearby, so they definitely don't want to be in the middle. They're actually just going to VLS on out of there. Very nicely played, and great awareness from the young Innates to get on out of there. There's ultimate going to come down from Nemery. Great ultimate. Great Peacemaker going to stop the side of, or going to stop the Gunner from dying, but it's not going to be enough as, yeah, the HP bars are just not moving down on the side of Team Headbutt. Team Headbutt, they're just headbutting. They're just going in, you know, the Lenny's just able to keep them alive for so long. There's a stain coming out from the Hyunwoo as well. It's a little too much for the side of Team OUOB to go through.
Yeah, brain off, right click, fun times for Team Headbutt. OUO is so far behind now, right? Having to do minus 800 throughout the course of this game. They don't have the armor penetration.
You did see the, I think the Eva, they actually only have 3 gold, so they're actually pretty far behind. They don't really have enough damage here. Looks like Team Gagan, they're going to try holding. Team Headbutt's out here. I don't know if Team Headbutt wants to take this fight between Team Gang and NA, but I think they do. They have a lot of items. They do see that Team Gang and NA did end up using the kiosk. Gonna get some poke down, but it looks like they're actually not going to take the engage here.
Yeah, do you remember that Tsubame was one of the characters that could actually kind of thwart this kind of composition yesterday? So they're being a little bit careful. I'm pretty sure Team Headbutt has also done their homework, not only in the lobby, but as soon as Tejon Cybers was playing a composition similar to theirs, they were keeping an eye out on what kind of compositions can beat it, and the Tsubame was one of them. I like the fact that they're playing a little bit safe against this, because you do know that the damage from Tsubame will ramp up. They have a lot of threats, but if they can't kill somebody immediately, the Tsubame will eventually kill them.
Yeah, it is Team Gang as well. Another team well known for the front to back play, so yeah, you kind of have to respect it. Jinwoo just really good on those ADCs. Gotta make sure you kind of get him first. Auto arms, they are the ones with Wickland, so they're gonna try to push in their lead here. Maybe gonna try looking for some picks, but looks like the side of Team Run for Bowser is gonna jump straight on out of there.
No one's getting cornered by this Wickeline team, which means everyone's just going to run away to the opposite side of where they are. It's creating a little bit of an issue for Team Auto Arms, as they're only sitting on 5 kills, and they've been stagnant on that ever since the Wickeline. OUOB trying to push as much as possible. This is a team that doesn't really have that much self-sustain. Racing
With the Eva's
suits.
item, yeah, chest piece, a racing suit
I've
on the
seen
Eva.
that. I've seen this before. I've seen actually quite a lot of mages running the racing suit lately. I think there was an Adina build that also ran racing suit lately. It's all about just keeping yourself alive. You do enough damage with a lot of your other items, so if you can just keep yourself alive, get the mobility off of the racing suit throughout the entire course of the fight, you can reposition better. Especially also with Ava, since your E, the Amethyst Flow is just a basically an enhanced movement speed bonus. That can get a lot of value in a very extended fight.
Yeah, I can definitely see the value of it, but obviously not going to be doing as much damage as you would want to be. So that's probably why they ended up, giving all the items over to the Hearts. Hearts going to be their main DPS while their Eva just there to get some poke down. Doesn't look too good for OUOB though. They don't really have much items on their tank. I think their Garnet was sitting on 0 items to their name, so they're definitely quite a bit behind these other teams. So I think they're just gonna take a defensive position. Maybe gonna try to let these teams duke it out first, and then maybe look for that third-party angle.
The entire lobby is just avoiding.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams here. There's 4 teams down in this lobby.
Team Insider is alone in force, man.
Yeah, Insider is going to be the ones that have the zone control first, but in a situation like this, when there's 4 other teams, you don't want to be the one in the middle.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see how Factory ends up going. There is another team that could potentially contest Team Headbutt. It's going to be Kyunggi NA. So this is the comp that can theoretically beat this. The items on the Lenny was not that great. On the left side, fight will begin. Springtime isn't really going to tag on anybody.
They kill him.
Goes down. The Arda is already dead, but Jinho is still alive. He's kiting to the best of his abilities. Health bar still looking pretty healthy on the side of Team Headbutt. Springtrap's going to tag onto Jinho as well, and that's going to do it. Well played over onto Team Headbutt, and even Jinho on the Tsubame is not able to stop this. The item transition value on this team is just not as good as Team Headbutt. The Tsubame is lacking critical damage to get the armor penetration. I would assume she's not even on the Blood Lotus Shuriken, right? She's too far behind.
I don't know if you saw originally, but yeah, it was a really nice engage. I think the Alina just used the White Lily in and just found an angle onto the Arda, and then once the Arda dies, there's not enough CC, to make or to allow the Tsubame to auto safely. So it was just able to kill the artist. A little tough for them. Oh, this is a full fight here coming out for the side of Team Auto Arms. Taeyong is going to be able to get the Garnet here. Team OUOB is in shambles as all these teams are just going to scramble, trying to get some kills. Gale going to try to salvage something here. Auto Arms actually going to take another fight. It's going to be onto Team Rump Rebels. A great ultimate coming out from the Mai, but Taeyong going to be able to deny that. Loken already down on the floor here, as his ultimate was already invested, and it's going to be Rump Rebels going to be the one to come out on top and take down Team Auto Arms.
Yeah, Taeyong missed a little bit too much. I think he missed pretty much 2 to 3 full combos towards the end of the fight. You can't do that up against a Fiora who's landing all of her Fenties, who's landing all of her Flashes.
Team Insiders.
Yeah, this is not good. The Insiders are just way too good on timer. Even if the teams from the north side starts walking down, Rump Rebels have no time. 0 seconds left for Jinho. He's going to pop 2. Cinema 5 seconds left, 10 seconds left now on the side. Team Rump Rebels, they've got to get the kills. They've at least got to take the
timer, you're right.
Oh no, and Team Insider was of all the teams that picked up the kills over onto the Mai. That's gonna do it. Rump Rebels will fall. And
originally I said, maybe you don't want to take zone control at the start. If all the other teams fight each other that far away outside the zone, then yeah, and it's actually not bad. So we are gonna see the side of Team Headbutt versus Insider. I wonder if Team Insider is going to be able to one-shot any of these targets here. That is what their comp is all about. Maybe try one-shot this Hyunwoo. I mean, Hyunwoo has the bluff. Nelina has some buffer, so the target has to be the Lenny to maybe keep them out of there. There's all the damage coming out onto the Alina. It's just not enough damage, it looks like. And here's the sustain from the Lenny. It's just way too much, and it's just going to be a Headbutt win. 14 field kills. Very, very well played, as they're just out here. There's Headbutt.
I think that was a little bit too hasty from Team Insider. They could have found better opportunities, because I think even more so than the pawn, a lot of good damage from the Adela comes from the castling actually making its way through some of the pieces, but you didn't have any pieces set up. There was no Night Fork set up for that as well. You only got one pawn and then a Night Fork, and then you quick cut in. You didn't even use the castling. there was no damage to back it up. And yes, the checkmate does a lot of good damage as well, but it's not gonna do anything if you didn't set things up beforehand with the castling. So a little bit hasty on the side of Team Insider, but it's fine. They did manage to win out all the way to the final zone. They do get second place with, I think it was 9 kills. Definitely not a bad result for game number 1. But on the flip side for Team Headbutt, gosh, this Hyunwoo composition is just gonna consistently stay, isn't it?
Yeah, looks like the Hyunwoo Lenny. It's definitely a duo to look out for, I think, going into some of these games, because some of these teams they just don't have enough damage to kill this Hyunwoo and Lenny. Right there, Team Headbutt. I think you are correct. I think if the Adela did end up using that Rook, they probably would have been able to kill the Alina, but they would have to answer the Lenny and Hyunwoo right after, and I think the Lenny and Hyunwoo already did enough damage in the fights to maybe turn it back into their favor.
Yeah, I don't think the Adela really anticipated that to be a fight angle to begin with. The idea of actually setting yourself up with a pawn is actually not a bad idea. We've seen a lot of other Adelas in competitive actually do that before. It doesn't have to be a queen. It's nice. But if you've already got your teammates stun locking somebody inside one spot, then you just get a pawn, knight forward, get the knockup, castling in, quick gut into a checkmate, especially if you're running frailty. That's usually enough to one-shot anybody. But the Adela just wasn't ready for it. She had all of her cooldowns, but didn't really use it as it went. So it might have been slight miscommunications, or just maybe you were uncomfortable trying to get the fight in, but your teammates were investing too much, so you have to throw your utility in. Regardless of what happened, Team Headbutt was just way too far ahead. The Elena did have the health bars as well as the defense stats to actually tank all the damage coming from that team. Starting from there, when you have a Nikki Adela, you don't really have that much follow-up damage. You're really just looking for that one single pick. So the fight just evolves into absolute madness for that team afterwards.
I think you sort of have to look for that Lenny instead. If you have enough damage, you can go for Elena, but it looks like they were just a little too short there. I think if they had an angle, I think they did have a look onto the Lenny, but I think them just choosing to pull the trigger onto the Alina would have worked out if they had slightly more damage, but it just wasn't there.
If they go for the Lenny, I don't think you can use checkmate. You have to burst her with just a single.
Yeah. I mean,
pawn.
I don't think you need checkmate to kill the Lenny.
Yeah.
If like the ultimate comes down, you use the queen combo, the Suo, uses their double bookmark. It should be enough to kill. But
now
because I think the Lenny provides a lot for the team, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Provides heal, shield, stuns, and then you also have the movement speed, and on top is the damage, right? She has the passive, giving her allies extra auto damage, and then also the heal factor plus the elf dress. I think those two combined is just or I guess those three combined is the reason why this Hyunwoo team comp is able to thrive with the Lenny.
Exactly. We always meme on the little teddy bear doing damage, but eventually it'll stack up. So yeah, it works. And if we see, I didn't actually see what the helmet was on the Lenny, but if it's Dragon Fury, then the armor shred is also going to make a big difference when it comes down to it, right? So good stuff coming out from Team Headbutt. Let's take a look at the scores. 22 points. It's an 8-point difference between them and Team Insider. Again, we're seeing that 8-point difference in another series. We saw it yesterday during Group B. Whereas in Group A, we saw, I think it was like an 11 to 19 point difference past game number 1. Don't worry though, guys, the score sheet is not going to stay like this for a very long time because this was just game number 1. It will definitely change by game 2.
Yeah, we do have a lot more internal return. I think the Lenny, it's either D Fury or I think they go like Commander's Hitset. Commander's Hitset's also really good just to provide that extra auto damage as well and to give Hyunwoo even more sustain. I'm not sure exactly which one they run, but it's either or.
Yeah, I think somebody in chat is strategizing a little bit. You might want to take a look at that real quick and see what could be happening in the near future potentially. But yeah, I mean, a lot of things could happen in game number 2, especially with Mai gone. Now the safety net of trying to deal with this kind of composition isn't there anymore for a lot of teams, and because of the fact that Team Headbutt is opting to use the Elena right now instead, they're not banned at all. Hyunwoo's available, Lenny's available, Elena is available. Now for all the other teams, their comfort pick of the Mai is just not there. So what do you do? Is it going to be something like the Lennox where you're really just going to be in trouble because Elena and Hyunwoo's just going to run you down? You don't have mobility to really get away from that. Is it going to be the Estelle that you're providing a little bit more of the utility for? A lot of different ways that this could go. Very excited to see what kind of substitutions for characters and compositions that's going to be coming up for a lot of the teams. 4 teams, I think it was, that ran the Mai.
I would probably say it's going to be the Estelle, because Estelle is probably the next in line tank right now, from what we've seen so far in Phase 2. Maybe we'll see some Elenas, maybe we'll see some swaps over to, more of like a Dive-esque team, but yeah, my guess is going to be that Estelle pick. I think the Estelle, just a really good tank overall, having that, damage reduction on the shield, having their ultimates, and providing a decent amount of damage as well as a tank.
She also has really good crowd control rotations, right? As I said yesterday, Hyunwoo can bluff a set of crowd control if he times it right, but he can only bluff so many times inside of a fight. Estelle's stun rotation is really, really low cooldown towards the later stages of the game when she does actually have that maxed up. I think it's the last thing you tend to max on the Estelle, especially if you are just solo frontlining, so it'll take a while before it starts ramping up on how often you can use it. But a lot of tank builds towards the end of the game already has 30% CDR, and then now by level 19, 20, you max out your Q, so the base cooldown is going to be super low there. It can really stunt a lot of teams if you're kind of receiving a lot of the aggression and just being the wall for your backline. Because you're receiving, you're always going to be within vicinity of people who are trying to aggress onto your backliners. You get your Q stun over and over, the slows from your little water spout, as well as the slow from your shield bash. There's a lot of utility that the Estelle can provide, so I definitely agree with you. Estelle should be a top tier pick in the next game.
Yeah, and maybe we'll see some Priyas coming out. We did see the Priya ban coming in the previous stage, but I don't think we saw any Priyas for today so far. I think we did see a lot of Protocol still, just because I think Protocol is definitely the premier augment right now for these teams to utilize correctly. Protocol, yeah, after the buff, it's just really, really good, right? It provides so much for your team, gives your team a lot of combat power, having that extra damage amp for your team if enemies stay in it, and providing your team a lot of extra HP. The one thing really good about Protocol that a lot of people obviously, or a lot of people know, but isn't too familiar with, but Protocol doesn't get affected by heal cut.
Yeah.
Right? It just gives you extra HP like an extra HP stat, and then once the Protocol runs out, the HP just gets converted into your normal HP. So that's the reason why Protocol is so strong as well, like over like the heal drone.
Indeed, especially in a world where Red Shoes is favored by quite literally everybody. That 60% heal cut is going to affect your natural healing as well as your food healing. Well, not food healing necessarily, but just natural recovery as well as any other skill-related recovery, save for protocol violation. Oh yeah, that extra HP that late into the game is going to help quite a lot. All right, let's take a look at some of the character selections for game number 2. We are seeing the Priya finally starting to make a showing for Team OUOB. This is a triple backline comp. Without the Mai, they're just opting to say, hey, screw it, let's run the Priya instead. We'll see if this is going to work out.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, look at how many protocols we have. We have 7 out of 8 teams running the protocol violation for this game. So yeah, I mean, a lot of front to back teams. We do see. Oh wait, we have another.
Lenny. Yeah, we got double Hyunwoo Lenny. Sebi's going to be on the Debbie Marlene.
Demo over the Alina for okay.
That's gonna be funny. Does that necessarily beat Team Headbutt? I'd say it's actually about 70% in favor of Team Headbutt because their composition is a lot easier to execute. Because the Elena...
I would say it's better just because Dema does a lot of percent HP damage. And Dema does. Oh, actually, if they run double Smolder though, it might not be that good because I don't think it procs together, does it? If it's 2 different weapon Smolders,
yeah, it definitely doesn't stack with each other.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe the demo is going to be on the.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh, I can't think of the name.
The meteor weapon. Plasma sword.
Yep. Oh, are we gonna see it? I haven't seen a plasma sword Debbie and Marlene in ERM for quite a long time because once you start going plasma sword, you're really locking into the fact that you're just gonna be doing raw damage, right? Whereas Smolder, you're gonna always have that passive damage and that you're going to be able to rely on with the with the plasma sword. You have to consistently be landing skills. Again, I don't think the execution from Team Headbutt is going to be any harder than Team Rump Rebels, just innately because Debbie and Marlene will have a little bit more of a skill expression than Elena ever will, really. But damage side, you're right. I do think that Rump Rebels have it.
Demo, yeah, because Demo has a lot of max HP damage,
Yes.
and the HP bars on the side of Team Headbutt is quite big, right? They have that Lena that's building full tank. They have the Hyunwoo obviously building maybe 2 or 3 tank items, and even the Lenny as well, I think, still has a couple tank items here and there. So I think having that max HP damage is going to be quite big for the side of Team Rump Rebels. So I think Rump Rebels probably has the upper hand versus Team Headbutt, but we'll have to see.
Yep, indeed. All the other comps, let's take a look. Insider using the exact same composition as last game, no surprise there. Team Demon Drive, once again doing the same thing on their end too. Gyeonggi N8, same thing. Auto Arms are going to swap things up a little bit. Loken's going to be on the Rio this time. I think it was Heart that Loken was on last time. I can't recall. Yeah. My brain is just already blinking from the looks of it. Epoch also changing things up because they were a team that was running the Mai. A Celine Rio, a very, very standard front mid to back composition.
Oh wow, Narhara almost actually getting the upper hand onto Jinho there, but the ADC damage coming out from the Tsubame a little too much for the Hyunwoo to handle, so Team Gyeonggi N8 gonna be able to get a nice kill for themselves. Ignite, on the other hand, they are looking to fight Demon Drive down here. Both protocols are going to be invested. The Estelle is actually blocking a lot of damage and actually is going to be able to get a lot of damage back. And this Rame just in time to make it for this team fight here. The ultimate is going to be invested. The Estelle is going to fall very shortly here. Bin is going to get locked down by the Arda double stun there. And I don't think he's going to be able to get away. And there's the ultimate again coming out from Jinho. He did get that reset from that Estelle, so we'll be back up in time.
Secret technique, obliterating the Felix. You'll love to see it. Seiko is also going to get taken down too. They're actually opting to go back in on this. They really want the kill over onto the Celine. They aren't even going to be able to get it.
Oh, nice.
It's the Odyssey that locks it in. Nicely done from Mangnani, just waiting on the cooldown just slightly. Pyong, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Nothing too biggie. The problem is, Epoch, as well as Insider, both of the players that died were both level 8.
Yeah, I like this call for Epoch here to run away because they know that the Adela is going to come back up a lot earlier than the Celine, and you don't want to be in that team fights, even if you might have the upper advantage, because once that other teammate comes in, you're going to be fighting a 3v2, and it's both Lennox and Rio, both 2 characters that don't really have an escape, and you don't want to wipe early.
Yeah, you have no idea how many times I see that in Eternal Return Masters. At this kind of a stage, a lot of teams are still making that mistake where sometimes you kill somebody really early and then your teammate dies later on. You completely forget about the fact that the other person's gonna res earlier. So now you're just sitting in a 2v3 fight, and yeah, maybe the other person's health bar is low, but their cooldowns are gonna be reset, except for their ultimate maybe. That makes a really, really big difference. So I love what you were mentioning there. Running away was definitely the right call. Seiko trying their best to run away. The slow. Oh, the speed gain wasn't taken.
Yeah, I used the rook past the speed gain, and that just gave Berserk a free speed gain and a free answer just to get on in there. And oh wow, a great combo there coming out from the Lennox. Is going to be able to get the double blue Viper onto Narahara. Are going to be forced to back away there. There's the ultimate, but it's going to be completely blocked out by the Demba. Very nicely played by Sebi, and it looks like Team Rump Rebel is going to be able to get out of there. Magnani kind of stuck in a hard place here. The teammates of side of Team Headbutt are coming down here. Jinho is actually going to get chunked relatively low here by Bintum. Bintum going to be able to dodge out a lot of those Tsubame autos, but looks like the side of Team Gyeonggi N8 is going to be kiting back here. Maybe they're actually going to look for an angle back in. The Sylvia is actually completely isolated, and they completely turn their attention to them. Oh, but a great 3-man knockup from Bintum. Is that going to be enough? A lot of damage going to be traded back to the side of Team Gyeonggi N8. A lot of damage coming out, and Bell is going to fall there, and Team Gyeonggi N8 will be able to win that one out, getting a nice 2-for-0 over to the side of Gyeonggi N8 versus Team Demon Drive.
What a masterclass on how to play the Arda, right? That was a beautiful rotation of Dice and Cube to peel away all of his teammates. Cinema, unfortunately, will fall down, though. The Arda just not having success over on the side of Uptown and Warehouse. Loki's also going to take the fall, which means it's a 2-for-0 in favor of Team Gyeonggi N8. Actually, never mind, not Gyeonggi N8. I think that was Team Seiko. Oh, not Team Seiko, Team Insider. Jinho will be able to pick up the kill onto the Adela. Magnani also left alone by his lonesome. Dice is not going to land, but he gets pushed back thanks to the Nimrod's gate. He's going to get locked down. 2 members down once again. Gyeonggi Innate on 7 by day 2.
Yeah, nice third party there from Team Gang Innate. Insider, they were able to get the upper hand onto Team Auto Arms. The combo, you know, we see it time and time again. The Nikki ult did end up coming through onto the Arda. Arda not be able to get out in time, and the follow-up was good from Insider. Just the Adela and the Sua just, you know, gonna be able to use their abilities on top, and that did end up securing on the team fight. Unfortunately, Team Gang Innate, they were right by there, and just they were able to answer with a nice third party. As wow, Team Gang Innate, they got a lot of items here. I think I saw the Subami already on 2 and the Ardor on 1. And they haven't bought in yet, so they're going to get their triple 4 scores as well here.
This is really good pacing. Team Gyeonggi Innate, we know that again. Last time we were talking about it, Subami definitely a good contender up against these Hyunwoo comps.
3 items already.
Yeah,
3
4
items
scores
without their 4 score buys, and they're going to get 3 4 scores here.
Oh man.
So they're going to be sitting on 9 items total, and if you count the 4 scores as 2 already for night number 2, they are so strong. They just want to look for any of these teams. I think they got a double RNG drop then from the Wolves in Uptown, so very nice pickup from them.
This would be the best time for them to actually fight these Hyunwoo Lenny comps, right? Because Hyunwoo Lenny comps need a little bit of time to start ramping up. They need a couple of core transitions like the Mark of the Phoenix. Racing Suit is also extremely valuable, but it's expensive at the earlier stages of the game. Whereas now you have 3 transitions on the side of Subami, who is the best DPS inside of this game, probably up against something like the Hyunwoo. Best time to go for it, but we're not going to see that, at least as of right now. Ghost getting pulled back a couple of times. Magnetic Field is going to pull people back a little bit further. Cinema playing a little bit aggressive with this Arda. He's trying to get the angles back in. Dyson Cube combo is going to completely isolate Ghost. It's a 1-for-0 so far in favor of Team Auto Arms. Logan really wants more. Natsumi gets locked out, and he will get taken down. 2-for-0 overall inside of school.
Yeah, great spacing there from Logan, able to just completely outrange his opponents, getting a lot of damage off, and just knowing exactly when to go in as well. Oh, Subami actually going to get pulled back from the Lenny Spring Trap. It looks like Team Gang Innate, they're just going to pull the the Alpha down to their side, and I don't think Team Headbutt wants to take this fight. Yep. They see the items already onto the Subami. The Subami already sitting on 4 items there. They are already on 3 as well, so they're just so strong here. I don't think any team wants to fight them. And you're absolutely right. This is the perfect time for them to fight the Lenny team, the Lenny Hyunwoo team, just because the Lenny Hyunwoo teams, they thrive off, you know, being or having more items than their opponents.
Yeah, if anything, Team Headbutt's decision-making there was really good, so I like the fact that we're able to see that. Sierra, unfortunately, getting taken down. Demon Drive is on the run. Tony and Bintum shouldn't really...
Oh my
okay, I was going to say, they're not in really any trouble, but Tony just gets obliterated by the laser. Down they go. Inside of Cemetery, Leshu gets taken down. Berserk also gets taken down. Ignite traded, so that means Gyeonggi Innate down to 2. Seiko's trying to get the chase down. Not going to find it. Eventually, the Hyunwoo will fall. Subami's damage pretty good. Yeah. They are going to be the winners of the fight, right? It's a 1-for-2 trade. They both, well, not both, they both, but both of the teams will lose all of their members. It's still night number 2. They will res.
Yeah, Subami just doing so much damage, is able to fight, or just able to dish out so much damage into these, you know, melee drain tanks. So yeah, having that extra, you know, max HP damage on her passive is just a little too much. And we did see the build from Lenny, so I think I was correct. They are on that tank, so they're on Burnus Aegis, and they're also on Mohawk Helm. So they are going to be probably transitioning that headpiece into that Commander's headset. Yeah, it looks like it looks like this Lenny already has the Commander's headset. Yeah, while the other one just had the Elf dress.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's just to provide that extra damage. Oh, wait, are they gonna check? Ooh, okay, good discipline from being an 8. Gonna dodge out on that spring trap. Yeah, that Commander's headset just providing so much more extra auto damage, which is why we see the Hyunwoo, you know, despite them being like almost full tank, they are actually doing a lot of damage to some of these targets, and even to some of these tanks. It's just so much auto damage, you know, being stacked on top of each other. Oh wow, a great spring trap coming in from the Lenny. I think that is going to get caught, but they are able to tank so much damage, and the damage return from the Subami is just way too much. And they're just going to instantly kill the Hyunwoo, and the Hyunwoo is their main damage source, so it looks like they're just going to have to be forced to back away there.
Romp Rebels didn't get the notice that Team Headbutt had earlier. They're the ones that try to charge in straight in towards Team Gyeonggi Innate, but they get obliterated instead. Shiko... Oh gosh, it's a little bit dangerous. Jungross He really wants to find a 4-stack, but he just doesn't have the bombs for it right now. The
Is the
cooldowns
queen?
aren't
No.
there. Queen's not going to land, but his teammates are already dead. 1-for-0 in favor of Team Insider. It could have been worse had that queen actually landed, but luckily for Team Epoch, we'll only just lose out on 1. Minus 200, but on the side of Team Insider, what's happening with their timer?
Yeah, I think what happened is they were playing for that meteorite in the hospital, so it looks like they're fighting in red for a decent while there. And it is going to be Epoch going to lose a member. But yeah, the timers on the side of Team Insider aren't looking too good. But you know what they say? Timers fake. You know, you just gotta get your kills back. As long as you get some picks here and there, you get some kills throughout the game. You should be able to get your timer back, and you should be able to refund it. They just have to be, they just have to make sure they're a little wary about, you know, entering final zones or over chasing into red zone.
I don't know, man. Timer looked real in the last game inside of Factory, but I digress. It's all fine and dandy, at least as of right now. It's only day number 3.
Oh, like early game.
Yes, early game, it is indeed fake. By the way, I don't know if you call it that, but I did see Umu sitting on the Dragon's Fury. This is the right call, right? Eventually, you're going to have to just punch through the defenses of some of these compositions, especially if you're running triple backline. The moment they get on you, you just have to max out DPS them. Otherwise, you are going to lose the fight. D-Fury, great call. I didn't see what their chess piece was, but I would have to assume it's Holy Orders if you're using the head slot for the Dragon's Fury as an Ava. That is pretty standard. We'll see what their transitions start looking like in a couple of minutes, because now it has turned night number 3. Box contest inside of school, third party. Actually, Estelle decides to back away.
Yeah, I think Auto Arms has to get out of there just because I think Team Kyungin also knew there's another team, and there's a reason why Team Auto Arms was pushing away. So just gotta make sure you position out from the third party. Great pull coming in from the Lox, but nothing really gonna come out of that. Team Rebel is gonna completely split away, and it looks like. Oh, actually, they're gonna look to go back in. They're gonna try to use the pistol skill and try to get that spring trap, but not gonna be able to connect onto anyone.
Yeah, Narahara is actually outplaying the Celine. Her bomb stack is actually not exactly the greatest right now. Quite surprised Rump Rebels actually didn't send it, because they had a really significant advantage over the Celine there. A lot of 2 stacks, a lot of 3 stacks missing, which means her Q stack was actually just not looking that good
already. Or sorry, not Bikini, Burgundy.
Yeah.
Burgundy already on the side of Jinho there, so
even more safety.
Yeah, a lot more, like you said, a lot more safety and a lot more damage as well, because Burgundy also provides a lot of attack power. Umu, they are sitting. Oh, okay, they're actually playing the full amp this time. They're on that core tier instead of the what was the other chess piece they're running?
Orders.
Oh. No. The chess piece they're running last game.
Racing Suit.
Racing Suit, yeah.
Yeah,
so
I don't think it works with this kind of comp.
Yeah. I think they need that extra damage with that dragon skill as well. So just gonna opt to go for that full damage. But it looks like the Art from Auto Arms, they did end up getting caught out. There's a full combo coming in from the. Yeah, that's the Nikki Adela combo we see time and time again, and it was just a great engage coming out for the side of Team Insider. Immediately pulled the trigger, and a great follow-up from the Adela. So very nicely played. Team Insider gonna get another 2 kills. They're actually sitting on 7 as well, so both Kyungin and Insider, they are getting quite the amount of kills. They're stacking up a lot of kills in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, that was like the easiest set of kills Insiders I've ever seen so far in this series, right? Here we go. Rump Rebels looking for another fight. Narahara is just going to full send it in. Tegan was also going to send it in as well on the Alonso duty this game around. Sebi taken down at half HP. Narahara the exact same thing. Auto Arms is actually dealing with this really well. The bluff is going to be utilized for the fleeting soul, so he's not going to have that for the next 10 or so seconds. We're going to see Tegan trying to go on in. The damage exchange is pretty good. The Ardent boxes are making it really difficult for these double melee characters to actually get any effective jumps in. Spring Trap's going to be sword off as Loken just flies away from that. If that hit, the fight would have been over, right? This is really good micro play from Team Auto Arms. The shield is going to be popped. These 2 teams really want positioning inside of Cemetery.
Yeah, unfortunately, Team Auto Arms, they don't have the full send that some of these other teams have, because they are playing that Rio. Like all of Rio's damage is basically on her to do. So if a team just kites back, the Rio doesn't really have anything to really go off of there. It's the reason why you saw, Taeyong going in on the Alonso, but no other damage was, being applied to the side of Team Headbutt. So yeah, Team Headbutt just gonna full disengage. Team Auto Arms gonna try to get the position for Cemetery, maybe try to play for that wick line again. But there are a lot of other teams that came to the fray. Great spring trap coming in from the side of Team Headbutt, and they just focused the tank down, and that's going to be Lennox just instantly falling there. A lot of damage going to be exchanged. Another spring trap to deny Narahara and the Celine. They are going to try to get some damage off here. I think the call is going to be made to just leave the Lunox and try to get the res off.
Headbutt is just playing these fights so well. They understand exactly when to go in. They understand exactly when to leave. I think they're executing this composition a little bit better when it comes to general gameplay compared to Team Rump Rebels, which is not something that you would think about when it comes to overall fighting prowess. Team Rump Rebels is really, really well versed in that, but Headbutt is definitely showing us that they have what it takes to fight him out. Kyunggi and Nate duking it out up against Team Demon Drive inside the school.
Oh, he's
They're
gonna
getting
go
the
in?
damage in. Vintum is actually going to get denied with the Tempest Hydra. He gets corner checked by the bus. He doesn't move, so he's forced to go back into the fight. But the knockup rotations are just way too good. Tazu's taken down on the ground. Jino's still alive. He's trying, but Vintum with a blank in and the double strike with the Spearhead's auto attack will knock down the Subame.
He's still alive. Yeah, Dasu, I think, just tried to jump on in, but immediately gets punished. So, yeah, very nicely played by Demon Drive, and great response there from them. But unfortunately, third party is here, so the Sylvia is going to fully die here. The Estelle is going to be able to get one res off. Not going to be able to get two, I think. Not enough credits, unfortunately. You could see at the bottom here.
Oh, it's no.
They don't. Oh, no, they have just enough. They have just enough. The Arda has 90. Oh my god, they're actually back in the game.
The math was just perfect, about maybe 10 to 20 away. Another fight inside of Uptown, Taken still holding the front side. Sebi's unfortunately going to get taken down, and Rump Rebels again. There is the Nimrod's Gate. You are not getting away from these, my friends. Bear will get taken down too, will sacrifice themselves. The Hyunu will remain alive. There's only about 10 seconds to go. Can you make it to Chapel is the question. They might just barely have enough credits. I don't think they do, but maybe, just maybe.
That's one of, that's another reason why the Arda pick is so strong, because of the chase as well. You can't really get away from the Arda because they're just going to use Nimrod's Gate over and over and over, and eventually they're going to close the gap. So a little unfortunate for Rump Rebels. They actually do get one res off, but not going to be able to get the other one there. You can see Lenny is under combat as well, so maybe they're getting picked off. We have a lot of teams here in Hotel. I think that's about 5 teams I count. Is it 5? I think it's about 5. Because there is still 8 teams left. Oh my god, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, this is chaotic. The only team with members down is Rump Rebels, and they're only down to Debbie and Marlene. If they can find the Lumi, which I highly doubt is going to be the easiest thing in the world, with 7 other teams alive.
There's also just been a lot of kills as well, so like these teams are just playing well enough to, you know, not fully wipe in these team fights. So it's not even like, you know, there hasn't been any fighting going on. There has been a lot of team fighting going on as well. It's just, you know, no one's fully off the map just yet. Team Auto Arms are going to look for an angle, maybe into Headbutt here. But there are a lot of teams. I think they have to start recognizing a lot of recon drones being popped. I think they know they are in the middle. They need to get out of here, bro. Oh no, Loken's going to get caught by these Lenny Springtrap, and there's the third party. There is Team Insider going to be able to reap all the rewards. But wait a second, another third party maybe going to come above them. But I think Team Insider, they do know there's more teams in the zone here. Look at how many teams. They're all being congested onto the top side here. Oh my god.
Dude, and again, another fantastic macro play from Team Headbutt too, right? They left as soon as they saw the third party. Auto Arms, Cinema has the Nimrod's Gate, but he can't take it. He's gonna get taken down. Taken does manage to walk out. Dongi's is gonna walk down to his teammates because they are potentially gonna fight. But yeah, Cinema's down.
Out, but yeah, Taehyung's down on the top side. There's way too many teams here. It looks like Team Epoch is gonna be able to be the ones to seal the deal for Team Auto Arms. Unfortunately, Auto Arms going down in 8th place, despite it being night 5. It's going to be the final zone very shortly here.
I don't know what is going on. If we have this many teams inside a final zone, the Hotel is a lot smaller of a zone. The Factory is super. There's not going to be that much breathing space for a lot of these teams. It's going to be third party on top of third party on top of third party, unless a team decides to stick in temp zone.
There's 3 teams on the bottom side as well. Oh my god, and it looks like Team Headbutt is going to be the one in the middle of the time. Can they get out? It looks like they will.
They can.
Yeah, I think Team Rump Rebels, they just don't want a full commit because they know if they do, there is going to be Team OUOB right there to reap all the rewards and get that third party. So yeah, you don't want to pull the trigger. You don't want to be the team that pulls the trigger when there's, you know, the 2 or 3 other teams in the zone. So this is going to be quite the final zone on our hands.
Yeah, and I will say once again, I am amazed by Team Headbutt's macro decisions, and I think their decision making has been on point. All of them are communicating with each other. Everyone knows exactly what everyone else is thinking. The decision to run inside a chapel when you're surrounded by teams like that gets so difficult. But now Team Rump Rebels, they're the ones being pushed around. This is what I'm saying.
All
Just
the little dots.
yeah, raw macro-wise.
Qualities.
Exactly. Oh boy. Okay, Team Epoch running down into
Oh,
multiple teams. Healing goes
no,
already
oh,
been
no.
popped. It's all happening again. The third party down goes yet another. The Rio's
third
gonna
party
get
in
taken
chapel
down.
as well.
Ghost. Oh,
Looks
can't
like
do
it is
anything.
going to be Team OUOB gonna be the ones that were caught in the middle. Just third party after third party. Just way too many teams for just such a small zone. I guess both zones are really small, so it's really easy for teams to recognize that there's a team fight happening that's going on. But it looks like Team OUOB actually is still a 2-man, and Team Rump Rebels is also a 2-man as well. Do we have?
Yeah.
Are they all 2-mans? No, I think Team Headbutt is going to be a full team, so they're probably going to be able to. They're probably going to be able to win that one out there. And look at the damage coming out from Team Insider, just able to completely kill the Estelle by themselves. Res is going to come through, but there's the Queen. They are just going to be able to try to get the res, but I don't think they're going to allow Ignite to res. Another team is going to be the one to come from under them. So the res is actually going to be able to go through, but the timers are taking down from Team King. They're just going to have to send here. You only have 10 seconds left.
Ignite sitting on 9. Same thing for Tazu. He has to blink on out, but Jinho, he's getting knocked up. The time to kill is just starting to increase ever so more. 2, 1, and a 0. Pop, pop, pop everywhere. Kill credit's actually mostly going spread out between both of the teams, so timer is actually
There's a
even
combo.
between
They
them,
kill him.
But Bintum gets annihilated by a full-out combo from Team Insider, and they are gonna have it most likely inside of Hotel. Sylvia really can't deal with this one. Su is just gonna be able to knock her down. Gongye, last one alive as the Estelle. She will eventually fall, whether it's by timer or by damage. Team Insider with 13 kills wins out on the 10th zone in the Hotel.
Fantastic macro play from Insider. I think that's Magnani just, probably having so much experience in these final zones and just, just in general, him as a player, right? We've seen him win tournaments. We've seen him win ERMs. Just fantastic macro play from Team Insider, just able to control the zone for most of the duration and then just able to swap and just leave the zone when they see other teams that are going to be contesting them. And they're going to be the ones that just have full time, and they'll know that these other teams are 10 to 20 seconds under them. They're going to be forced to pull the trigger first, and they just have the easiest third party for themselves.
Absolutely, but this time around, it's not going to be a third party. Deja vu again, it's going to be Insider versus Team Headbutt. Kill counts this time around, Team Insider is actually a little bit ahead. Will Seiko be forced to use a lot of his skills, right? They have positioning advantage as of right now, but it's thin corridors everywhere. Team Insider also cannot just play this half-heartedly, just like this, as the Hyun is going to be able to get the stun straight in towards the Nikki, but the Nikki goes too far, and we see it again. The Nikki's just going a little bit too far, and now the damage just doesn't exist for the side of Team Insider. They're going to slowly get chunked down. Down goes the Adela, the health bar, the Hyun just doesn't even matter. I mean, the wait, they're looking for it a little bit. Okay, down goes yet another. Magnani the Sua. Oh my god, they're doing it. Nikki goes down. Can this happen? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think Magnani
can't kill this.
Yeah, Lenny and Lena, I don't think they can kill the Sua. The Sua has way too much healing and just
needs to res or something.
raw spell damage. Yeah, maybe they get the res off though.
Is the Hyunyu self-resing right now?
I think so.
Oh, Magnani's just letting this happen.
The res here.
Yeah, the res is coming out. Out of time.
I don't think he can. I don't think he has enough time here. The Hyunwoo's back up.
Oh, I don't think it's happening either. 8 seconds left on the Lenny. If she just starts running,
he's trying to run away. I don't think he definitely doesn't have enough timer here.
Because he's gonna pop by the time it goes to finally, by the time it just goes to complete deathmatch anyway. So Magnani, yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate moment. He will eventually get swarmed. And again, it's game number 2 going in favor of Team Headbutt. 2 games in a row. The only team to really have done that so far, I think, in the group stages.
Yeah, very nicely played by Team Headbutt. I think Magnani just misreading the situation. Probably thought the Hyunwoo blew himself up. But yeah, just walked the body away, and they were able to get the res back. And once the Hyunwoo is back up, the Hyunwoo can basically solo the Suo just because of the burn damage from the smolder damage coming out from the the glove is just a little too much, I think, for the Suwa to handle. And yeah, they actually had it. I think. Wow, the team fight just swung back and forth there. Magnani playing really, really well. I did say, you know, the party target should be the Lenny, and that's exactly what they went for. But unfortunately, the Lenny just was able to kite back so well, so they just weren't able to really one-shot her.
If I'm going to be honest with you, I lost track of what was happening in the fight because everyone is just clumped together. Even the Lennies are starting to stockpile in with the with the hop-ins, trumpets going everywhere, spring traps flying, 3-4 people all at once. I had no idea what was going on. But either way, the fight, exactly, you're right. Eventually, the Lenny manages to get out, and starting from there, she's so difficult to catch, right? Because you think about a character like Suwa, when there is a cluster of 3 to 4 people piled up into one single location, no matter where
she drives.
It's nice for the Suwa, especially because you can constantly hit people with your auto attacks, with the bookmark stacks, but you aren't going to be able to chase a Lenny. You're always going to get your Don Quixotes blocked by something, even if you try to chase her down. And if a Lenny gets out, there's no one else that can actually catch her. Suwa, I just gave an example, but other people on that team is going to have a really tough time. Nikki already invested everything trying to catch up to the Lenny, and the Adela invested everything to try killing her too, and nothing happened from it.
Yeah, unfortunately, like you said, you know, the Nikki tried to obviously get that engage, but you know, the Lenny just able to use their jump away, and then using the pistol skill as well, I think created enough distance that it gave the Lenny a window to not get chain CC'd by the Adela. And that's basically kind of what won in the team fight, right? Because the whole goal of the side of Team Insider is to, you know, get that one-shot combo off. But once that one-shot combo doesn't go through, it's definitely a lot harder for them to play the team fight. But I think Magnani playing it well, you know, like you said, Suwa thrives off those you know, clumps up of teams because she's able to get a lot of that AoE damage off. She's able to get all those bookmarks, able to provide so much damage for their team. But unfortunately, just not enough there. I think Magnani, yeah, like I said, I think he misread the situation a little bit there. If they were able to kill the Hyunwoo, I don't think the Alina and the Lenny would have enough damage to kill the Suwa.
But still, for Team Headbutt, it wasn't the greatest of, well, not the greatest, but it wasn't the highest of field kill game for that team. Look at that. They were actually caught up by Team Insider in the number of field kills they have, 23 and 23. But the point difference is going to be 6. It all comes from the placement point that Team Headbutt is able to get 2 first places in a row. So a really, really good setup from Team Headbutt. Good game from Team Insider as well. We are having ourselves quite a series here already. Game number 2, and we're seeing some of these Hyunwoo compositions actually having a little bit of problems, right? It's mainly third party, but we'll still call it a little bit of a problem. Either way, Super, that was game number 2, and you know what that means. We're going to go on a break. We'll be back with games 3 and 4 for Group C, so don't go anywhere. So actually, do go somewhere. Go grab some water and go grab some snacks, and take a stretch while you're at it as well. We'll be back for games 3 and 4.
Take care.
어서 가죠. 다음 스테이지로. 어느 자리에 있든 최선을 다한다고 말했죠? 지켜보세요. 제가 성장하는 모습을. 응원법은 숙지하고 왔죠? 사인 요청은 언제든지 환영이에요. 지금은 디자이너가 아닌 아이돌의 사인이에요. 빛나는 별이 되는 건 더 이상 꿈이 아니라고요. 사인이라도 해줄까요? 무대를 방해하는 사람은 용서 못해요. 팬이라면 용서해줄게요. 역시 전 이때가 제일 빛나는 것 같아요. 경호팀은 어디서 뭘 하는 건가요? 허락도 없이 사진 찍지 말라고 했잖아요. 동선이나 멘트는 미리 외워둬야겠죠. 오늘도 최고의 무대였죠? 정의의 히어로 유스티나 등장! 어? 걱정하지 마. 내가 왔어. 에이전트 에이든, 내가 구하러 왔다. 정의의 이름으로 각오하라고. 에이전트 알렉스, 이제 괜찮다. 왜냐고? 내가 왔으니까. 역시 악당들의 냄새가 나는데. 집중 포격! 발사! 나를 누구라고 생각해? 포기하지 않는 게 바로 내 장점이야. 모두 집합! 강한 힘에는 강한 책임을 따르는 법이야. 내 이름은 유스티나. 사람들의 소중한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 아스트라 버스트! 전력을 다해서! 언젠가 누가 말했었지. 평범한 일상으로 돌아가 평범한 생활을 하고 싶다고. 그럼 난 그 평범한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 여기가 히어로의 전장이야. 오늘은 새로운 걸 준비해봤어. 기대되지? 빵! 맛있겠지? 한 줄까? 무슨 꿍꿍이냐고? 글쎄, 알려줄 것 같아? 어리다고 얕봤지? 창피해라. 대신 가요. 있어도 좋고 없어도 좋아. 경찰 아저씨는 없나 보네? 잘됐다. 후슈! 내 이름으로 달아둬. 슝! 숙녀가 공격받는데 가만히 있을 거야? 야옹아, 여기 있니? 자! 오늘은 여기까지. 다음에 또 놀자. 안녕.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 게임캐스터 천시아입니다. 신규 실험체를 집중 탐구해보는 시간, 이터널 리턴 실험체 백과사전이 유스티나로 돌아왔습니다. 석궁을 사용하는 실험체 유스티나는 이동하면서 스킬을 사용할 수 있기 때문에 기동성이 상당히 뛰어난 실험체입니다. 유스티나는 꾸준한 거리 조절과 게이지 컨트롤을 통한 스킬 활용이 굉장히 중요한 실험체입니다. 먼저 유스티나의 스킬 구성을 알아보겠습니다. 유스티나의 스킬 구성은 Q 스킬 연속 포격, 그리고 선멸 포격, W 스킬 집중 포격, E 스킬 부스트 대쉬, 궁극기 아스트라 버스트, 그리고 패시브 스킬인 아스트라 에너지로 구성되어 있습니다.
Alright, let me... Sorry, I'm finishing my piece of bread. Welcome back, everyone. I was eating a sandwich, sorry.
Yeah, we're here back for the Turtle Return Masters Phase 2 Group C Gorgeous. We're just gonna jump straight into it. Looks like should be
Yeah,
right into game number 3.
Maybe it'll give me time to actually finish the sandwich.
Yeah, we do have mine being back on the table. Are we gonna see? Oh, looks like Rum Rebels. They decided maybe we don't play this Hyunwoo Lenny comp because I don't think it actually worked out too well for them. They're just gonna go back to what they're comfortable with. It looks like with the Bianca, Laura, and they're gonna pick the Tazi on top. Oh wait, looks like they're gonna be playing that Mai as well. Oh no, back to Laura. Oh, and Bear is gonna be on that Suwa. Yeah, so we did see this was the team comp that they were running in phase number 1, so I'm not surprised that they are going to be bringing it back, going back to their comfort here. We do have the... Actually, no. We actually don't have the Mai ban here. We actually have 2 Mais and 2 Estelle, so an even split between the 2 tanks.
I think this is a great representation of what we mentioned before going into game number 2, that Estelle is going to be also one of those top tier tank picks. And we're seeing the result of it right here and right now. We originally had 4 Mais, but this time around we're swapping it up for 2 Mais and 2 Estelles instead. I think it's the same teams that actually ran the Mai in game number 1 that swapped over to the Estelle. So you can definitely tell it's kind of like a mix and match between what kind of players and teams are playing the Estelle and the Mai.
Now we still have obviously the 6 protocols from these teams. Looks like Rum Rebel is going to be the other team that's not going to be utilizing it, but yeah, protocol such a strong augment right now. Definitely have to be running it if you are playing in competitive. I would say it's really good. Just provides your team so much extra tankiness and so much extra utility. So I have to see how these other teams are going to play around that. As yeah, like you said, no bans, but a lot of duplicates. 2 Mais, 2 Estelles, 2 Hearts, 2 Suas, and yeah, no real ban coming through.
Yeah,
2 Subamids. 2 Subamids too.
I'm a little bit worried for Team Rump Rebels. Do you think this comp works in a lobby like this?
I think playing comfort is probably a lot better.
Yeah,
than,
that's
what they've
true.
been playing already. So we have to see if they are going to be able to utilize it. We actually also have 2 Lauras as well. So yeah, a lot of duplicate picks.
Okay, we'll see how it goes. It's been this group specifically has been chock full of initiations and aggression, right? It's a lot more different than what we've seen so far in the group stages during groups A and B, where most of the early game has been dominated by a lot more picks more so than team fights. Group C has been predominantly organized around team fighting all over the place, starting from day number 1, and we just keep team fighting. But the macro plays on these teams are so incredible. If we see this many team fights, usually in any other groups, we probably won't have that many teams still alive by the end of it. But as you mentioned in game number 2, 8 teams alive by the end. That is an incredible feat, especially in the
Yeah. 8 teams all the way going into the final, basically the final zone. So yeah, it was a little tough for them. Not too many gonna be able to dodge out on Taeyang. Taeyang tried to look for a kill there onto the Samami, but not gonna be able to find it. It's gonna be the one to fall instead. On the top side though, Loken, great blink away, but is going to make the distance a little too much for him to really catch up onto the Estelle. So looks like the side of Team Demon Drive, they're gonna be able to get away here. Taeyang gonna respawn though in Cemetery. Maybe look for an angle onto Bintum, but Bintum basically playing with fire here, trying to look for the Hearts. Taeyang in the angle does find it. Very nicely played by Taeyang. Actually, he's standing behind the wall, and basically Loken and Cinema baited Bintum in because they actually couldn't see Taeyang, and Taeyang charging up his Q was able to just instantly jump on in and get that pick.
Yep. Okay, Dongye trying to run away. Natsune will not fall as the exclusive is actually going to come through. Jino also sitting on half HP, but the distance has already been made. I don't think Weed's going to necessarily be in any trouble. The Nimrod's getting taken now. Never mind, Tsubame will get caught out. Yugurama's secret technique down to cut down fellow, actually, Igarashi. Okay, well, that is exactly what ends up happening in Eternal Return sometimes. You just kill a fellow student, or I guess a clone of herself. Yeah, that. So cool stuff. Good kills going around for multiple teams across the board. Actually, Gyeonggi NH sitting on 2, Auto Arms also sitting on 2. So our 2 National League teams are gonna have that exact benefit. Actually, not National League teams, but I guess our Eternal Return Master veterans. Auto Arms is not a National League team as far as I'm aware. So cool stuff. 3 kills now for Team Auto Arms.
I'm kind of surprised Auto Arms isn't a National League team. You know, like they got a lot of good performance under their belt, but it might be due to the fact that I think maybe because like Taeyong and Sad Hands, they're pretty young, so maybe they can't be like pro players just yet. Maybe I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure there too, but either way, for Team Auto Arms, I don't know how the new format for National League is going to work. It might be oversaturated already if they keep the same format as last season, right?
I think they are adding, what I heard is, I'm pretty sure they're adding more teams.
Oh,
I'm
that'd be
not
fun.
entirely sure.
If anything, Super Cup had a lot more teams in there, so if they're running something similar to that, yeah, they can definitely accommodate more teams. Either way though, for now we're worried about ERM, as Leshu's going to try their best to run away. They actually will, navigating through the little maze that was Team Auto Arms' set up inside a chapel. We'll be able to just kind of skedaddle on out of there, keep their styles and lives intact, because we got about 30 seconds to go before day number 2. First sets of objectives will begin to spawn soon. A lot of teams actually just not at objectives. That's actually a little bit of a common occurrence we've seen throughout the course of Group Stage C. Not too many fights over objectives. We've seen some, but it's not as hectic as some of the other groups have been.
Now we do have a meteorite spawning in here in police station. Do we have a contest? It looks like Team Demon Drive definitely want to look for an angle in here. A great kite back coming out from the side of Team OUOB. We're going to get Team Umu just slowly zoning them off there with the Evo as well. Oh, it looks like the side of Team Insider. I think the Della was a little too far forward and gets completely picked off, as Team Epoch going to be able to pick that one up.
Okay, well, okay, so I guess we are going to start having a little bit of those objective contests, or maybe not, I don't know. The Adela just kind of blew up. So good stuff.
Yeah, I think the Adela was just a little mispositioned, is my guess. Ooh, a nice item there coming from the side of Team Gaeyoung Innate. They're always able to get these early game transitions from these walls, so definitely going to be sitting in a nice spot. Team Auto Arms already grouped up. Magnani trying to contest for these wolves there. Is going to be able to grab one, and actually going to try jumping on into Cinema, but Taeyong was right there in time, and Magnani going to get immediately punished as Team Auto Arms going to pick up another kill, sitting on 4 kills already in day number 2.
This lobby has been really good with actually punishing teams that are running slightly, I guess, not standard executions of some of these early to mid-game macro gameplay, right? I think this is probably the group that we've seen the most actually be able to punish split farming quite effectively during night number 1. We're seeing people being split apart like this also being punished 100%. Talitac stack gets cancelled by the Dan's Bakari, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. The execution of some of these teams to try to punish these teams that are playing very unconditionally is really working out. You're going to see another set of fight. This is a full-on team fight, as Seiko will be able to pick up the item, whatever was inside the box. Dongye is on the backside, but there is no damage to follow up on this. Byung looking for a possible potential. They have
there's a full combo. There we go.
Goes Bintum just waiting perfectly for the opportunity to knock that down. The Felix gets obliterated, and the Estelle will follow suit. Well played from Team Insider, and they do manage to get the 4 score they built and got from the console, or did they steal that?
Yeah, very nicely played by the Nikki. I think the Nikki was just trying to bait the Felix, because usually you don't want to ult the Felix, because the Felix has the ultimate to, you know, bypass any CC from the combo. But because the Felix came in a little too short, I don't think there was too much of a window for the Felix to react there. So, and a great follow-up from Team Insider to just immediately follow up on the Felix once they got chain CC'd, and not much Bindum can really do there.
Uh-oh, this is not looking good. Dongye's gonna have to just completely book it, but Taeyong is right there to intercept, and goodbye, Dongye. Series gonna be the last one alive. These stagnated death timers is just not gonna be good for Team Demon Drive, man. They're also sitting on 0 kills. Same thing for Team Rump Rebels. 2 teams that really look for aggression in the earlier stages of the game sitting on 0 is just not that great of a sign. Taeyong in a little bit of trouble himself will finally get taken down, as Epoch is gonna be able to pick that one up.
Engage.
Another fight on the north side of the map. Team Headbutt duking it out up against Team OUOB. OUOB not going to be able to find anything, but the health bar exchanges between OUOB and Team Headbutt is actually really good, but the Spring Trap is there to intercept. Okay, Phase Vortex does slow down multiple members, but Elaine is just going to be able to twirl herself on out of there. I don't think this team is ever going to catch up to Eleni. Goodbye, my friends. Good damage exchange. OUOB will retain control, but no kills picked up instead.
There's a nice engage from the Alina, but unfortunately the Hyunwoo was already chunked down to like half HP, so no real follow-up there for the side of Team Headbutt, but looks like they want to retake this fight here. I think there was some investments used from the side of Team OUOB, so maybe they want to look for the re-engage. Yeah, the blink already down on the heart here, so if the Alina can maybe find an angle in with the Hyunwoo, they should be able to just find an angle onto the backline. Here's the engage. Gonna be able to go on to Umu. Gonna get completely frozen, I think. Oh, wait a second. On the top side, yeah, on the bottom side here, Nemri is actually gonna be able to completely one-shot the Hyunwoo as let's get from the side of Team Headbutt. They basically split their attention. Nemri just able to just go on in and kill the Hyunwoo by himself. Is on 4 items already with that Vigor guitar, so just able to deal so much damage.
Yeah, wonderful tonight indeed. It's nighttime. It was wonderful. Subarashi, I guess, for the Heart. When was the last time you saw Heart actually just run past an Elena that initiated onto your team? She just ran straight past them to go for the kills. Their eyes were locked in, and I just love the play. Good stuff coming around for Team OUOB. We'll see if more success is going to happen, but day 3 is going to begin with in a whole heap of trouble, but the damage output is good. The Twilight is incredible. The Helipax is there at least for now to recover. Jinho way too out of the fight. So many health bars blinking red at the moment. Epoch also in a little bit of trouble themselves too. Yeah, but Weed is in trouble. This artist is going to be permanently able to poke out. That is a beautiful totem play. Lily is good, but Tazu's still on the chase. Look at the health bar for the members. Epoch is going to lose out, and Ragas trying to turn things around, but Weeds will most likely fall. Oh man, that's just not a great place to be. What a recovery from Team Gyeonggi Innate. It seemed very desperate for a moment there as Gino gets taken down to about, what, I think 100 HP for himself. But they recover. The Arda keeping himself so healthy, he's able to permanently poke out the members of Team Epoch. No heals allowed on that side. When the Tsubame comes back, it's just way too difficult to overcome the HP differences.
Oh, you see the Estelle is right there to catch Natsume on the engage there or on the jump pad, but looks like no, the White Lily didn't connect. The White Lily didn't get the full
they're coming, the team's coming.
Length of the White Lily, but wait a second, yeah, they're maybe able to turn Ignite a little too far out.
Watch for the Nimrod.
Overextended onto this team. Is going to be able to tank up a lot of damage though and live long enough for Jinho to just jump on in with the ultimate as well. Going to be able to close the distance there, and I think Wade is trying to run away.
This is actually so big.
Another minus 200 for the side of Team Epoch.
Minus 215 actually, because we called in the camera to try using Catwalk out, but it didn't happen. So minus 215, he'll be able to use the camera later. Reina the Vampire Queen is in. Bintum is going to be able to get out. Halifax that will knock up Sevi, but I think the fight is kind of over. I'm pretty sure both of these teams really don't want to fight, especially without the Reina the Vampire Queen. Sylvia Tire is not really going to land on anything. Health bar is looking good for Team Demon Drive. Do you really push this? I know that Reina the Vampire Queen is unavailable.
The is down, so I think you definitely send it here. It looks like that is exactly what Team Demon Drive want to do. They want to take the team fight, but there is a lot of walls. Sebi can maybe look for a turn here. Kvalahis is also down for another 10 or so seconds, but once the cooldowns come back, Team Rump Rebels can just pull the trigger and get a nice turn.
Rump Rebels still keeping themselves alive. Low kill count so far, but they're still scaling, and that's really good. The only thing I'm worried about is that Team Headbutt is also scaling too. I don't know if that team is going to be able to deal super well with Team Headbutt, but we'll see. Maybe the Sua difference is going to be the thing that we do need to see, similar to last game. Bear trying to initiate. He does end up landing the... Oh, okay, wait a second. Reina the Vampire Queen is pretty good. Wako's still keeping himself alive. Unfortunately, will eventually fall. Bintum actually falls eventually too. Bear in a little bit of trouble, but Sebi with the rotations. Oh no! Sebi miscalculated, and the Estelle res timer is going to allow Bintum to come back, and the White Lily sheer.
The White Lily, wow.
What a play, what a play.
Yeah, the Sylvia just able to find an angle onto the backline, just able to kill the Sua, so very nicely played by Team Demon Drive. Fortunately, the Reign of the Vampire Queen did connect onto 2, but no follow-up with the Desanguine Javelin. Just not able to get it onto anyone, not able to let that stick. So will be Rump Rebels, fortunately, minus 400 for that team. They're looking at the critic counter. You have to wonder, you know, if they had an extra maybe 2-4 scores, I think that definitely would have been able to swing the fight into their favor.
Yeah, oh, it's so rough, man. It really is, right? It's always Rum Rebels as well. We've talked about this multiple times in the past, especially during phase number 1. They're always sitting on some massive heaps of credits. And it's not like they were looking for blood samples. They were missing a couple of transitions here and there. We were talking about the 4 scores, but you were going, what the hell just happened to the Lenny? There was just no contest on that one. Headbutt is in a little bit of trouble. Demon Drive seems to have finally found an answer, and it's just kill the Lenny. It's exactly what you said. Just kill the
once the Lenny is down, just not enough sustain, I think, for the side of Team Headbutt. And yeah, it looks like Team, like you said, Team Demon Drive was just able to find that. Looks like Team Epoch is going to find Team Rump Rebels on the res here. They are going to be pretty weak because they did end up losing 400 credits. A random Dapper Queen is going to be sent in onto the Laura. Looks like the exclusive was just able to pull her out, so both teams are just going to decide to back on out of here. A lot of teams in this zone, they got to make sure they don't get third party.
It's the same problem with Bianca, man. And once the Reign of the Vampire Queen is gone, your fighting capabilities are just so low. All the teams are dealing with this Reign of the Vampire Queen so well throughout the course of this game. And this looks like trouble. Demon Drive sitting in the middle of multiple teams. They're full split. Helitak's 2 regroup back. Beautiful play from Team Demon Drive. They will get themselves on out. Although I do see Heckbutt looking to fight them again at the entrance of Forest.
Great awareness for all of these teams to just recognize, you know, there's teams nearby. They don't want to be in that position to be to getting third partied. So yeah, all these teams, you kind of just see them spread away like ants when when they see there's another team like right under them, or if this team is going to basically run into another team, because you know, you never know. You never know as the player chasing if that team just decides to just turn on you, and you know, you're going to be the one that's kind of in trouble.
Indeed, it's such heads-up play from all of these teams. Once again, the reason why we have 8 out of 24. Right, Super? It's day number 4. Wick's about to spawn, and we're still sitting at a full lobby of teams and players. 24 and 8.
Still. 8 teams still, but we see team fighting still happening pretty consistently here. There's Random Drama Queen. It is going to be invested already. Not that much damage onto the side of Team Headbutt. So if Team Headbutt can maybe look for an angle back in, it looks like a great spell shield and a great double knockup coming out from Sebi. Wow, he actually kills both the members of Team Headbutt. Both the Alina and the Hyunwoo is going to go down there, as Lenny's going to be the last one alive.
How dare I doubt Rump Rebels Comfort Pick. You talked about it earlier. Comfort Picks are just better here in this case for Team Rump Rebels. We'll pick up a couple, but inside of Forest, Wick line is going to get contested. Kyunggi and 8's going to pick that one up. Jino trying to push forward as much as possible. Remember, this team has the art. If they want to go for it, it could be a little bit annoying. Okay, Jino, he's thinking about it.
Oh my
the kill
god!
Goes over onto that. Although Subami is dead. Wait a second. Logan's trying his best to get away. He's got the white lily.
Subami's alive.
Oh wait. Oh, what happened?
Yeah, he just played that so well. He like dashed in, dashed out, and he dashed back in. Like, wow, that was really, really well played by Loken there. Just able to navigate that fight so well with his substitutes and using his blink as well on top. So, wow, what a massive blast.
Auto Arms is safe.
Yeah, Auto Arms going down again. You're right. That is a disaster. And on the side, on the top side here, it's gonna be Team OUOB gonna get the upper hand onto Team Epoch here with this triple backline team.
Gets the damage down. I think Natsume actually ended up getting taken down before the fight even began. The white lily attempt from the backside off of the Laura was a really, really nice attempt, but Natsume was already dead. So effective 2v3 by the end of that fight, it's just not going to happen. Really unfortunate for the members of Epoch, because the fight looked pretty decent if it wasn't for the Subami getting wiped out by the laser. So well played from OUOB.
Yeah, and Team OUOB, they are sitting in a corner here though, and I think Team Insider have the knowledge, and they're going to try looking for an angle in. Oh my god, he just completely chunked down by the Eva. Oh my god. Where did his HP bar go? Completely eviscerated by the Eva damage. It's just a 4-4 score. 3 pen items, having that core tier as well. It's just way too much damage for the Sua to basically tank through.
I'll be real with you. Nemery has gotten much more confident in his hard gameplay. I don't know if you remember in season 5 and 4, Nemery was playing usually behind Umu and actually capitalizing on Umu's damage output. But this time around, he's sitting up in front. Dude, this guy's blinking in to finish people off. I've never seen him do that in previous seasons. I love this new version of Nemery. He's playing so well.
The hard damage as well was, on top, I think, is what sealed the deal, obviously. It's like, it's just way too much damage for Magnani to really basically go through. So, Insider, ooh, they are going to be able to get the res here, but Rump Rebels, they definitely do know there is a team here. They want to look for this engage. Looks like Bear is going to get some damage off. A lot of damage in 3-man stun. But there's no follow-up though, and they're going to actually focus onto Sebi here. There's all Twilight is going to connect onto one. Magnani is going to be able to trade. A lot of damage is going to go back up. The Great Dark Queen is going to come back in, but there's way too much sustain. The Bear does end up connecting the Don Quixote onto Magnani, and it is going to be Team Rebel is going to be the one to come out on top.
What a play. What a play, seriously, from Sebi. I mean, he almost looked like the ended, but his microing just spacing perfectly around some of these skills. I think the checkmate still hits, but he's able to always just kind of tiptoe into. Oh no! Oh, come on, man! They just came out of some incredible fight. Bear's gonna get taken down. Of course, it's Kyungi NA right there to intercept. But still, I mean, the play from what is it? Sebi was really good. He's always just kind of like tiptoeing at the edge of these Twilight Heist hitboxes, and he's always able to pull people back in. Wako in a little bit of trouble. He gets interrupted in a third party. Man, what is this? OUOB pushing in. Never sitting up at the front side. Peacemaker to bring things along. The shield is forced out from Kyungi NA as well. That's the weak team. OUOB, you guys are going crazy.
See, once again, once you die to Team Gang NA, like once you die to an Ardo team, you can't get away. Ardo will just infinitely use their Nimrod gates in and just completely chase you down and close the gap. So Gang NA gonna be able to. I think they ended up getting that kill as well. They ended up getting that Bianca. So sitting on 9 vehicles for themselves. Really, really nice. I think they are going to decide to go to the bottom side and contest for this bottom zone. Team Headbutt looks like they don't want to fight the Wood team, and they're just going to go up to archery.
This is heavy contest for the middle of the pack, Super. I'm seeing so many teams right now that are genuinely sitting at the middle to the bottom part of the score sheet, fighting for their tournament lives right now. When I say tournament lives, you don't necessarily end it off of the group stages, but of course, your chances of staying and potentially winning gets higher the further and further you're able to just skip the knockout stages. OU will be trying desperately right now, pushing away the members of Team Headbutt, but they have nowhere to go.
So
their
low,
timers is just, not in any favor.
OUOB.
Look at the top.
Oh no, they're gonna have to push into this Eva. The Eva is just gonna completely wipe the floor. You cannot push into an Eva through a corridor and a choke. The Eva, yeah.
Well, that is just the fate of some of these melee players, and you gotta make better decisions on what kind of tight corridors to walk in against the Eva. That one laser will just cover the entirety of that corridor. They just walk straight into it, so really brutal for Team Headbutt. The entirety of archery range also freely in the hands of OUOB. I think the only other two that were sitting inside is Insider and Rump Rebels. They're both solos. They're not killing the triple backliners. It all comes down to how this specific area works out. Demon Drive versus Kyungi NA. Jinho with a beautiful ultimate just completely denies the Estelle initiation. They're still alive though. Damage exchange is not that bad. Both Estelles taking pretty low, but Helitaxstat only invested from Ignite. I think Tongye had to force use it on himself. The problem is a lot of ultimates being invested from both sides is going to make it much more difficult to keep yourself safe. There is no second chance now. Whatever mistakes you make, it's over. 9 seconds left for the Estelle instead of Demon Drive.
Oh my god,
on the backside just gets annihilated.
Yeah, he's just breaking ankles left and right here. Like it's crazy. It's crazy.
Well,
the Tsubame just able to navigate the fight so well. Like you said, got the ultimate right past the Estelle and then completely focused the Estelle down. And the Estelle's shield was facing in the opposite direction, so didn't get any damage reduction for a lot of the auto attacks. And at the very end there, Team Demon Drive, they tried to look for the Tsubame, but the Tsubame just, teleported left and right with their substitutes. It's just a little too hard to catch this character.
And now we are down to our final zone. This might be one of the few rare cases where with a standard composition, Arda actually might use the Nimrod's Gate a little bit more aggressively. Kyunggi Innate still does have to be careful though. There's a lot of outrange that OUOB can do. Nimrod's Gate isn't really going to get that much effective poke out either thanks to the shields that come from the Priya. This is eventually going to come to a situation where Kyunggi Innate's just going to have to send it, and there they go. A9 going to send it, but taking down to half HP instead. Nobody on the side of OUOB in any danger. Dazu taking down to half HP as well. Jinho trying desperately, but there is nothing he can do.
The problem with Gyeong Innate is their range is really short range. They have a lot of short range damage with Arda and Tsubame, but yeah, they're just getting completely that range. Wait a second, Jinho does have an angle in, is able to jump on in, but the ultimate, the Peacemaker is just going to keep them all alive, and the laser from Ooh is just way too much damage, and it's going to be OUOB coming out and winning game number 3 with this triple range comp. So we have another triple backline team on our hands here, looks like, and we get the Eva cutscene. Ooh, wow.
It's been a very long time since we saw OUOB having that victory pose, but they are going to be able to get it with a massive 13 kill banger by the end of it. 14, I apologize, by the end of it. That's going to be a really big confidence booster going into our final game. They needed this. Absolutely, because their scorers haven't exactly been the greatest. So this kind of a banger game in game number 3 is going to give you massive confidence. It's going to give you a solid foundation going into the next game for the overall point totals that you have. So you're not going to have to play in the earlier stages and knockout stages most likely. They just need to have one more decent game. And off of this game alone, I think they can absolutely do it. This Priya value is gaining so much because usually Nimrod's Gate is really good at poking people down. We've seen it in tons of Arda games in the past, especially during this specific phase already. But the shields from Priya makes it pretty much nullified. And shield cooldowns are a lot shorter than Nimrod's Gate is.
Yeah, and Sentinel as well, just on top. There's so much shielding coming out from Priya. And you can't really dive in because of the Echoes of the Earth. I think it's just a bad matchup for Team Gyeong Innate. You know, they just get completely outranged. Tsubame already having short range herself, and an Arda as well. His range isn't that big where you have to walk up to use like your dice and your Q. So yeah, OUOB just able to completely poke them down with the Priya and the Eva, and definitely worked out in their favor there.
Eventually you have to go though as Kyunggi Innate, and this is one of the reasons why I'm saying that this lobby has one of the best macro I've seen. That team did it. Eventually they sent it. Once they got their health bars back up, they immediately sent it. That's the right call. You have to do it. The only problem is so many people were a little bit hesitant on the initiation, and I understand exactly why. That A9 just kind of went by himself, gets half of his HP chunked down, and then the fight has to reset again. You're looking for another opportunity. They send it again, but the positioning from OUOB is just so fantastic. There is nobody that both Jinho can capitalize on. The artist stuck in a corner, and Nemery again playing like a madman right now is using flingers in on an Arda as an ADC late game. That's crazy. Yeah.
I'm excited to see the scoreboard now because I think Team OUOB was on the bottom end of this scoreboard. So it's going to shape up a lot with OUOB, being able to win that one out with 14 kills. Team Gyeong Innate, I think, was already, in the top 3. They had a nice performance as well, second place with 11 kills for themselves. So definitely, it looks like we're actually just gonna jump into the scoreboard here. Insider is actually gonna be the one in first place. Oh wow, wasn't expecting that. Insider gonna be in first with 42. Headbutt now down into second place with 41. Gyeong Innate in third with 38. OUOB in fourth with 35. So it's a pretty top heavy in the top 4. They have a lot of the points, but even 5th, 6th, and 7th, 24, 23, 21, they're still in range. Maybe to get into the top 4, but maybe not. Maybe a little too far away for first place.
Team Epoch struggling. 6 total field kills, 6 total points. It just has not been their day so far. They're going to have to step things up to potentially at least maybe make it out of one knockout stage. 15, the point difference is...
Yeah, 15 is a little... It's quite a bit, and they are in 8th place as well, so... Not expecting too much, but maybe they could get that miracle game and get, like you said, get themselves a couple more placements so they don't have to play 30 to 40, 36 games, I think.
Yeah, and no, I don't want to throw any shade or anything, but I saw a tweet from Weed saying that it's gonna be a new face of Epoch today. It definitely is a new face of Epoch. I'm gonna be real. I didn't expect them to struggle this much because all those players are seasoned veterans. Maybe it's just the way that the lobby is set up today. This is the reason why I say it's a new face. It's not the norm for these guys, right? That's what I want to get at. Maybe game number 4 will be something else entirely. They've been getting really unlucky with these third parties, although I guess the real receiver of that is Auto Arms. They keep ending 8th towards the end of the game.
That is true. That is true. Yeah, they keep getting the short end of the stick in these final zones and stuff.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see if they are going to be able to bounce it back here, but I think we're actually just going to jump straight into game number 4, Shuvi. It looks like Auto Arms is going to go back to their, or is just going to stick with their My Heart and Yon comp. OUOB going to be playing the same thing as well. We have a lot of teams basically sticking with what they've already been playing.
Not Snake, okay. Alright, I was gonna say Magnus would have been pretty funny, but let's see a normal composition. Weed sitting on William, okay. Weed sitting on Nadine, okay. Not exactly the type of characters that I would normally expect him to play. But if this William does go through, and it's not, okay, so everything I just said is going to be completely for naught. That's exactly why, by the way, because usually Weed's an Adela player, so this is something that I would normally expect him to play with the composition like Epoch is running. So yeah, I got a little bit baited there, but it's okay. Double Adela's in this lobby, double Laura's in this lobby.
Double Lena, double
Elena, double
Estelle, double Heart.
Do you have a double
Sua.
Mai? No double Mai, wow.
No double Mai, no double Mai, no? Looks like they swapped over. Yeah, a lot of duplicates once again coming in for the final round here. Looks like most teams are just going to be sticking with what they know how to play, what they're used to. Staying on comfort picks is definitely a lot better than branching out and playing something you're a little unfamiliar with, especially in a high lobby like this. So we have to see how these teams do end up playing their team comp into the rest of the lobby here.
Absolutely, and I would really do wonder for Team Auto Arms, are they going to end the night with yet another third party going 8th place again? It's not really Auto Arms' fault either, right? I think they're playing fights extremely well. Taken is definitely missing a few of his combos, which is, again, uncharacteristic. He's actually missing quite a few of them, and that's the real strange part today. But every single time they get knocked down is because there's a third party with a bunch of teams sitting inside 2 or 3 constricted zones.
Yeah, there's been a lot of teams, into the later stages into the game, which is not what you usually see in these lobbies. You usually always see maybe 2 or 3 teams being eliminated in the early stages early stages of the game. But it's been pretty consistent for this group where we've seen it's like 7 to 8 teams after day number 5, even when like reses are turned off. So it's a little hard to play around these or so many teams in the sense where you kind of just have to expect a team to be in every corner and every zone you walk into. So you can't really take safe team fights.
Actually, funny enough, now that I think about it, have we seen a single camera view of any labs this series?
I think we've seen like one. I'm not entirely sure.
And that's crazy, right? Because all of the other groups we've seen so far, it's been like a norm to see a bunch of lab rotations. But because this specific group is just constantly duking it out over and over and over and over and over again, apparently it says group stage A at the top right. That's wrong. But that's besides the point.
We should be group stage C, but
there is no chance for us to ever see labs because everyone's fighting all the time.
Yeah, so there's still like these teams are still consistently fighting, but I think they're just playing well enough to not get wiped off the map. And yeah, it just goes to show you the skill level of this group here. A lot of damage gonna go to the side of the Alina. And Alina is gonna fall. Team Purple is gonna get that early game kill. It looks like Team Epoch, they still want to look for some more despite their Alina not being alive. It looks like the Alina is gonna spawn on top, gonna be down half HP, getting it on top side here. A great ultimate gonna be invested from the Heart. Oh, Jinho actually gets pushed out of the Heart ultimate, and it will be Tia gonna be the one to take them out there. So a nice 2 kills going to the side of Team Auto Arms.
Yep, that's exactly what they're running the Yam for. Every single time we've seen the combo so far, it hasn't exactly worked because Taken keeps pushing people into a wall. That's all fine and dandy, we're finally seeing it. Fight inside of Hospital, Junragus trying to fight it out up against two members of Rump Rebel. They will be able to knock the Laura down eventually, whereas Weed in a lot of trouble himself.
The Alina
will
is
get
just...
taken down too.
Or sorry, Lower the top side, or the lower from Rump Rebels was able to just 1v2 Epoch. And yeah, unfortunately, third party gonna come in from the side of Team Auto Arms. So Team Auto Arms gonna be able to pick up one member of the side of Team Rump Rebels. So one kill going over to the side of Rump Rebels, and one kill going to the side of Team Auto Arms.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Night one has begun. We'll see what objectives are able to get taken, at least when it comes to objectives, I mean animals, right? Wako in a whole heap of trouble. Bear also in a little bit of trouble too, but it's a bit of an earlier stage of the game that the Sylvia is not probably going to be able to kill the Sua, right?
Oh,
there's the blink
great
in with the front flip. They're really looking for the kill onto the Sua. I think they might not be able to get it. All right, blink is kind of OP.
Yeah, speed gate, blink with the speed gate is a little too much for Demon Drive to chase there. It is a Sua as well, having those dashes. It's gonna be a little hard. We actually do have Epoch gonna find Magnani here. Great spell shield. Can they turn? No. It looks like Magnani is gonna go down as Epoch picks up another kill. Exactly what they need. They need these points, and they need it bad if they want to get a couple more placements here, so they don't have a rough opener for ERM phase 2.
Kara just really knows how to deal well with Suas, but on the flip side, they're all split farming right now. Majority of the Sua deaths we've seen so far in this game is because they're isolated and away from their teammates, which is perfectly fine every now and then. It is night number one, a little bit further in, so that timers will be long. Peacemaker invested. Loken, oh my god, he is trying to knock everything. There's the exclusive too. He's still alive. We'll finally get taken down by a scroll. Cinema is trying to kill Dasu. I mean, both teams should be okay. Nimrod's gate out. Alright, I guess the fight inside a cemetery is just that.
A9 should die.
A9 will die indeed. And inside Factory, Headbutt ends up losing a member. That's kind of crazy. Rump Rebels, hey man, they got 4 kills before day number 2. It's their win time. It's their win time. Win condition
bets. That is true. Every time we see them get these early game kills, they always look really strong to the mid to late game. So exactly what they need. But oh wow, it looks like it is going to be Rump. Wait a second, they're on the same team. I thought they were on the same team for a second. They jumped on in, got the wolves, got the transition as well. Oh, actually no, it was the Alina that it didn't end up picking up the meteorites. And looks like Rump Rebels or Sebi gonna bite off a little more than he can chew. Gonna fall down there as the Bianca is gonna fall down to the Hyunwoo on the other side as well.
The HP colors look so similar.
Yeah, I thought they're the same team for a second. I thought they're all doing it together, but no, they're actually on separate teams there. Looks like Team Auto Arms is gonna find the side of Team Headbutts. A lot of damage coming out from Leshu. Gonna try to kill Taeyong maybe. Gonna jump back on in. And does actually kill Taeyong. Actually is gonna be able to get away as well. Maybe Loken can find a slow here. Gonna dash on in. Blink is gonna be back up just momentarily here, I think. Loken should be able to blink on in, get the slow onto the guitar skill. Very nicely played. Leshu gonna get there. Wait! Headbutts down!
No, not like this. Dude, Team Headbutt, they had such a great start to the day, and then all of a sudden, after game number 1, they just slowly progressed to kind of...
Delaney got caught out by Rump Rebels, and they're wiped.
Wow, okay. Well, that's not exactly the way that I anticipated this game to go. Team Headbutt, for now, they're in first. I think,
yeah,
right?
I don't think there actually does Insider have enough points.
They got 1. They just need 2 more in order. No, they just need 1 more.
I don't think they're getting end first. Yeah, they had, like you said, they had such a great start to the day. They had like a 15 kill game number 1, but unfortunately, just not able to hold out here as the rest of the lobby. I guess they kind of found out. They kind of adapted to the Lenny Hyunwoo. They've seen it time and time again. Looks like Team Rump Rebels are going to send it on in. They try to look for an angle in. There's the Queen combo going to land onto Sebi there. Sebi going to fall. A lot of damage, but not enough to kill them. There's a spell shield from the Sua. Going to be able to keep Sebi alive. Very nicely played. Laura's going to get some return damage back. Are they going to kill the Bianca? Yes, they do get the trade, so it will be a 1-for-1 trade. Unless Bear has anything to say about this. Going to try to kill Laura. Great sidestep from the Laura. They're going to be able to use the jump on out. Bear is going to still chase, though. Another great sidestep again coming out from the Laura. Don't think the Sua is going to be able to connect. The Sua should have a Don Quixote there. And ooh, nice bookmark. And the second one is going to connect. And Bear is going to be able to get that. So a 2-for-1 trade going to the side of Team Rumble.
Well played. Gung will get taken down. Insider is
Insider's
actually
gone.
wiped. Wait, hold on a
Headbutt.
second.
Okay,
Hold on.
Headbutt's in first place.
Really? That's how it goes? Are you kidding me? Alright, well, so for now, Team Headbutt is in first place by just 1 point. We'll see if any other teams are able to overcome them, because Kyunggi right now is also sitting on 39 at the moment, although Arda is by himself. He should be fine, at least for the time being. OU will be also in a little bit of trouble themselves, sitting on 35 points. Siri gets the front flip. Do they get access to the Priya? Absolutely not. Myungju will get out. Good stuff.
Yeah, actually, I think the Heart's going to go back on to the Sylvia here, but the Sylvia does have that bike. Just going to be able to bike on out of there, has the full bar as well. Can choose to just disengage, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Taeyong on the top side. Auto Arms, they're sitting on 9 field kills for themselves. They want to make sure they come back, and they want to make sure they have a strong game number 4.
Yeah, let's see. Where are they at right now? 24. They're sitting on 31 at the moment.
No. They're in 21. They're 7th.
Oh, you're talking about Auto Arms. Oh, Auto Arms. I thought you were talking about Ramp Bubble. Sorry. Yeah, 30 for them. That's a good headway, right? It's still a long way to go. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, especially considering it's Auto Arms, but they have the start they need. And now with the items they could potentially start getting, although I will say the kills are kind of early, so when it comes to the overall value of those kills, it's not exactly too much when you look at it from the scope of the game specifically. When you look at it from the scope of the tournament, yes, it's good, but inside of the game itself, it's not exactly the most optimal.
Yeah, because you don't get the extra credits that you know the other players would have into the later parts of the game, but it's still a decent bit, right? Like you still get the 15 kill credit when you get a kill, 5 for an assist, and then if they do have any extra items, you know, you do get maybe about like 20, maybe about 40 if they do have 1 or 2 items here and there. But we actually do have a team fight coming into our hands here. Rump Rebels is gonna try to look for Team Epoch. Epoch is gonna try to get the box. They do actually end up getting it, but the Laura is actually gonna be able to get a 3-man. There's the Reign of the Vampire Queen as well, but oh, wait a second. It looks like Sebi actually overextended here, and both the Lauras end up going down. They actually get the body as well, so it will just be a 1-for-1 trade. And I think that it will be going in favor of Epoch, because Epoch did end up getting the box as well. Actually, no, the Laura had the item, I think. So the Laura is actually going to lose out on the item, and it's going to be Rump Rebels going to be the one to claim the item for themselves. Yep, it was a meteorite. Bianca did end up picking that up. And they get a nice 1-for-1 trade.
I've actually forgotten how much damage Adela's combination does to bodies. I thought the body was going to be fine for Sebi, but no, he gets obliterated. Still in the end of a 1-for-1 trade. It's not that bad of a deal for both of the teams, unfortunately. As you mentioned, Epoch ends up losing the item that they managed to pick up from the box because the Laura gets taken down. It's fine though. They should be able to grab the Laura back very, very soon. Unless this Hyperloop out of the lab kind of messes with them. That's the only way I think that Epoch is going to be a little bit on the back end, but theoretically speaking, it's only day number 3, and there's also 6 teams alive, one of the least number of teams we've seen at this point for the series, so they should be okay. The map is quite open.
2 teams already off the map, and not characteristic for this lobby. Since the previous lobbies, we've seen it go to 8 teams all the way to final zone, so we're going to have to see maybe how teams adapt to you know, the 6-team lobby, because the map is going to be a lot more open. Gamma was defeated by OUOB, so they will have a nice spike here. Look at how many credits they have. I think they're just going to say, I think going for 3 blood.
Possibly. I mean, what would you put it on, right? Because they do.
Okay.
So 4 score on 1, you say the Priya's credits.
Bloods,
yeah, it should be Heartbreaker and Chaser. I don't think a Priya necessarily needs it. Team Auto Arms in a little bit of trouble. Dance Macabre. Combo rotation is really good. This heart is doing no damage during the duration of the Peacemaker. Loki will be able to get themselves on out. Weed in a little bit of trouble. Jinrog is also in trouble too.
He's gonna go in.
No, not gonna find it. 2-for-0 in favor of Team Auto Arms. Epoch, it just really is not their day today.
Yeah, Epoch. I think Delina found a great engage, forced the Hearts to use their Peacemaker early, but just not enough. No real follow-up there. And yeah, unfortunately the checkmate just barely not hitting the Heart. I think the Hearts, Loken just peeling really, really well. They're just able to walk away from that checkmate. And you know, a lot of the damage from Epoch just wasn't really there.
That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. All reses will come back for the members of Team Epoch, though, slowly moving towards Pawn. I don't think there was anybody within the vicinity, and there was a box inside of that zone will be able to at least recover around 200, maybe if they're lucky a little bit more. Oh, Epoch is running out of time. Rump Rebels, I do see a little bit of a sword. There we go. Inside.
Oh, the
my
double.
God, the double Odyssey and
Bookmark.
the double Twilight Heist. It's
Yeah.
over, man. Epoch is just not having
Wait.
it. Down goes Wako, but the
Wait,
damage
3-1.
dealers on the side of Team Epoch is already dead. Sebi's, not Sebi,
Yeah.
the
Wait. Oh,
Lore
yeah,
is
Sebi
gone.
finds it.
Yeah,
And that's
there it
gonna be
is.
It's gonna be it for Team Epoch. They're gonna go out here. Very nicely played by the Sua, able to, like you said, hit that double Odyssey. And the follow-up from Sebi getting that double Twilight Heist is just way too much value for the side of Team Epoch to handle. Rump Rebels just able to combo off of each other. I think it was the comfort picks. I think they probably should have stuck what they were used to. It is coming out for game number 4, so they are making use of it. They are on 11 kills as well as Team Auto Arms. Gonna try to get as much points as possible in this ball game.
Love it, love it, love it. They're sitting at 35 right now, so tied with what OU will be started with in this game. They're also sitting at 37 at the moment with the total amount of points they have. So again, Rump Rebels still have a little bit of ways to go, but they've already gap closed the amount of points they have in comparison to first place by like 10 at this point. And it's definitely a possibility. They are a team that always look for some of these fights. I talked about how the early game, if they get the early kills, that's a win condition. It seems like it's really coming to fruition right now. They're doing incredible.
Yep. Yeah, 11 kills. They are well on their ways to closing out this lobby. Looks like we do have, oh wow, I don't want to get that blood guitar for that heart. Quick line is either going to be cemetery or fire station. There's going to be the Estella already invested for the side of Team Demon Drive. I think maybe Cation there, maybe they thought they were just going to send it. But blocking out a lot of damage, so not too bad. Cooldowns were invested for Team Demon Drive, but the side of Team Rump Rebels is going to back away.
Okay, Necro, not bad. Sylvia, I thought Sylvia.
They're just gonna jump on over.
Oh my God, Sebi. Okay, well, you don't kill this anymore because Bear's still alive. Seer, you are not 1v1ing this anymore, my friend. Dongye trying to turn this, but it's just not happening. A 1-for-1 trade between the two teams, but in the end, of course, with Team Demon Drive losing Bintum.
Yeah, I'm surprised they jumped over and it worked out in their favor, but that's just the Rump Rebels team comp. They just have so much all-in potential with the Bianca, Sua, and the Laura, so just had really good targeting and just were able to close it out here. Looks like the side of Team Rump Rebels, they're stuck in the middle. They're gonna have to go for it again. No, this is their ultimate again coming out.
Not like this.
They're unfortunately not gonna hit the ult, and that's gonna be it. I think Demon Drive is gonna go. Just gonna be able to wipe the floor with Team Rump Rebels. Bear's gonna try getting away, but the Sylvia. Oh, wow, great buffer from Bear's Don Quixote there. Unfortunately, the Sylvia not gonna be able to connect their knockback on their dash, so Bear's just gonna be able to get the res off. So they're still alive, but another minus, or it's gonna be a minus 400 for the side of Team Rump Rebels.
Why does this always happen to Rump Rebels, man? I swear to God, every single time they're having a really good game, they just get caught out in these really awkward positions. And it's gonna happen again. Kyungi Ine, who was in position to try picking up the Wickle line, they were just gonna be able to pick up the members of Team Rump Rebels
look
instead.
at the credits.
Their credit count is just in shambles, especially with the art
and then,
follow through. Rain of the Vampire Queen is there. White Lily is gonna be there too for Wako. But as you mentioned, there is no credits anymore. Wako's trying to pick something up, maybe trying to salvage this to the best of their abilities. They do have the credits now. 15 on the side, 15 seconds left on the side of Bianca. She's trying desperately to get it to the console over by police station. The only problem is Laura's so far
Laura's
away.
on TP. It's fine. Laura's on TP up, so they should be back in alley here. But another minus 200. Look at the items. The items on the side of Team Rump Rebels are actually not looking too hot here. They're playing down maybe 4 or 5 items. Oh, we know how strong OUOB is. I think if they see Rump Rebels coming into the zone, they're definitely gonna try taking the team fight. It's gonna be really hard for Rump Rebels to find an angle here. You know, playing into the triple backline with that Priya. You know, you're playing that dive comp. You gotta play into this Priya. It's gonna be a little hard here. I don't think so. Yeah, once the Priya ult comes down, it's gonna completely split Sebi, Bear, and the Bianca and Wako out. So.
Yeah, and even
it looks like they're gonna walk the temple. Temple's reopening, so they're definitely gonna get some credits here.
And even if Wako gets a beautiful blink in Reign of the Vampire Queen.
What the?
Oh, wait a second. The rematch between the two teams. Hold on. That's good damage over onto Ing9. Calling card was landed, so the defense shred is there a little bit, but it will disappear. Wako trying to do
stuck
something.
in the middle here. Oh no!
This is trouble. This
Team
is
Demon
trouble.
Drive is walking up.
Gonna get canceled as well. They're
Oh,
in a
no.
whole heap of trouble.
Oh,
They're
wait,
gonna
they're sending it onto-
They're gonna send it. Oh, down goes one. Wapko gets taken down though. It's the same thing that happened earlier. There's the Twilight Eyes will end up getting taken down. Bear's the last one alive on that team, and it seems like Sylvia's going for it. Down he goes. We're not gonna see the dream of Rump Rebels happen at least in this
second,
game.
they're turning.
But the fight
They're
is gonna
on the
go.
Bintum.
Bintum.
Oh,
Yep,
great.
The damage is still there. Remember, it's a 2v3. Nimrod's
Oh, they're
get
going?
in. Can they get it? No, they cannot. And another
third party is
coming
here.
in again. Dazu will get
And it's
taken
Auto
down.
Arms.
Wait, there's too many people down on the side of Demon Drive. Whoa! Team Auto Arms just freely picking up kills left and right.
Yeah, it's going to be Team Auto Arms going to be the one to come out on top. Demon Drive, they had a really good team fight, but unfortunately, another third party, A, B, C, and D. Unfortunately, then they count for the fourth member, or the fourth team going to be in that zone. But wait a second. There's a Lumi
no.
here. Oh, I love this play from Team Auto Arms.
No.
Team Auto Arms just having the awareness that they're just going to go to res, and they get another kill. So well played by Team Auto Arms. Great macro, great awareness. And they're going to be able to pick up that Sylvia. I think they're going to be able to get Bin as well. Bin not going to... Actually, it looks like he will have enough time to come out to the bottom side here. So we'll be... It's just going to go down to our final three teams. Auto Arms, OUOB, and Demon Drive. Unfortunately,
look at this.
Demon Drive, yeah, only a solo.
I mean, he has to walk through a bunch of traps. There's another team waiting there. OUOB is going to intercept that, I think. Okay,
goodbye.
well. We are down to 2. The fastest, quote-unquote, paced game we've had so far in this series is finally we're going to have... Actually... We don't have attempts, so wow. Okay.
I wonder what the scoring is gonna be like. Like it's so close. Rump Rebels got 13. They were in like fifth place. Demon Drive also got 10. Auto Arms sitting with 13 right now, and they could potentially get up to 16. So it's definitely gonna shape up or change up the leaderboards at the very end here. I wonder who's gonna come out on top and where. I would say where Headbutt is gonna end up, because you know, Headbutt having a really strong game number 1. I'm kind of interested to see where they do land on the leaderboards after this game.
Yeah, if OUOB wins this next upcoming fight, then they actually get first. I did the math real quick there. They would end up with a few extra points over Team Headbutt. So OUOB, it's all on you guys. They have the items for this. They have all the transitions in the world. I think it all comes down to Taekyung, right? If Taekyung is able to fight this out well, then there is a possibility this could go.
I mean, it's Cinema and Taeyong, like two really good, you know, people to kind of look for the back line, right?
They're gonna go for
Taeyong
the
obviously having the... it looks like they're just gonna straight up take the fight here.
Because look at what Final Zone is.
Hotel. Yeah, that is true. It is Pawn, right? So don't want to let the other team get the Pawn Final Zone. Playing in a more open space is obviously a lot better. A lot of poke going to the side of Cinema there, really chunked down. About 70% HP. Here's the engage from Loken, and Loken immediately one-shots the Heart, and the Heart isn't even able to get the ultimate off. Oh my god.
Okay, well, OUOB is not getting first today, unless... Wait a second, Ubu. Okay, you're back.
Okay.
Auto Arms with the... Loken, what the hell is that?
Yeah, Loken just completely different oh my god.
That right there, let's be real, it's the David stat check, right? It's the stat differences between the David's upgrade from the damage output from both of them was actually relatively even.
Yeah, I don't even think Number was expecting it, right? Because he didn't even
was...
get his ultimate down in time. He just died in like maybe 2 or 3 auto attacks. Loken just able to find that angle and just obliterates Memory before he even has a chance to play.
That's the ego showing right there, man. And in the end, Loken's ego won it out. Well played to Loken. That right there was definitely the game-winning play. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And in the end, Team Auto Arms, despite a little bit of a messy series throughout the first 3 games, game number 4 was incredible.
I wonder if that's enough for them to get into first place.
I know, that's what I'm thinking too. But it's been like a little far away, right?
Now the leaderboard is so yeah, they were down in 7th place, but they got 14. So 16 plus 8, that's like 24. They did have 45.
45. It could be 45, 44, 43. I'm not gonna lie.
Headbutt would have 44. Insider would have 43.
Bro, what is that score sheet if that actually comes to
it's gonna be really close. Gaeyang Inne might have 45 as well. Actually, I think Gaeyang Inne might be in first place.
We'll see. We'll see. If it ends up coming down, man, okay. I don't want to take any ganders at this because I just want to be impressed the moment I see the score sheet. I didn't join ERM on a Saturday morning to do math, if I'm going to be honest with you. I did plenty of that yesterday. I had an exam for that, so I don't want to I don't want to be crunching numbers in my head right now, but it was an absurdly close final game. And as I said, by game number 3, the teams that were already on the bottom side of the score sheet genuinely were playing their hearts out. We saw so many teams starting to pull out 7, 8, 9, 10 plus kill games, and they're all the teams sitting at 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe even 7th.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a really close lobby overall. I think everyone played their heart out. And yeah, I'm really excited to just see how close, or exactly how close the points are, because obviously it does end up determining where they do land on the knockout stage, and how much that team will, need to climb up to make it to the phase 2 finals.
Yeah, can you imagine not being able to move on one additional phase? A possibility that you could either go to season finals, possibility to earn some additional circuit points, to earn some more of that prize pool by 1 point. By 1 point.
Yeah.
We're going to see it for Team Insiders as well as Team Headbutts, but oh man, if the math works out exactly as you mentioned, then there are going to be a lot of teams going home disappointed today. Well, they're already home, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's going to come up very shortly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Innate should be first, and then AutoArm second, if I mathed it correctly, but we'll see here.
Ooh, okay. And then as soon as the score sheet comes up, of course, like usual, we'll give you guys a rundown on which teams are going to which days, and which days you'll actually be able to see them in the upcoming knockout stages. Today's the last day of group stages. After all, starting from tomorrow, we immediately dive into knockout stage 1 and 2, where we're going to see our 7th and 8th place teams for each of the groups going in for knockout stage 1, and then our 6th place teams will join us for the 2nd stage. But here we go. Gyeonggi Innate, you are absolutely correct. In first place with 48 points, congratulations. We'll see you guys in the finals. AutoArms will play in the last knockout stage, 45, 44, 43,
43. We have a tie between OUOB and Insider, and unfortunately, OUOB loses the tiebreaker, so Insider is going to be in 4th place, and they're gonna be able to skip 4 games. So very, very nicely played by them, winning tiebreaker by 5 field kills from Rebels in 6th and Demon Drive in 7th with 39 and 37. Look at how close the points was from 1st to 7th. Unfortunately, Epoch, they just didn't have a good performance today, but we'll see them back for tomorrow for knockout stage 1.
Yeah, and I will be honest with you, I think this is just the nature of OUOB's composition. The moment you have an EVA in a comp, most of the time finishing people for points is really difficult. But she's really good at securing placement points. So this is not the first time they've actually lost the tiebreaker due to the field kill count. This has happened actually multiple times in the past with OUOB. So they're not all too unfamiliar with it, but it sucks. The feeling of having to play an extra series, potentially losing out on your chances to continue moving on into the future knockout stages, it sucks. It really does. But we did see a lot of really star shining moments with OUOB, and I think they're really comfortable now with the Priya, which was also a good hindrance to all of these Hyunwoo compositions. I think they're staying in a good spot.
Yeah, they definitely shouldn't be sad about their performance. I think they played really well. I think the lobby was just a little too close, right? Everyone 1 or 2 points off of each other. Anyone really could have made it in. Got a couple more placements there. Fortunately, it will be OUOB getting the shorter end of the stick, so they will have to play 4 extra games, I guess, because they lost a tiebreaker. And since they are in 5th, they actually don't guarantee any circuit points just yet. They are going to have to win their first knockout stage, and then they should be in for the running for getting some of that circuit points. I don't know. I think they definitely need to probably make it to knockout stage 3 if you want to get into the top 12 for circuit points. I would say, just because, we already had a phase. There is more points for phase 2, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to get you into that top 12 if you don't at least qualify for knockout stage 3.
Obviously, the advantage is going to go towards the teams that also played in phase 1 and is also now playing in phase number 2, because you do add the points together. But
Exactly.
the teams that didn't manage to get the chance to play in phase one, you need to score high because of that. We're seeing a lot of repeat teams, and even if it's not the usual ERM contenders that we see in previous formats, there's a lot of repeat teams from phase one that also shows up in phase two that are kind of newcomers to the scene from this new style of format. So teams that are playing only in phase number two, we have high expectations for them, but the bar to pass when it comes to them potentially getting an immediate spot into the season finals is really, really, really high. It's tough.
Yeah. There are just a lot more circuit points to go around just because it goes down all the way to the fourth spot now, and there's a lot more teams. So there could be some teams that maybe got, in the top 12 one week and then they placed 24th the other week. So you combine those 2 points together, it's still a decent bit. So yeah, I think to make it into the top 12, you do have to play pretty consistently throughout both phases, or just have a really nice pop-up phase in either phase 1 or 2.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of Group Stage C, which means we have Group Stage D that's going to be coming up after the break. But before we go on that break, let's take a look at the teams that will actually be playing in it. So let's bring that graphic up on the screen. Cartel, Tap 3, Marshmallow, Freya, DHC&J, Every Time, Away From Keyboard, and Tangle.x. We definitely have seen a lot of these teams before, you and I, Super. There's a couple that I really haven't seen either in a very, very long time, or I haven't seen them at all. Although the players, I seem to have known some of them. Every Time and Away From Keyboard. Did Away From Keyboard actually play in phase number one? It's not
I don't think so, no.
right, but I've seen their names somewhere, and I can't for the life of me
They played
remember.
in last season. They played last season.
Right. Okay. So this is
they did qualify. So it is a
Gotcha.
team that we've seen before. Tangle.bx we've seen, I think, last phase, and we've seen last season as well. I think the only team I'm unfamiliar with is Every Time, but I do know like offense.
Yep.
I think he's a Kiara player, the main Kiara player in Korea. So maybe we'll see some Kiara coming out from him. Not sure if he will be picking that. We obviously know DHC&J. Seen Marshmallow, we've seen Tap 3 with, I think Tap 3 is they were the Jenny Lenny plus Ekion team.
boy.
I don't know if they're gonna stick with that. And Cartel are season 5 ERM.
Yeah, Tap 3 could also bring out the Jenny Lenny Nikki. That's another comp that they brought out. Not that many teams are playing it in this one. They actually opted to swap over onto the Hyunwoo comps instead from the looks of it. Yeah, we'll see what kind of compositions these teams are going to be able to bring out to the table. I really like the fact that you brought out DHC&J though, because that team is the one that we're always looking at nowadays, because this team used to be just slam your comfort picks and then we'll make it work. But that's changed a lot now, especially Pixu. I think Peksu pivoting from always playing Dilated as just a permanent residential tank player on this team has been one of the biggest changes, because he's kind of transitioned well, and it's not difficult to do that when it comes to playing a frontliner into a tank position, but they're struggling. And I think you can agree with that one, because their performances ever since they've kind of swapped to this more traditional kind of composition has definitely struggled, despite the fact that all of these players are still mostly playing comfort picks. Like Minshik Park, for example, he's constantly playing Nadine. That is one of his most favorite characters in the game, but he's just not able to provide too much performances on that character. So I'm hoping in this phase specifically, we get to see a whole new face of DHC&J, and I don't mean in the way that I said it for Team Epoch today, right? I want to see a good side of DHC&J. This is always a team that has the potential to win, but they've always just been that weird middle of the pack kind of team that does well every now and then, but it's just never able to win any tournaments.
I agree. They're definitely the underdog. The underdog sponsor team, I would say, just because they haven't really had good performances. I think just because, like you said, they're getting out of their comfort zone. They're playing different characters, trying to make they're trying to make standard team comps work. But the problem is these other teams have been playing the front to back for just so much longer than they have. So they just don't have the experience just yet. But really excited to see if how they do end up shaping into Group D. Hopefully, we could see them have a couple pop-off games and maybe even make it all the way to the finals.
Absolutely. It's going to be a fun one the moment Group Stage D is going to begin. I'm very, very much in anticipation to see what kind of cooks we've got ourselves in each of the teams for Group D. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, with that, Game 4 of Group Stage C, it's over, which means we're going to go to a break. It's an even number of games. Of course, we need to get ourselves a little bit of a break too. So make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for Games 1 and 2 of Group D. We still have 4 more games left, so do not go anywhere.
Take care, take care.
어서 가죠. 다음 스테이지로. 어느 자리에 있든 최선을 다한다고 말했죠? 지켜보세요. 제가 성장하는 모습을. 응원법은 숙지하고 왔죠? 사인 요청은 언제든지 환영이에요. 지금은 디자이너가 아닌 아이돌의 사인이에요. 빛나는 별이 되는 건 더 이상 꿈이 아니라고요. 사인이라도 해줄까요? 무대를 방해하는 사람은 용서 못해요. 팬이라면 용서해줄게요. 역시 전 이때가 제일 빛나는 것 같아요. 경호팀은 어디서 뭘 하는 건가요? 허락도 없이 사진 찍지 말라고 했잖아요. 동선이나 멘트는 미리 외워둬야겠죠. 오늘도 최고의 무대였죠? 정의의 히어로 유스티나 등장! 어? 걱정하지 마, 내가 왔어. 에이전트 에이든, 내가 구하러 왔다. 정의의 이름으로 각오하라고. 에이전트 알렉스, 이제 괜찮다. 왜냐고? 내가 왔으니까. 역시 악당들의 냄새가 나는데. 집중 포격! 발사! 나를 누구라고 생각해? 포기하지 않는 게 바로 내 장점이야. 모두 집합! 강한 힘에는 강한 책임을 따르는 법이야. 내 이름은 유스티나. 사람들의 소중한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 아스트라 버스트! 전력을 다해서! 언젠가 누가 말했었지. 평범한 일상으로 돌아가 평범한 생활을 하고 싶다고. 그럼 난 그 평범한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 여기가 히어로의 전장이야. 오늘은 새로운 걸 준비해봤어. 기대되지? 빵! 맛있겠지? 한 줄까? 무슨 꿍꿍이냐고? 글쎄, 알려줄 것 같아? 어리다고 얕봤지? 창피해라. 되신가요? 있어도 좋고 없어도 좋아. 경찰 아저씨는 없나 보네? 잘됐다. 후슈! 내 이름으로 달아둬. 슝! 숙녀가 공격받는데 가만히 있을 거야? 야옹아, 여기 있니? 자! 오늘은 여기까지. 다음에 또 놀자. 안녕!
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 게임캐스터 천시아입니다. 신규 실험체를 집중 탐구해보는 시간, 이터널 리턴 실험체 백과사전이 유스티나로 돌아왔습니다. 석궁을 사용하는 실험체 유스티나는 이동하면서 스킬을 사용할 수 있기 때문에 기동성이 상당히 뛰어난 실험체입니다. 유스티나는 꾸준한 거리 조절과 게이지 컨트롤을 통한 스킬 활용이 굉장히 중요한 실험체입니다. 먼저 유스티나의 스킬 구성을 알아보겠습니다. 유스티나의 스킬 구성은 Q 스킬 연속 포격 그리고 선멸 포격, W 스킬 집중 포격, E 스킬 부스트 대쉬, 궁극기 아스트라 버스트, 그리고 패시브 스킬인 아스트라 에너지로 구성되어 있습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Phase number 2. We are just coming out of Games 3 and 4. There we go. Those are the words that I wanted to say. Games 3 and 4 of Group C. So we're done with Group C. If you missed it, well, shucks. Unfortunately for you, you guys are not going to be able to see it here on this broadcast specifically. So make sure you guys go watch the VOD if you want to watch it. Very solid games. If you want to learn a lot about how to macro and make decision making, I think those 4 sets of games were incredible examples. But we are now here for Group Stage D. 4 more games left for today to determine where 8 additional more teams are going to get placed in specific knockout stages for the remainder of this tournament.
Yeah, I'm very excited. This is our final group for, I guess, the group stages, right? This is group stage, Group D, and then we're going to jump straight into our knockout stages for tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So I really want to do another dive for a quick moment on some of these teams, right? Because as we said before we actually came out from the break, a lot of these teams we actually know about. But now, since we talked about a lot of the teams that we actually know about, I'm really wondering what kind of composition every time is going to be bringing out for us. Is a team that, yes, we do know offense, but a lot of the other players outside of Inori as well. Inori is another name that I do recognize a little bit. A lot of the other ones are unknowns for us, and I love these things. That's part of the reason why I love this style of format. We get so many unknowns when it comes to how these teams will operate. So very excited. What kind of things are you excited for as we're going to start heading into the character select in just a second?
I'm excited for obviously the character picks as well to see, what these team comps are going to shape up to be. Maybe we might see some of these teams swap up to something new, like, maybe Cartel. Maybe they don't go for their typical, I think it's usually the Adina plus the, oh, wait a second. Yeah, would you look at that? They're gonna be on the Hyunwoo, Priya, and Barbara. I see that right? Barbara on top 3 as well.
What?
Barbara back.
Okay. Okay. Maybe the.
Oh wait, 3 Barbaras. Barbara bad. Wait a second. Wait a second.
No.
Tian
Okay,
actually
Tian.
no. Okay. But there will be 2 Barbaras though coming into this lobby. Wow, we haven't seen Barbara in such a long time in competitive play. And it's coming out from Cartel of all teams. You know, our previous ERM winners. So they definitely know something that we don't about this character. I think.
You know what? I can't make sense of this. Whatever, we'll see it in game.
I mean, I could see it. Because Cartel, like the Hyunwoo plus the Priya is just a lot of sustained damage, and then you just tag the Barber on top to put the turrets down, and it's gonna be really hard to fight the Hyunwoo. So we're gonna have to see. Barber also having a lot of burst damage as well. Getting those those AoE bomb nades, and then just a lot of burst damage coming out from the lasers. So we're gonna have to see how they do end up utilizing that character, because yeah, it's been quite a long time since we've seen the Barber. We actually have 2 in this lobby.
Yeah, I really do wonder what both of these Barbers are going to be using their overcharge on, right? Because one of the biggest things about Barbara's kit is to make sure that you're actually upgrading the correct skill. Right? Both of these Barbers are playing in 2 very different compositions. The entire identity of both of these comps are massively different. So for Marshmallow, I would expect more of the grenade to set up for the Hyejin and the Chloe. They have enough damage there. Maybe for Cartel, you could even go for the laser. I guess the turret would also be good if we're going with the similar idea of what you just mentioned with the Barbara just placing down turrets to assist the Hyunwoo. There's a lot of different ways that this could go. So let's take a look at what ends up happening, guys. Game number 1 for Group D is underway now with a very interesting character roster list. Again, it's things that we were excited about before coming into this game, but this is not the way that I anticipated it to go.
Yeah, I even realized we do have another, like you said, it's gonna be a triple backline comp with the Barbara, but a lot of setup, a lot of CC for each of these. It's really similar to the Gangnam Sparkles team comp, yeah, where they look for a pick. They all have a lot of CC, and they can basically play off each other. The Chloe using the knock up, they have the Barbara stud with the nade, they have the Hyejin full combo follow up with the Fears as well. So really similar to Sparkle, and we have away from keyboard also. I guess it's not really a triple backline because Alex is both, but
we'll count it. It's
basically it's basically a triple backline team as well. So yeah, a lot of teams basically changing up their team comps. We do. Oh wow, it is gonna be the Dean from every time gonna fall down to the side of, it looks like Team Freya. And Riori caught out here. Piet gonna jump on forward. Are they gonna be able to get the knock up here? We're getting a lot of damage off, and it will be the Nadine Insane gonna be able to jump on forward. Yeah, try to look for an angle back end, but just not gonna be able to find it. Tangle WX gonna be able to get a nice kill. A lot of early game team fighting for game number 1.
Indeed, it's a very similar feel of what we had in Group C. So I guess days 1 and 2 are just massively different in how the 2 lobby dynamics are gonna look like, where day 1 was a little bit more oriented towards picks, and day 2 was a little bit more oriented towards actually getting team fights done in the earlier stages of the game. I love to see it. A lot of teams starting to group up now. I do want to see what Marshmallow's plan is in the earlier stages. What ways are you going to be playing? This comp, I feel like, would really like a split farm rotation, because you need a lot of damage to just overwhelm your enemies with this. But at the same time, this is not a good comp to be doing split farming with. Hyejin, it's fine, but later on in this, later on in the game, she's better.
It looks like they are split farming. They need to get as much credits as possible, because if you're playing a triple backline comp, you need items. You need to make sure you get enough items and enough damage to poke your opponents down before they're able to get that engage onto you, right? So I actually really like that. Marshmallow is actually, I think they're completely split farm. They're actually 1 or 2, maybe 2 or 3 zones away from each other. Usually you see when teams split farm, they're about 1 zone away, so they can maybe follow up and take some team fights if they do see any pings. Great engagement from now. It's actually going to be able to kill Sword there, and there's follow-up coming out from the Chloe. The Chloe's getting a lot of damage onto the side of the Nikki there. The Nikki, the Laura, and on the top side it will be Mana going to be able to get the one from every time. So away from keyboard, going to be able to get a nice 2 kills. We have a 1v1 between the Theodore and the Barber here, but it will be Yogurt going to be TPing on in, and now the Chloe is here to join the fray. A lot of damage going to go to the side of the Theodore. There's the stun grenade, just going to completely obliterate the Theodore's HP, and they're going to be able to pick up a kill. On the top side, though, will be Nimrod's Gate going to be invested for the side of Team Freya, as both the Alonso and the Arda are going to be able to walk away.
That was so funny. The Barber just lobbed it. Gotta love how it just kind of suspends in air for a little bit of a time before it actually crash lands. So good stuff from Team Marshmallow. They will hold control over the northern side of the map. At this stage in the game, though, I would assume all the animals are gone. Maybe it's just an objective that they're looking for. Fight will begin for Tree of Life 20 seconds before we start heading into day number 2, but the third party is going to start coming in from Team Freya. Unfortunately, it's going to be bad. Cartel, they're about to lose the Hyunu. If he dies, then it's actually over. Oh,
Cartel!
The organization is not there just yet. He's waiting. He's got it's over. Let's wait a second. No,
Wait, Jumo.
no
Yeah,
way,
doesn't hit the
no
side with
way, he's
Javelin.
gotta live.
There
He's
is the
gotta
White
live.
Lily. I think he's gonna be able to hit it in time. Oh no! He's put up in place, but he's still alive. I think he's gonna stall up.
Get out in
He's gonna stall up
CMP,
time.
the hero play. Can you live? Can you live?
Is he gonna live
Is it?
long enough?
Yes,
Yes,
wow.
his Priya came back.
Wow.
Peng
And
came
they
back
get a
up just in
meteorite off
time.
of it.
And yeah, you're right. They're gonna be able to get a meteorite for free.
What? Well,
Oh no, I think
depends.
Priya's
Yeah,
dead.
Peng
I think Priya's
lives.
dead.
and
Look,
gets
look,
it.
look, look at the mini map. He's getting surrounded here. Wait a second. Pro line.
No way,
he's
dude.
Walked away. And it's the heist of a century here. Oh my god.
What? What? Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, I can't believe NCMP just was able to live for so long. They're very nicely played. Sword, gonna be in the back foot here. His teammates are gonna be TPing on in, so maybe they can look for Yogurt here. The Nikki is gonna look for an angle, but it's gonna be completely blocked out. But it's just gonna blink on forward. They try to get some damage. Parry is not gonna go through, but Nori actually gonna be able to use the just gonna be able to dash on forward and get the gap close with that glove skill, and it will be Yogurt gonna be the one to fall there. So a nice pickup from every time, sitting on 3 kills already. A lot of team fight. You could see how much kills are already distributed in the game. No real team, no real standout team just yet, as away from keyboard is gonna be our kills leaders with only 4 kills.
Cartel looking to find a couple more kills on their end. Cho is eating a couple of those shots from the Priya. I did see Cataclysm going through, so I would assume that the weapon is already upgraded. The lasers are getting pretty high value. Jengi has the upgrade. What is he going to use it on? I think that was the turret, so no more overcharge on that anymore. This Hyunu just getting knocked around all over the place. Good old bouncy house for that Hyunu. As I mentioned before, you can bluff quite a lot of stuff, but you can only bluff so many times. Down goes 2 members of Cartel. 2 kills in terms of for Team Freya.
Yeah, Zhangyi is just going to be forced to back away there, so unfortunately, Cartel going to be on the back foot. I wonder, yeah, I'm surprised they're not playing the Adina comp, but, oh, here's the Engage. Ooh, a great exclusive coming out from the Mai, and I think that is going to be a Nori just going to fall there from the damage coming out from the Nadine. It's just way too much. And it looks like team every time is going to be forced to back away here. Not going to be able to get that box either. So we're going to be able to get out. I think they're going to be able to use that White Lily to get out of there. And Lowen gonna just follow as well.
This is really high value for Team Tangled WX, right? Because it's night number 2, and you know what that means. There's the Mutant Bears right here. Double stun onto the back line, trying to deny the stun from going over onto the Mai. They are going to get a gadget out of at least the Mutant Bears. That's pretty high value. As I talked about before, Korean team seems to always have the gadget that they're looking for exactly at the right time. I will take it. There's a couple extra Mutant Bears down there as well from the looks of it. I don't see any additional transitions picked up that popped up on the bottom, so it's a bit unfortunate, right? Lower value than it could have been, but still, when it comes to mastery and stacks for the Nadine, that's real high value.
Yeah, kiosks are really important to have, and oh my god, Peng gonna get completely locked down by the Barbara from Marshmallow. Senru gonna be able to get that Spark Nade, or I guess the stun grenade coming out from the Barbara once again. And yeah, looks like Zhangyi is gonna be forced to teleport on out of there. Probably gonna teleport to their Hyunwoo in alley. Ryori gonna get a lot of poke damage onto the side of team every time there. And Nori's parry is not gonna go through, but the engage might come to fruition here. Nori actually gonna get nice damage, like the engage coming out onto Ryori, and Ryori is gonna be completely eviscerated there. Great follow-up coming out from Team Every Time. As every time, they're gonna be on a nice 5 kills already. Gonna be able to get a nice 2-0 into Team Tangled Lobby X.
Great angles from the Nikki, I think, from Every Time. Denied the dash potential from the Monkey Wire, because no matter whether or not she took it, she still would have gotten hit by the punch. Love the plays from Every Time. They are making some good showings of this team, right? We're getting really good examples of what this team is capable of. Considering it's the first time we're really seeing this entire team set up exactly like this, I think we're in for a good time. Every Time is playing extremely well.
Yeah, I agree here. DHC and Jay, they're gonna get poked out here from Team Marshmallow. Marshmallow completely sets their sights onto the Emma. Is Emma gonna be able to get away? Tries to use the hat trick, not gonna be able to get it out in time. But wait a second, the damage coming out from the Theodore is just way too much. It's Chica overextended there, used their dash on forward, and immediately gets punished. And it's actually DHC and Jay gonna be the one to come out on top there. Theodore just completely shutting down that Hyejin's engage.
That's unfortunate, but Resurrection will come back immediately. Marshmallow did do extremely well during phase number 1 off the back of Chica. I'm pretty sure you remember a couple of the plays that Hyejin was able to make, but this team was one that just ran into fights. I think you remember that too. I mentioned it a couple of times during the casts for this team, but they just send it even if they're super far behind compared to the other team. They just love fighting. And I think it's going to be the same case here too. They have a really good team just to run things down. The moment they get any advantage at the beginning of the fight, they will push that all the way till the end. But it's the flip side that also works too, right? If they don't really get the advantage, it's bad. What the heck?
Okay. Oh that was a little scary. I think if the Scylla just waited a little bit longer and maybe pulled when the other two, or when the jump pad was starting up a little more, or if more of the jump pad was started, I think maybe they could have got him. But wait a second. Looks like Team Marshmallow does get a lot of damage onto Team Cartel, but Team Cartel actually is going to be able to get out of there. Great stun coming out from NCMP, completely denying any more engage. And a third party is here.
Wow.
AFK does end up finding Hyejin, Chica again, getting caught out there. And immediately gonna pay the price.
Chica got some really high value charms, but it just wasn't enough because Team Marshmallow was just coming out of a fight too. Both Barbaras losing out on the overcharge means they can't do anything for the time being. And CMB trying their best to run. Actually pulls the Nita in the Puppet Theater, and down goes
my god, it's their party.
Crap. Yep, Mana gets obliterated. It's 2 people on this side of Eminem, by the way.
Marshmallow.
MNSM. There we go.
And Marshmallow just sitting in that corner. They're able to find the third-party angle. I think they did end up hearing, all the fighting going on, and just was able to capitalize there. Top 3 getting chunked down a lot by Riori. Riori doing so much damage on this Adriana. The fires are just way too much for Top 3 to handle. As it looks like Top 3 is just gonna choose to disengage here. As on the top side though, it looks like Chica caught out again. Another -200 for the side of Team Marshmallow. I don't exactly know what exactly happened there, but looks like they were stuck in between 2 teams. A little unfortunate for the side of Team Marshmallow, but yeah, another setback for that team.
This is one of those games where if you're Chica, you just have to kind of accept the fact that this is going to be your life for the remainder of the game. You have 4 or 5 deaths already as this Hyejin. It's just not going to be looking good. Mana just barely staying alive. Will be able to get the shield, but Pablo is right behind.
Wait.
Emma is going to chase everybody down. Down
goes
to another. Mana, you're right. Free at last never came through. I mean, it's not like it would have made a difference.
Let's talk about the Chloe, y'all. The Chloe just let Nina die, and then just ended up going down. A little unfortunate for Team Away from Keyboard. I think they tried to look for an angle. It was kind of weird. They tried to look for an angle onto the Theodore. The Theodore just used the ultimate to get away, and then the Chloe just never popped their ultimate, so just ended up falling down just to the Lennox there.
The spirit of Fauna resides in Ike, but it's okay, right? They do have the credits to res back. -400 is definitely going to hurt, but I've seen what Away from Keyboard can do. I think the Alex has been rotating through skills extremely well. It's just that in that fight, the angle was slightly weird, and plus, losing at the start of the fight to a Theo is never going to be good when your entire roster is mid-range. You never catch that Theo.
The positioning just went really bad as well. I think, Mana getting caught out there on the top side, or a little away from his team. Not really much Away from Keyboard can do, so we'll be a -400 for Away from Keyboard. A little unfortunate. Every time, gonna be able to get that blood weapon on. That's in the Dean. They are looking really strong here. Gonna be able to contest for this meteorite as well.
Are they the kill leaders in the lobby? I think both Every Time and Team Freya are sitting. Oh no, not Freya, but Marshmallow is sitting on 6, right?
Yeah, they're both on 6 kills. But another game where we still have all 8 teams left going into day number 4. So looks like these teams have definitely adapted to playing it more safe and making sure they don't wipe their team here. DHJ is gonna pull Nina. We get a lot of damage on Nina here. Nina already chunked down to half HP. Looks like the side of Team Marshmallow just gonna give the box away to DHJ. DHJ gonna be able to get that box. Spark nade. Not gonna connect onto anyone. So it looks like the pull.
No
Gonna pull Chloe over the wall. And I think that is going to be it. Is Chloe gonna die here? Yes, Chloe does end up going down. Tried to jump back over. Very nicely played by the Lennox. Just gonna be able to get that pick, and I think that's gonna be it. I don't think the Barber has enough timer here. 3, 2, 1. Yes, that's gonna be Marshmallow going to wipe off the map to DHT&J. Very, very nicely played.
In quarter on top of the Lennox pole, beautifully done by Team DHC&J. And again, it's another situation where your entire team is mid-range and you can never catch up to the Theo. I saw the potential of what they were looking for, but the entryway into the purple box, that gateway is too thin. Theo's laser covers everything inside of there, so unfortunate for Team Marshmallow. 6 kills is all they're going to have going into game number 2, and 0 placement points as well. It's not exactly the start that they wanted to the series, but again, we've seen the potential of this team, and it just kind of comes from the fact that they're always wanting to fight. In no world with a comp like this would you ever continue to push into a Theo up at the top side, but they tried, and they paid the price for it. So again, it's Marshmallow just kind of
I mean the Chloe just should have never got hooked there. It's like it's really not much like Marshmallow can do once the Chloe gets pulled in, right? So yeah, I think definitely need to dodge out on that priority hook. But I mean, Marshmallow is a team that could basically sort of zone off DHC&J up there just because they are playing that triple range. But yeah, kind of just sealed the deal. The second Chloe got pulled, it's basically lights out at that point because just they basically just got one shot, right? There's basically no way of getting out and being able to live there and doing enough damage for your team.
Yeah, this team just generally plays high risk, high reward anyways to begin with, so the high risk was taken. Unfortunately, there was no reward. This time around in game number 1, we'll see them more in the later stages of this series. Narvik looking for a possible initiation. He will overflow. I don't think he got the reset.
Angle.
He missed a dash onto Bubba, so he's waiting for the dash reset to come back. What is
in the vampire queen.
Yeah, I don't know what that one was. Now Jumo's on the backside, but it's a third party on the backside. Finger pointing to death. Down goes the Theo.
Yeah, maybe they just had a ward, and maybe they had enough knowledge that Team Freya was gonna go for the flank, so just completely zoning them out with the Bianca. Maybe, hopefully that was their plan. And it looks like it will be Team DHC&J just gonna use the VLS system to get up into Fires or Police Station. Gonna be able to get the res here, so not the end of the world for DHC&J. They're gonna have enough time to walk into the zone that is reopening as well, but they're gonna be down in 1 second.
This is fine. They're already really strong to begin with. I think all the fights they've had so far from most of those 6 kills have been high value kills to begin with anyways. Every time duking it out, but there's a third party about to come in. Jingy, what is he gonna get out of this? Nothing so far. Nobody is dead, but the point follow-through is gonna come in, and CMP is just there, and another third party. Gonna come in.
It's gonna be every time going down.
Adriana, bro. Adriana with Wick. It's just not happening. An entire team is gonna wipe, unfortunately, every time. I tried to come up with a joke. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm bad. But every time's dead.
A little unfortunate. Tangled WX, they're looking really strong. We're already on that blood weapon. They're already on 5 gold. I think we know that Nadine as well is also sitting on a full amount of gold items there. Look at the damage actually coming out for the side of Team Cartel. The Chloe is actually going to lose. Nina and AFK are just going to have to walk away here. Team Cartel, they get a lot of damage, a lot of exchange onto the side of Team AFK, but unfortunately it's not able to finish any of them off. I think their items are just a little too low here. They don't really have that many items going to their name here, and it's going to be Team Freya. They're going to be able to get some angles in. A nice third party, but no one actually dying here as Mana is going to walk back up, probably go to teleport and teleport to his team, but his team is just on the back foot here. As the Chloe is already down, the Alex is going to die as well. And yeah, Mana's just going to be the last one left here. Gonna have to route it out for some placement.
What a Nimrod's Gate too from Mojom. I'm telling you, man, KR artists are so good at doing that. Every single time I use the Nimrod's Gate on Arda, I always push people away because I miscalculated just by a little bit. And I still haven't yet to learn my lesson. Although, over on the KR side of things, of course, these guys are pros for a reason. They know how to actually time those things. Well played to Mojom, pulling the Alex back in. Different keyboard, we'll have to force out the minus 400. That is going to pretty much eat up their entire reserve of credits, maybe down to about 70 or 80 by the time that's going to be over. Whereas on the north side, we got Tap 3 positioning against DHC&J. Although I don't know if you really position against this. You're just going to have to send it, which Narvik tries, but gets chunked down to half HP instead. And now they lose positioning. They're going to get cornered as Narvik's going to go down into Exuviation.
Unfortunately, Tap 3 has to look for an angle here. You only have 3 seconds of timer, and once the final zone swaps, if you don't get any kills, it's going to swap back, and they're only going to be on 12 seconds. They're definitely going to have the least amount, so they're just going to have to send it on people. DHC&J, though, is another team that also invested all their timer. Remember, we saw the Theodore go down to 1 second of timer here, so both teams are probably going to be forced to fight each other, but a great blink wall stun there from the Hiro, who's going to get a lot of damage off, but the damage return from the Theodore is just way too much. But the third party is here on the top side. Is Tap 3 is just going to find an angle. They're going to be able to get the Theodore, and they are going to reap all the rewards. Going to get a perfect third party. Unfortunately, Cartel fully sending it onto team DHC&J, just not knowing there's another team nearby, and both teams are going to pay the price for it.
That absolutely sucks for DHC&J. They were in such a good spot. I saw the Theo lasers having some insane value during that fight too. I think almost every single one landed on multiple people.
Oh, they checked with the Alonzo Q. Oh my god. No, they didn't even know. He just threw the Q to check that corner, and it did connect onto the Emma, and they're gonna get a nice kill.
I didn't know it gave vision because they didn't put any vision down.
I think they just there's like audio cues when abilities connect.
I know, but he finger pointed, and you need vision for that.
Oh, I guess you're right. I think
maybe Alonzo Q actually gives vision if you tag somebody with it, which is really weird.
Either that, or I think the Arda maybe using ability or something. And then
possibly.
Oh no!
Straight into a trap.
Gangi just teleporting right in onto Team Freya and then walked right into the guillotine. Right on a silver platter for Team Freya there. It's going to be coming down to Team Tap 3 versus Team Freya. Will we see a nice engage from Tap 3 to do? They are playing this dive comp. They need to look for Arda and Chloe, but
Narvik can't solo send this against the Chloe, man.
Oh my god, wait a second. Narvik's getting a lot of value though. They're actually going to get both the backliners out, so the damage coming out for the side of Team Tap 3 is just not enough, and they're just going to start sending it back in here. A lot of damage coming out from the Chloe. They are going to be able to kill the Ekion. Yeah, it's going to try to get the Arda. It's not going to be enough, and it will be Team Freya going to be the one coming out on top. Very nicely played. I really liked how they positioned. They used the Arda's Gate to immediately send both backliners, get them to safety from Tap 3's engage. Arda, just a really strong character into the dive, just because you do have that access to that Nimrod's Gate to get your team to safety there.
Realistically speaking, I've played these games before, man. Bring the meme forward. You can't solo send it as an Ekion against Chloe. It never works. You're never gonna kill her by yourself as long as the Chloe plays right. And an ERM, you know they're gonna play right. The Yam was a little too far away. I think if Narvik went in with Pierre, they actually win that fight. You said it right, perfectly right too, because Narvik got huge value out of that Ekion.
Yeah, I think Narvik played it. He played it fine, but yeah, there's no follow-up. And then, like,
he fine,
yeah, individually he got a lot of damage. Yeah, and then there was just there's really just not enough follow-up, and the peel from Arda is just immaculate. So they kind of just need or they kind of needed Freya to play into them instead of them playing into Team Freya there. And actually, they're just gonna send it on in with the Nimrod's Gate. Oh, they get a knock-up onto Insane. Are they gonna kill him? There's the ultimate coming out. They do actually trade 1-for-1, so it's gonna be a tank versus mage mirror match here. But you know, we know how much damage Adriana can do.
We also know how much Arda can do.
Yeah, Arda can do a lot as well. It does have a lot of sustain here. They're actually gonna just kill both the bodies. There's ultimate coming out from the Alonzo. Gonna be able to get a lot of HP back. HP bars are gonna go into the side of Team Freya here. Alonzo just gonna use their finger points. There's exclusive going to be used on to the Mai. They're going to be able to get some healing back for themselves. They're actually going to get chunked down here. Nojum playing so far away, playing so safe, but there's
What
the
is
taunt and
this?
there's the there's the Melter of a cocktail. Oh my god, it's so close, it's so close.
It's over. Wait, what is it?
Both mages are down to 1 HP, but none of that is regenning. They are just gonna get a full fight reset, but look at the
This is
timers. I think the
scale,
timer
yeah.
advantage is gonna go over to the side of Team Frey. I really don't think. Wait a second.
they gotta
Wait,
get a kill.
no. The timers are the side of Team Tangle Dobby. I don't think they know, but the Mai finds an engage with the Quake, and they find the Arda, and that's gonna be it. So wait a second. Wait, I didn't even see the Arda got the kill on the Adriana as well. So now it's coming down to 1v1. And I think Tangle Love EX. Yeah, no, die does know he has more timer here, so he's just gonna walk away.
What is this, dude? It's over.
Wow.
There's the pop, and No Denial is there to witness it.
It's not gonna be a -1. He did explode, but the rules for when it's the final 2 left, the kill credit will go over to the final team.
How fitting is that No Denial of all people is the one to just watch a pop straight in the face instead of running away. Love to see it.
timer
Good
scam.
game. Yep. Over to your team. I forget which team that was, but I think it's at 8. It will be 9 in total because the pop will still count, exactly as you said, Super. So congratulations. I mean, Ryori.
It was
Tangled X.
Yeah, that was quite the final zone there, just because I think both teams were playing it really well. Both backliners were playing so far away because they know the threat of the other mage plus tank to do enough burst damage to kill them. So we saw both tanks trying to be like the mediator in where Alonso found some angles to point at the Adriana, and the Adriana and then there was like some follow-up damage with the Nimrod's Gate from the Arda, and then we saw the Adriana and the Mai in response. The Mai was able to get a taunt onto Arda, and then we saw some Maltas being chucked in from the Adriana. They're just playing like so far away from each other, but they're just able to do damage and just follow up on their tanks engage.
I love how eventually both of the tanks just gave up and just ran towards the other mages as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they were both kind of actually playing frontline for a little bit.
They're like, we're not gonna kill each other. We might as well just go for the other backliners. Yeah, the backliners were following up, just throwing like rockets from like 10 miles away, basically.
Everybody played, I think, the best they could have, right? And the thing is, the last time we saw something similar to this was actually a Adriana versus Arda inside of Forest, where it was a 1v1 between the two. I don't know if you remember that or if it was Kaz that was casting it, but Arda won because he ended up being able to utilize the cooldown reduction bonus of using the Papyrus.
I remember.
Yeah, and Adriana eventually ate a little bit too much because the width is a little bit long.
Too much
and the shootout projectile speed is a little bit too much. And even if you don't get hit by the second part, the first part still hurts, right? Whereas Adriana, you have charges. It's not a cooldown system, and it's not like you get reduced cooldown for throwing it at certain times or anything. Eventually, cooldown-wise, Arda will win, but I think it was just the Mai difference that made a big difference there.
And the Arda also has that extra sustain as well from his passive, so eventually the Arda will end up out-trading the Adriana, just because the Adriana damage is it's not burst damage, right? It's like overtime damage.
Mm-hmm.
Arda's sort of the same, but he does have that extra sustain built into his kit.
Indeed. All right, Super, let's take a look at what the scores look like post-game number 1. A very weird ending to the game. We'll see if the score sheet reciprocated as well. 20 points for Team Freya. They will actually still overtake our first place team. 15 overall field kills. What a bomber for that team. 20 points in first place.
Yeah.
And in second place will be Tangled WX with 9 field kills in that first place bonus points. 17 for themselves in that second place spot.
Yeah, despite them going down in second place, it wasn't a complete 3-0, right? It was really, really close. It came down to a first, so Freya still ended up getting 2 kills from that team fight. So not too bad from them. Nice 20 kill point a game for them, and he said Tangled WX did end up winning the game, but unfortunately just not enough kills. So they will be sitting in second.
In third place was DHC&J. And now I really like this because the Theo composition that they were running worked really well. I think they're really comfortable on it. It was just a third party coming in from the backside. The Bianca ended up catching out the Theo after he blinked.
Yeah. It was just a little unfortunate, I think, that Team Cartel did end up just full sending on to Team DHC&J, and since they were the ones in the middle, they were the ones who did end up getting third party. But I think both of them basically kind of self-destructed into each other. And yeah, it was the other team that just was able to just, come in, sweep up all the kills, and secure their final zone as well.
But they seem comfortable on it, which is something good. We're finally seeing a potential DHC and J comp that is a little bit more traditional, and they can actually have a lot of potential with it. Minchik Park seemed really, really comfortable on the Theo. His combinations were really good. His lasers were actually on point. Multiple secondary lasers from the shield tagging multiple people during the same fight. Spark nades trading over really, really well too. I'm liking it. If they continue running this kind of composition, I can see a world where DHC and J actually has a day where they might be able to win a series. But we'll have to see. It's just a little bit of a prediction of mine. The fact that Theo plus Alonso is doing this well, it sets up for a very, very stable series.
I'm very excited to see the next couple of picks here. Actually, we did have a Chloe.
Yep.
Maybe that's why we saw some teams pivoting to that Chloe pick just to get a band out there. Want to see what some of these other teams will be swapping to. Maybe we'll see. I'm surprised Cartel is going to be back on the same team comp, but maybe it's just a bad game. Maybe they are confident with this Barbara, Priya, and Hyunwoo here. Marshmallow, they're going to be swapping over to that Abigail, actually.
Love it.
Now that Chloe is banned.
This is something that they did actually bring out during phase number 1. We did see the Abigail alongside Chica. This actually provides an even more aggressive composition. Look at him go. He is on frailty, my guy. The moment he jumps on somebody, frailty pops and everyone else is going to follow through. They both have Amdro, man. They are looking for fights this game. This is classic Marshmallow. I love this.
Yeah, very excited to see how this team does end up doing. We actually have a Lian from Proline on Team Freya. We have seen this pick coming out from him a while back, so not too surprised to see him picking it back up here for game number 2. They are going to be playing that Arda plus, kind of like a dive team comp. 2 frontliners with that Arda. It's going to be a Lennox, so it's going to be a more tankier version, but Lennox, one of those tanks that is still going to be able to provide a lot of damage for their team.
And it's paired with the Lennox, one of the best sources of crowd control, consistent crowd control, that would play alongside the Leon's range. That's really beneficial because nowadays we see a lot of Leons, especially in competitive, have trouble actually sticking onto people. It's really weird because you do know that Freedom gives you a ton of bonus movement speed, but we see a lot of Leons actually getting outran during Freedom, so they can't actually get effective damage in. But when you have a Lennox, now it becomes so much more easier. So I really like this comp. We'll see if Freya is able to succeed with this one. They have the Arda in tow too if they want to let this Leon just jump into people immediately. But that we will see later on in the game. We just began game number 2 though, guys. Game number 1 was fun. We'll see if game 2 can also do the exact same thing for us. I am entertained. Please entertain me more.
Yeah, I think most of these other teams are going to be sticking with their original team comp. Obviously, that Chloe ban is going to be switching up some of these team comp strategies just because, they're going to have to play around that ban. Obviously, character gets picked 3 times, not going to be able to play it for the next game. So it's, kind of to deter, meta picks when there's a character that's a little too heavily favored in the meta. And we're gonna have to see if these teams can adapt to that Chloe ban, because it's probably gonna come back for game number 3, but we're gonna have to see if these teams do end up swapping back to it.
I'm wondering if the Chloe ban now is gonna actually create issues for Gyeongnam Sparkles later. Because if I remember correctly, they didn't go straight into the final, so they're gonna have to deal with potentially some of these Chloe teams later down into the knockout stages. We'll have to see, of course.
I think Sparkles will be fine. We see
for
Anna
sure.
on the Yawn. Do you remember his Yawn last season?
Yeah, and this isn't the fearless draft either, so he's not locked away from playing Yan ever. So he's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We have seen them on the other comp. I think they did end up playing in the Super Cup, so they definitely have a couple other comps under their belt because they were forced to play it. There comes Echoes of the Earth. A great engage actually coming out from the side of Team every time. They were able to get a lot of damage. We're able to kill Zhang He there. And TMP though going to be able to trade 1 for that Nadine. Is going to be able to get a lot of damage. Oh, the respawn actually going to come in first for the side of Team. Yeah, for the other team, and the Cartel's gonna be on the back foot here. I think it is team. Oh wait.
Wait.
Oh, he gets a kill. He gets a kill.
The magnetic
Oh my
storm.
god.
Wow, when was the last? Dude, that's actually microwave Barbara, eh?
Yeah, looks like Team Every Time was they got the res off first, so I was a little worried for Team Cartel, but it looks like it actually worked. They just traded a couple kills here and there, so I think both teams will end up taking that, you know, getting a couple extra points for, you know, the lobby, just to make sure you are in good standing for the next couple of games here.
Run, Minzik Port. Do you get any of these?
Oh, he wants
one. You got two.
He got two.
Okay, perfect.
Get out.
He wins.
Wow, and he gets out as well. Very, very
Oh, does he?
nicely
Wait a
played by
second.
the-
No,
Oh, he's gonna.
he doesn't.
No, you don't want to jump over. He's gonna get pulled in, and he's gonna fall to away from keyboard. I don't think people are gonna be able to pick him up there. Gonna be able to get a kill. But I mean, 2 boars, you know, you'll take that.
Yeah, only 15 seconds of death timer.
Oh my god!
God, the
Abigail
AoE
gets
damage.
find the angle in. You are absolutely correct. Just way too much AoE damage from the side of Team Marshmallow. You're gonna be able to pick up a nice 2 kills.
That was freaking filthy. Team Marshmallow starting out strong. 3 kills on their side. The kill leaders of the lobby alongside Team Every Time. This is gonna take a minute. There we go. Down goes the Lennox finally. Pexu will be able to get taken down over the healing drone. Of course, eventually the Chi would have fallen down either way, but that's a lot of time that team has to spend. It should only get better though, because it is early game Leon and Arda. After all, well, actually I say low cooldowns, but high cooldowns for the Arda on the Unleashed powers. The Papyrus can't rotate quick enough. And Leon early game is not exactly well known for being able to deal too much damage.
Yeah, Leon has a pretty weak early game. Gotta get those items so you could have that extra sustain and extra lifesteal. But we're gonna have to see. I think Team Freya will probably be on just the farming side. Maybe you're gonna try to scale up you know, all the characters, get those items on that Leon. Oh, it looks like the Lenny or the Theodore is actually going to fall from the HNJ, but on the top side we actually have another fight here. Top 3, Narvik is going to get some resets off of these turrets, but he's going to get poked down a little too much as Team Marshmallow is just going to be able to win this one out, as Team Top 3 is just going to completely back away the HP bars for a little too far in Team Marshmallow's favor. Is a great taunt there, but is just going to get completely locked down by the Hyunwoo and the Barbara, getting that nice stun grenade, and then yeah, the Hyunwoo just able to follow up with the nice wall stun there. So very nicely played by Cartel. They have to chain those CCs together, get that meteorite, and maybe look for this Lennox that's trying to take their wolves in Fire Station.
Yeah, why blink as the Hyunwoo when the other team blinks for you? Minji Park again caught in a really awkward situation. Narvik's not helping this, by the way. Maybe they thought that a couple other teammates were coming in, but Minji Park is just pure split farming for himself. The credits on the side of DHC&J is actually looking pretty decent, but at the same time...
They're at the perfect time to get these 4 scores, so...
Yeah, the only thing is, if it wasn't for Minji Park dying as many times as he did in the, night 1, day 1, then I think this would have been already a 4-score buy-in for that team. But because of how many times he died, and that's where the whole punishment for split farming comes down, right? It's just a lobby playing well in that. It's not Minji Park's fault by any means, it's just the fact that split farming can get punished pretty easily. Here we go though, Freya duking it out up against Team Away from Keyboard. EMP Barrage is fantastic. The double, the double agent also is going to buy them enough time to get themselves away. Freya will hold control over Temple, but Away from Keyboard is actually entertaining this. They want to go in. The item was picked up from the Lennox. If she dies here, Nimrod's Gate, it's not taken!
He's getting taunted and got body blocked. Wasn't able to take the Nimrod's Gate out, you're right. Unfortunately, I think Prolon also just had a Tree of Life in the inventory, so didn't want to fully commit into that fight because, you know, the end definitely wanted to get the crowd. Will be that Soul Reaper gonna go over to the side for that Lien. That dagger. That's a nice weapon to have. Ooh, I like the vision play coming out here for the side Team Marshmallow. Gonna be able to chunk Lennox down to half HP. A great pull, but a great response, a great blink from the Barbara. A lot of poke damage gonna go over to the side on the the Lennox. The Lennox are pretty down to 30% HP. Looks like they're gonna get healed up though. Just gonna
my god.
There's the engage. There's the Theodore Spark Grenade. It's just way too much damage. And it will be Team Marshmallow gonna lose their Abigail here. Gonna be on the back foot. And Team DHC&J gonna be able to push up, get that kill, and get that to box for themselves as well.
Boba just completely mind controlled. Just completely mind controlled the Abigail. There's the wall stun coming in. Garden reverse is there, but it's just
my
not
God,
enough
the
to
damage.
keep Inori alive. Mythro's going to go into the hands of Team Cartel from the looks of it. I don't know if anyone else picked it up, but that's a really high value night number 2.
Yeah, I think the combo coming out, I can see the potential. Combo with the Echoes of the Earth, and you just drop the turret down. It's just a little too much damage from the Barbara, and then the Barbara just gets the stun on top as well. And then you got that Hyun Woo just in the front line, just able to dish out a lot and be tanky for their team too. Marshmallow gonna be able to pick up another kill from away from keyboard. And they got 5 field kills for themselves.
Yeah, nice snipe from Senru with the grenade, just lobbing it once again as per usual, as Barbara classically does. Team Cartel is potentially looking for a fight. I don't think cooldowns are available for Team Marshmallow, so they are going to back away exactly as I thought. Should have their ultimates all available in about 10 more seconds. I think they're just waiting on the 5 omens. It's only level 2, so cooldown's going to be a little bit longer than what we are normally used to at the end of the game for Hit.
Yeah, now it's just a slow game here. Most teams just want to get their call-ins, just want to make sure they're playing it safe. The next objectives are going to be spawning very shortly here in about 40 seconds. Marshmallow, maybe gonna look for an angle onto the side of team every time, but every time, just gonna walk away. To have Team DHC and J, definitely want to posture for this meteor. Pull goes wide. Riori gonna get a lot of poke there. He comes in engage from the Mai. It's not gonna connect onto anyone. It's not gonna hit anyone.
Oh,
and the protocol violation was just way too much. Insane gonna jump on in and gets immediately punished for it. And it will be Team Tangled WX gonna be forced to back away here.
You went insane for a second. Usually we say that in a very positive light, but in that moment he went insane, and that's not exactly in the most positive light. A little unfortunate.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a 9-2 death. He tried to look for an angle in, but yeah, unfortunately...
Maybe he misplaced it, because it was really out of the way. Oh,
Pro line here, gets an angle in. Chica really caught out here. There's ultimate coming out from the Lien, and the engage, a third party, is every time going to force it on in. No, it looks like Team...
Wait, the Barbara's in trouble.
Team Freya is just going to... Oh, you're right. Marshmallow is gonna wipe here. I don't think Senru can get away. A great stun there coming out from the Nikki, and I think that's gonna be it. You're right. Marshmallow probably gonna go down here. There's the ultimate for the amateur movement speed. Are they able to get away? I don't think so.
She's got the cooldown
Barbara.
resets.
Yeah, the ult's back up, but the Omtron is gonna be down for another 20 to 30 seconds here. Run!
Eventually, Pure Rage Uppercut's gonna be up, and eventually there's
here,
the
there's the knockup, and that's gonna be it. Fortunately, that's gonna be Team Marshmallow going out at 8th place.
Well, she ran a marathon, right? Just cosplaying a little bit of the Lumia Grand Prix that Sylvia would usually prefer to have herself instead. But yeah, it's not exactly the greatest end for Team Marshmallow. 5 kills. Again, another game where they have an okay amount of team kills overall. But when it comes to the overall placement points, it's not going to work out in Team Marshmallow's favor.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Team Marshmallow. But every time, going to be able to pick up that kill. Going to get some extra credits for themselves, and... Wow, would you look at the side of away from keyboard? They're sitting on 500 credits on the Sicella. Probably gonna get this buy or this blood for the Sicella here. Looks like they are on that Inquisitor already for on. I'm surprised they're actually not running the blood cloaks. They're actually not gonna. They're actually not opting to play into the what's the passive called again? Kind of blanking out here.
Who's passive?
For blood cloak.
Oh, your debilitation.
D-bill.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit more in line with the fact that, oh, that's a great pull. Alex is just gonna get sacked, dude. They just don't get Alex is sacked. Goodbye. On the topic though, I do think this is all just in line to kind of pair up with the Pen Alex, because with the Pen Alex, you're gonna be able to burst somebody, and with Inquisitor, with Free at Last, just for damage.
Yeah, I guess it's for the finisher, using the Free Last for the finisher, but oh wow, that is correct. A lot of burst damage, just one shot. The Priya is not even gonna be able to get their ultimate down for the damage reduction, and it's gonna be forced to just get the instant res here. -200 for Team Cartel, but that's okay. they are going to be still back into this game. It will be Team DHCNJ going to be able to get that nice kill for himself, and we're going to be able to get that purple box.
Minship Park's Theo is consistent. That's one of the scariest Theos that you could ever see. One of the reasons why One Circle's Theo is such a feared character that he plays is because it's so consistent. I'm seeing small hints of it from Minship Park. The 2 games we've watched from him so far, he's playing this character like an absolute pro. I love seeing it from DHCNJ. They also have Bolo sitting on the Emma to just kind of pair up with any potential CC follow through, maybe even receive and absorb some of the aggression that some of the other teams try to put out to try killing the Theo. It's a great comp when you think about it in that specific way. Lennox is just acting as a wall. She has no specific reason to try being the initiator. You have the Theo for that, and if you really want to find the opportunity, it is going to be there. There's the pull over onto the Hyunwoo. We'll see if this one works. This time around, it's going to be Team Freya. Double Claw is going to pull down 2. Are you going to go for it? Freedom pops out, but Echoes of the Earth will deny the initiation, which means Freya will back away. And same thing for the side of Team Cartel.
Yeah, can't really push into that as a Lien there. There's just way too much peel back from the side of Team Cartel. You're gonna have to push into a Priya and a Barbara in a small corridor. So great call. Can't really go through that pawn bridge there. But what is going on? Did this team just jump out like twice?
Yep. Maybe they're looking for calls. I do see 419 credits on the Emma. They could also get some really high value animals here too. There is a team on the bottom side of the map that is looking for the box. Should be able to get the tree alive.
Yeah. I think DHNJ, I think you're a little indecisive there, and then they decided to, but yeah, team away from keyboard is already there. They're actually gonna the items. I think they crap time and team fight. I think they should be favored because getting that 2-item swing is gonna be pretty nice for them. Here, we do have a team fight though.
Okay.
Freya is actually gonna get gonna be able to find.
He almost just 1v1,
Remember
1v3.
team every time. Yeah, every time almost was able to kill the members of Team Freya, but looks like his teammates just decided to get on out of there, decided it wasn't worth it. We have Team DHCNJ, the Theodore, getting a lot of damage off, but the wall is already placed in an awkward spot, so not that much damage is going to go to the side of Team AFK, and
what is this?
Nadine here is stuck as the res are coming through for the side of Team away from keyboard. He's engaged. The pure jump cut is invested onto the Lennox, but nothing really to follow up. Oh my god, then Nadine finds the angle and gets the crossbow skill into the wall. They will be able to kill the Theodore. I think they'll be able to turn this 2v2 around though. It's gonna be able to finish the Theodore off. Fable. They're gonna get a double polymorph, gonna get a lot of damage. Is it gonna be enough? The lowers release of Twilight Heist is gonna be. Oh my god, it's gonna go to the side of Team DHCNJ. Babo just providing a little too much damage and a little too much utility for the side of the 2v2 there.
Perfect timing for the assist too. Lumi is right there, so the res onto Minchik Park is going to be perfectly on time. DHCNJ loses 1, 2 members lost for every time. Did you see the Nadine though, man? Holy moly, she used a monkey wire in, blinked for the additional angle, and then explosion shot the Theo into the wall.
Great crossbow skill into the wall, but then unfortunately just didn't have any tools to get out, and yeah, the Nikki head exploded, so that's a -1 for team every time.
I was gonna say that Nikki's timer was extremely low. I was surprised that they actually went back in, because that would have been the #1 thing they had to watch out for. Ryori trying to run, but there is the fire escape. We should have Nimrod's Gate coming up in just a moment, especially with the dice combo. Tangled WX. Oh, and with that, Blue Viper, we will see the Adriana fall.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tangled WX just wasn't there. His teammates, they tried to use a VLS system in, but just didn't make it in time, and yeah, we'll be a -200 to go with that team. Tangled WX Freya gonna take the fights into team every time here. It's just the oh no, it's actually oh yeah, looks like Team Tangled WX is just gonna go down every time, or Team Freya is gonna be the ones to come out on top there. I guess Namai and the Nadine just ended up getting caught out there, wasn't able to get the res off.
Really brutal. Every time I saw the Laura trying to get some kind of res off down in Fire Station, but unfortunately Ward denied, was pushed away from their own mobile kiosk. He still have to do it somewhere else. It is still night number 4, about 20 seconds to go, but Tap 3 is right there for the intercept. White Lily out, but that's not really going to do anything, as of all the people they brought back, it was the Nikki, and that's not value at all. 10 seconds to go until we are going to have night number day number 5, and the Leggy Spring Trap. You're right. Well played from the side of Tap 3, and we are back to 1 for every time. Just this Laura is the only one ever living.
Another minus 200. Laura, you're right. Just a lone survivor. Just gonna have to roam the map. Maybe try to get the res off the Lumi here, but there's a lot of teams nearby. Looks like Pro Line is just gonna jump on in. All the side of Team Freya just gonna take the engage onto Team AFK here. A lot of damage being sent onto the backside here. Lennox is getting a lot of value and able to tank a lot of damage, but no jump already down to 1 HP. Looks like the side of Team AFK, they're maybe looking for a re-engage here, but not able to find anything. Tap 3 here for the third party. Maybe they can look for Team Freya. Team Freya gonna be able to get the box and probably gonna use the Nimrod's Gate to get on out.
It's a Mithril. I think, if I remember correctly, that was actually away from keyboard's Mithril, so stolen is going to be that item. It's all fine and dandy though. Everybody from away from keyboard is alive. I did see that Alex missing a couple of crucial skills there. I think he missed a couple of Gauss pistols that could have theoretically killed the Arda, but that's okay. As long as everyone's alive, it's all fine and dandy.
Look, you just see teams flying over here. Team away from keyboard is actually gonna drop right into the hands of TBHCJ, but not gonna be able to, or not gonna get punished there. A little far away. Ike is gonna get pulled in, and that's gonna be it. There's the camera that's gonna be placed down so they could see the Jenny from the plate. But wait a second, no, there is the hat trick gonna be able to kill Ike there, and on that looks like Cartel is gonna actually get completely wiped off the map from Team DHCJ.
That's one of those moments where you really just kind of sternly look at your teammate and say, what were you doing, right? Unfortunately, that is just how it is, because the moment of hesitation that Ike showed, trying to turn left into the bush, or do we go down, that caused the Lennox to have just barely enough distance. You gotta make those decisions extremely quickly, or at least, if you're the teammates, you gotta make the call immediately and actually say it out loud. And this will directly also reflect Team Away from Keyboard's placement, as they're gonna get found out by Team Freya. 13 kills for this team. This Leon composition with the Arda is absolutely working. Trying to get away, but I think they might be forced into a fight. It's another third party
too. I think you just take the VLS. Yeah, they're just gonna take the VLS out, and Team Top 3 is gonna turn straight there, or turn their sights straight onto DHC and J. And are they gonna? Yeah, they're a little indecisive. I think they decided maybe we should look for a third party. No, let's not third party. Let's just go to the other zone. The other zone, they will. They are gonna go down into cemetery here. The res is gonna come through for DHC and J. I think they're gonna try to opt to maybe TP in from gas station here all the way down to cemetery. I think they're gonna have just barely enough timer. Is Adira gonna make it? Yes, with the Sapphire protocol, I think the move speed is just enough.
6. He needs to go first. He needs to go first.
Yeah, he has to go first. I think the Emma also.
Emma should also be going. Yeah.
Yeah, Emma should go right now. Oh no! 1 second left. Okay.
But now they have to deal with the whole team.
They have to just take the team fight like instantly. They're only going to be on 11 the timer, so they just have to go for it here. But Proline has a setup here. They do have the animal to get them the form. Animals are dead now. Many cameras go down. Yeah, the EMPs can be used to extend the form time for Proline. I think that's exactly what happened, but the form is going to go down. There is one camera there that Proline can use though.
Yeah, but they have to go. They have to go. They're starting to run out of time. There's a Cloak and Dagger from Proline. Main initiation attempt from the Leon is gone. They gotta find something. Fix it, pulled over the wall, and they have to go. They have to go. There's the energy blast field sent. Do we have the damage on the Theo? He doesn't have the energy in front of him.
It is a lot of damage. Hold on, guys.
Proline is dead from the flank side. Oh, this is a little bit awkward. Pegsu gets
the shield. The Laura
coming in from the backside. Mojong, they're about to get the res, but they have to deal with this Laura, and the third party comes in.
Wait, Top's here.
What the hell is this? Wait, Bubble can still get res, right? Look at this. They don't have any information about this. Tap 3 can still get the kills over onto Mojong, but it's Freya that's gonna lose it out. No way. Team DHCNJ has a little bit of an extra life. Look at this barrier position. You can't walk up against it. But their timers are starting to run out. Piet is holding inside, but now they're gonna get a little bit of freedom. Oh, this is so awkward. I think this game is gonna end right here. And now Mojong's walking in. They gotta get the kill onto Mojong. They gotta get the kill onto Mojong. They gotta get the kill onto Mojong. They tag him. Okay, there's the timer refreshed a little bit. 12 seconds left. 12 seconds left. Timer starting to flip. One is not dead yet because of the play dead. Mission Park will fall. Puma needs to somehow get something done. 8 seconds left. This Emma does not have TTK. It's over.
It's too much HP bars.
Tap 3. What a beautiful play. Taking the jump pad over the wall. And they are going to have it. 11 kills in first place. 19 points. GG's. And what an immaculate macro play.
Wow, you would not expect a team to take the risk there and just jump on in, but it actually ended up working out for them, paying dividends, and yeah, they're just able to win the lobby there. Very, very nicely played from top 3 there. Just, yeah, jumping on in, just got the perfect third-party angle. DHNJ did end up getting the res, but unfortunately, DHNJ, they invested way too much timer in the early game, and ended up costing them there as they weren't able to convert any kills back to get their timer back.
If it wasn't for the play dead, because they killed the Jenny. They killed the Jenny, but she went into play dead. If it wasn't for play dead, then they actually would have had it. Unfortunately, it is just not meant to be. GG's though, I will say to Team Tangled, not Tangled WX. What is it? Tangled? No, it isn't. It's Team Tap 3. No, I was more talking about DHC and J. I think they reacted extremely well.
Yeah. They had a really good game as well. Second place, I mean, you take that. You had a decent amount of kills as well. Just unfortunately, the timer situation wasn't in their favor. I think, I mean, you saw what happened, right? They got pushed into fire, they had to get the res, and then they went all the way into police station or gas station TP. So they invested about 20 seconds there. So sitting on the zone swap, it was only 11 seconds. They just had to make something work.
Yeah, with the situation that they were in, they played excellently. And again, I'm loving the new DHCNJ. This kind of composition, it's the first time they're actually playing it. Up until now, Minji Park has always kind of defaulted back onto the Nadine instead. But this Theo pick is really good. I love his shield positionings. And so far, from the very few sample sizes we've had, overall, I think Minjik Park's barrier placements are actually slightly better than One Circle in some games. His shield placements, the barrier placements have been so good because those lasers have been cutting teams off so many times in these fights. And that's really critical.
He's been playing really, really well, DHNJ, and that's kind of exactly what they needed, as a team, right? Because they do have Dasu on the tank now, and then Babo just playing his comfort Emma pick. Yeah, very, very, very nicely played by the Theodore. He was able to completely solo the Laura. I don't know if you saw when the Laura jumped in, was able to kill the Laura from every time. And yeah, I mean, they just played, I think they played it like the best they could have.
Yeah.
They won a 3v3 into team, I think it was Proline team, so team Freya originally. And then the lower third party came in from out of nowhere because just chilling in the zone, jumped onto team DHCNJ. The Theodore completely soloed them, but another third-party team Tap 3 with the heads-up macro play to just jump on in.
Yeah, Lennox falling down was also really unfortunate because of that that Laura flank. If it wasn't for the Lennox falling down, I definitely think there was a lot more possibilities for that to go better. But because two members fell down, the extra time it took for them to actually get the reses off and the extra healing off as well, it's a little unfortunate. Those extra few seconds. We always talk about how timer is just a resource in the earlier stages of the game, but we can see how it is impacting a lot of these teams towards the end of the game if they can't recover it by the time we hit temp zones.
Yeah. 100%. But yeah, what a great game number 2. We do have, I think, the Chloe going to be back on the table for game number 3, so some of these teams will swap back to that Chloe pick. Maybe they just get it banned again, or if we're just going to see some of these teams just stick with what has been working. We usually see that happen a lot, where in game number 1, the characters get banned out, and in game number 3, the bans don't happen again just because, people start finding out which team comps work and which characters are better into these other picks. But it looks like we're just going to jump straight into the leaderboard here. Freya going to come out on top in the first place with 38 points. Didn't win the last game, but they had a really strong showing. I think they had 14 field kills going for them in that game, and Tap 3 with 27, DHNJ with 24, and the rest of the lobby following suit. There isn't really like the bottom 2 teams aren't that far behind the top teams here, so still really anyone's game going into game number 3.
But Team Freya is looking really confident today. Their average field kills per game right now is 14.5. That is a lot for a group like this, where everyone is getting a lot of points. So we'll keep tabs on how Team Freya is going to be playing for the next few games. But ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 2, and you know what that means. It's an even number game. So we're going to go on a break just to make sure we're ready for games 3 and 4, the final games of today, and the final games of the group stage. So make sure you guys go grab some water, go grab a snack for the last time of tonight, and go take a stretch. It's either that or you can go back to sleep after. I don't care. It's up to you. You do whatever you want. But we'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4.
Take care. Take care.
곧 보안 최종 안전지대 최종입니다. 더 이상 안전지대가 없습니다. 저는 못 움직여요. 쉬었다 갈래요. 생존자가 사망. 임시 안전지대를 활성화합니다. 어서 가죠. 다음 스테이지로. 어느 자리에 있든 최선을 다한다고 말했죠? 지켜보세요. 제가 성장하는 모습을. 응원법은 숙지하고 왔죠? 사인 요청은 언제든지 환영이에요. 지금은 디자이너가 아닌 아이돌의 사인이에요. 빛나는 별이 되는 건 더 이상 꿈이 아니라고요. 사인이라도 해줄까요? 무대를 방해하는 사람은 용서 못해요. 팬이라면 용서해줄게요. 역시 전 이때가 제일 빛나는 것 같아요. 경호팀은 어디서 뭘 하는 건가요? 허락도 없이 사진 찍지 말라고 했잖아요. 동선이나 멘트는 미리 외워둬야겠죠. 오늘도 최고의 무대였죠? 정의의 히어로 유스티나 등장! 어? 걱정하지 마, 내가 왔어. 에이전트 에이든, 내가 구하러 왔다. 정의의 이름으로 각오하라고. 에이전트 알렉스, 이제 괜찮다. 왜냐고? 내가 왔으니까. 역시 악당들의 냄새가 나는데. 집중 포격! 발사! 나를 누구라고 생각해? 포기하지 않는 게 바로 내 장점이야. 모두 집합! 강한 힘에는 강한 책임을 따르는 법이야. 내 이름은 유스티나. 사람들의 소중한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 아스트라 버스트! 전력을 다해서! 언젠가 누가 말했었지. 평범한 일상으로 돌아가 평범한 생활을 하고 싶다고. 그럼 난 그 평범한 일상을 지킬 수 있는 최고의 히어로가 되겠어. 여기가 히어로의 전장이야. 오늘은 새로운 걸 준비해봤어. 기대되지? 아! 맛있겠지? 한 입 줄까? 무슨 꿈꾸느냐고? 글쎄, 알려줄 것 같아? 어리다고 얕봤지? 창피해라. 계신가요? 있어도 좋고 없어도 좋아. 경찰 아저씨는 없나 보네? 잘됐다. 후슝! 내 이름으로 달아둬. 슝! 소녀가 공격받는데 가만히 있을 거야? 야옹아, 여기 있니? 자! 오늘은 여기까지. 다음에 또 놀자. 안녕!
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 게임캐스터 천시아입니다. 신규 실험체를 집중 탐구해보는 시간, 이터널 리턴 실험체 백과사전이 유스티나로 돌아왔습니다. 석궁을 사용하는 실험체 유스티나는 이동하면서 스킬을 사용할 수 있기 때문에 기동성이 상당히 뛰어난 실험체입니다. 유스티나는 꾸준한 거리 조절과 게이지 컨트롤을 통한 스킬 활용이 굉장히 중요한 실험체입니다. 먼저 유스티나의 스킬 구성을 알아보겠습니다. 유스티나의 스킬 구성은 Q 스킬 연속 포격, 그리고 선멸 포격, W 스킬 집중 포격, E 스킬 부스트 대쉬, 궁극기 아스트라 버스트, 그리고 패시브 스킬인 아스트라 에너지로 구성되어 있습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. We are back with Eternal Return Masters Season 6 Phase number 2. We only have 2 more games left. For those of you guys who are just joining us, join us earlier, please. No, we just finished games 1 and 2 of Group Stage D. So once again, for all of you guys who are just joining us, we already finished Group Stage C. We know which teams are moving on to which specific knockout stages and which team went to the final from there. We are now deciding the last 8 teams' fates for the future of this tournament. 2 more games to go. 2 more chances for these teams to gain whatever points they can to move themselves up in the score sheet and play in the later stages of the knockout stages.
Yeah, it is going to be our final 2 games here. Very excited because the scoreboard is actually relatively close, I would say, for this group. So it's really anyone's game to still make it into the finals and to maybe get a couple more placements here. But I think you know what time it is, Shuv. I think we're just going to jump straight into the game here. Very excited to see what these teams are going to be picking. We do actually have Team Marshmallow. They're going to be on that Adina. Still playing that triple back nine comp. It's going to be the Adina Barbara and that Chloe coming back in. With the Chloe coming back on the table for game number 3. Yeah.
We are going to have a player substitution for Marshmallow too because Chica is out. Kangmin is going to come in instead. That's why we do have the character differences from that. Good stuff, good stuff. We'll see how the Adina actually fits into all of this in comparison to Chica, where the Hyejin I feel like would have been a little bit better of a follow-up. This is much more better in lines of extended fights. Kangmin on the Adina should be able to provide a lot of damage for Team Marshmallow, although it's not going to be burst oriented.
Yeah, and has that setup potential as well with that stun from the Adina. The Adina does have that double stun, so if there is any CC, you know, both members will be able to follow up as well. And Cartel, looks like they're going to be swapping back to the typical front-to-back team comp that we usually see them on. I was a little surprised to see them on the Hyun pre and the Barbara. But yeah, beyond that, my Heart and Arda, and we're actually not gonna have a Chloe ban going into game number 4 here. Like I said, sometimes it's like some comps just aren't working out for them, and it's really not worth it to go for the ban when you yourself as a team aren't doing as well in the lobby. So just gotta play what you can and try to get as many points as possible.
Most of our teams that are also running the Chloe is not exactly the most standard kind of composition that we are seeing, especially outside of Team Freya in game number 1. Marshmallow and the other team that was running that Chloe were running really untraditional team compositions. It's hard to navigate the Chloe with those sometimes, so I do understand the sentiment where you are just going to swap off of it, which does mean for game number 4 everything is available once again. That's going to be pretty fun. So let's get started here, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3 has to begin before we go into game number 4, so we'll talk about this one specifically first. Factory, popular as always. This place is overpopulated at the very least.
Yeah, look how many people. Yeah, look how many people are in this zone, just grabbing as many items as they can. Gotta make sure they get their items for their teammates as well, because you do see that a lot, especially in at this level of play, where certain players will just grab items for the team and they're able to get that early game group, so they could get those early game kills where to find maybe a member that just hasn't or just isn't grouped up just yet. Like right now, where Team Every Time is under attack here by Team Freya, but unfortunately, Team Freya isn't going to be able to get the pick onto the haze there.
Opting to invest the blink for low one though, so that is a 90-second cooldown. They'll have it back by night number 1, but with how often these teams have been fighting during day number 1, I'm afraid that might actually cause an issue. Like right now, for example, like right now, right now.
The hard ult comes through, and unfortunately for the side of Team Every Time, they're not even level 6 yet, so they don't really have anything in response to that hard ult. So NCMP just able to get the route ups so much faster than these other players, and they are going to be able to punish them for it.
Quite unfortunate for a low one, but it's all good and dandy. It's still early game. We'll still have the cooldown on the the blink, so that's going to be a bit of an issue later down the road. We'll see if that's going to make any differences. MSM trying to duke it out up against Team Tap 3. That's a lot of good damage exchanges. Soli has been invested, which means Senru is just going to dip. Narvik, of course, with the plate that is not going to be in any danger. Surlo will also get taken down. Team Tangled.bx is going to start out with a very, very good kill down in Uptown. 1 for them and 0 for the other side. Away from keyboard, very, very split from each other.
Yeah, great start for Team Tangled.bx, going to be able to get that nice kill. Looks like we're just going to have a lot of teams just, slowly. What you usually see in these games, teams will group up, try to look for the early game team fights. If they don't see anything, they'll slowly start branching away to split farm and to try to get as many zones as possible, get as much farm and as much credits just to get those early game 4-score buy-ins. But you also still see, some more early game aggression from these teams when these teams are going to be contesting for these herds very short.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, Group D has been a good mix between punishing split pushers as well as multiple team fights in the earlier stages of the game. We saw good picks during Groups A and B, as I mentioned earlier, and there was a lot of team fights at the earlier stages in Group C. Group D just kind of melds everything together. It's a really weird way of seeing how this entire series has been running, but it is what it is. Hexu getting ran down by Mana. I don't really see anyone else on the side of that Cecilla really there to assist, so it's just going to be a 1-for-1. Potentially, and CMB
as well.
Oh my god,
get away?
The healing
No.
plant, the finger point is there. Proline with a couple auto attacks should do it. Arda joining the fray a little bit late to the party, but it's already a 1-for-1 trade unless this Chloe really wants to go for it. Chill gets the finger point, Jenny might be dead.
Yeah, Jenny is probably going to fall down here. There is the dice. Tries to use the Nimrod's Gate to get on out of there, but it's not going to be enough. Peng a little bit going to be in trouble here, as they are going to get cut off by the Arda, so going to have to live long enough for the heart to come back in time. But it should be, the heart should come back up just barely in time. I think it is. Yes, okay. Looks like Team Cartel are going to be fine here. The heart just needs to not die now, and there is Meteorite going to be spawning in dock there, and there's actually going to be more on the bottom side. There's the ultimate coming out. Exclusive was pretty big, didn't be able to save the Nadine, and Nadine is able to get so much damage before they do end up going down. So Tangled.bx going to be the one on top. It was a 2-for-2 trade, but Tangled.bx going to be the ones that are going to be able to res their teammates here.
Well, 2-for-2 trade. It's not bad. And plus, all the timers are actually really working in favor of both of the teams because away from keyboard will fully be res for the Tree of Life contest if they want to go for that. And of course, we just saw Tangle.bx resing everyone, so that's good too. Low One should have Blink in just a couple. I know, no, they definitely have Blink by now. I was gonna say night 1 is when they should have had it. They should have it up right now unless they used it during night number 1. Kangmin, Senru, as well as Yogurt looking for this Tree of Life contest. Inori is in a really awkward spot. That little thin corridor is not where you want to be when you're the front line. Up against all this, these Haze rocket launchers doing pretty good, but at the same time, the stars from Kangmin supporting and assisting his teammates to keep themselves safe and healed up.
Inori taking the 1v1 with Yogurt here, getting a lot of damage, and here's a third party. Looks like Team Freya is just going to TP on in as they see probably on the radar that 2 teams would be contesting for this Tree of Life, and looks like the tree is actually just going to go to the side of Team Marshmallow, as Team Freya is just going to be the ones to back on out of here. But wait a second, Foster is completely split by himself here. There's a Nimrod's gate in. I think they're going to be able to get this Lennox down here. I don't think Lennox is going to be able to get away, and yes, will be the ones to fall to Team Freya there. Cartel taking a lot of damage from Riori. The Adrian gets so much poke damage. There's a Nimrod's gate, maybe to try to get the Mai out, but it looks like the Mai will be the one to fall as well.
How are some of these players ending up in these locations?
DHCJ
just completely split apart.
Still split farming. It looks like they want to get as many credits as possible, which is fair, you know, when they are a Theodore, like 2 mage comps, you want as much damage as possible to do to have enough burst damage to kill, you know, even some of these frontliners. So just trying to get credits.
Now that I think about it, we actually talked about this. I think it was during game number 2 as well, where DHC and J were still split farming in day number 2. So maybe this is just a general strategy that they're going to be going with through the entirety of ERM. Very risky. Very, very, very risky, especially in day number 2, where a lot of teams are going to be grouping up with each other, and a lot of people are, oh my god, okay, Surlo is dead. But a lot of people grouping up at the same time, they're also going to be looking for those buy timers. So there is a part where you can also argue that because teams are going to be grouped together looking for buys, they're going to be coordinated in certain locations around the map, so you can play around that instead. But if you don't find anything, you are really falling behind as these split farmers in day number 2.
It's really hard to also, because like if you slowly get picked off, it's really also hard to group up to find your opportunity to get that buy-in, because all these other teams are going to be, you know, surrounding these kiosks. But it looks like it actually worked out in favor for the HCNJ for this game. They were able to just get their buy-in in hotel. They're going to get the farm in beach as well, so it's actually not too bad. They were able to find that timing to, you know, group up together and slowly start farming now that they're going to be into day number 3.
Team Freya picking up the Mithril, going to be furthering their lead. Mission Park is going to have to blink out pretty early. This is going to put a very, very big advantage to Team Cartel. Taking looking for a Nimrod's Gate. Nobody's going to take it on his end. Might just be a disengage. All the animals for the most part have already been taken inside of beach. It's a very low value area starting from now on. So...
Theodore walking a little too far up, but unfortunately it's not really much he could really do because it's just a nighttime vision for no turn return. This makes it so you have to be a little too far close or a little too far up to see your opponent. You're gonna actually use the Soul Link to try to get movement speed to maybe trying to finish the Estelle. I saw the vision there, but just wasn't enough, as it looks like Team Marshmallow is gonna be forced back.
Did I just see Chloe sitting on protocol violation?
I don't know, but I don't think it'd be that bad on.
Yeah, it's
Chloe,
not bad because you're still running protocol violation, but I just didn't expect Chloe to be the one. Oh man, needs to run. Rocket launchers needs to be dodged. Oh my god, what the heck are those rocket launchers? Hello. EMP barrage is actually pretty big. It's going to split up the entirety of Team Everything. Freya last will pick up the kill onto Inori. Can they get any more? Distance has been made from the rest of the team of Team Everything. Mana really wants this though. Girl in the Bubble is not going to save you from the slow. Recognition Signal is also not going to tag onto the haze. It will be a disengage. 1-0 in favor of Team Away from Keyboard.
I guess that's the power of the Inquisitor on the Cecile instead, getting that extra damage for that execute. If you are using these Freya last just to get those finishing kills. Yeah, Team AFK gonna be able to pick that one up. As we have Team Cartel gonna contest Team Tangle.bx for the tree, but actually it looks like they're just gonna completely give it to Tangle.bx. Maybe they recognize how strong they are. Maybe that advantage is a little in the favor of King Tangle.bx. As we have Team Freya gonna get a little bit of poke damage onto away from keyboard, but they're just gonna walk in to hotel here.
So fine and dandy.
Mabo, they're still split.
What?
I think,
Day
I
three
mean, it
split
isn't
for- day-
Emma.
Day 3 split.
I mean, they're
fire.
not that split. I think it's just Babel walking up a little too far up, but it is an Emma, and Emma has safety
But he's not checking
because
bushes.
of the change, but it's a little risky. I'm a little surprised that Babel was a little or like that far up from the rest of this team there.
It's all about the value, and if he can check bushes, because Emma can do that really easily, then it's fine, but he wasn't doing it, that's why I got worried. Sparknade is going to whiff, so we're in a little bit of downtime with the initiations. Peng's going to look for an opportunity. He does actually get a good amount of damage over onto Peksu. He will be forced to use the healing drone, so the advantage over onto Team Cartel. Energy Blast Field was also invested by BC Park. That's exactly why Team Cartel is backing away from this. It is level 2, so the overcharge state should most likely be done by now. You can see the positionings from Team Cartel starting to try capitalizing on this. Nimrod's Gate should be available in just a moment. There is no White Lily on this.
Oh, tries to use the dice, not gonna connect to anyone. Does get the gate down onto one, gonna get a lot of damage as the last is and the damage coming out from the heart is just way too much for the Lennox to do, and oh my god, NCMP just gonna jump on in and pop their ultimate as well to make sure they have the safety. Good dodges out. There is a great Nimrod's Gate in, and that's gonna be it for Team NC or Team DHC and J, as Team Cartel are gonna be able to kill them all, but the Emma, the last hat trick before they end up going down, is gonna be able to get one kill for the bot. Unfortunately, Cartel is gonna be able to get the one up on them. Nice 3-for-1 for the side of Team Cartel.
But that's exactly how you play against Theo. That is exactly how you play against Theo. 100%.
Just get around that wall. Yeah, as long as you can get around that wall, damage actually not that much. And
well, even more so than that, just playing around the energy blast field, right? As soon as you see it being charged up, you just leave. And if you are able to make sure you keep the distance, because you also have an Arda, then you can always initiate back on him. It's not like energy blast field cooldown is short this early into the game. It's level 2.
That is true. That is true.
But I see too many people still walking into overcharged Theos.
Yeah, and Cartel just played it really well there. Got a really nice Nimrod right past the Theodore, right on top of the Theodore as well. And then, yeah, the Arda just jumped in with the Mai, and they're just able to kill the Theodore down there. And a great engage, but a great exclusive in response from Peng. They're able to pull Zhengi down, but a great pull coming out from the Sicella. Ana hits a fantastic Sicella pull from downtown. I think that was a max range pull onto NCMP. NCMP will be the ones to fall there. And great recognition from team away from keyboard, able to recognize that there's another team in the zone. They don't want to get third partied, but Tangled WX in response, they actually know, and they're actually gonna cut them off here. Are they gonna be able to get any damage here? No, Die actually gonna go in, get a lot of damage. Quake is popped as well, and Insane just gonna use the ultimate, is gonna be able to take down Bruh. And away from keyboard, gonna be on the back foot here. I don't think Alex is gonna be able to get away either. Good taunt there. Great backstep, and gonna be able to use the White Lily, so only gonna be a -200. And they are gonna be able to get the res off as well. It looks like they did end up using that one kiosk.
Really good intuitive play from that team. It's just exactly how you're supposed to play that. The macro play, you know where they're going to go. Might as well cut them off. Tingle Dobby playing that perfectly. Another fight on the northern side of the map this time around is going to be between Team Tap 3 as well as Team Everything. A lot of good damage from Piet, but there's just no follow-up from the backside. A little bit too far away as the rest of the team.
Rockets.
And those rockets indeed do hurt. Almost makes me think that she's probably running the Dragon Scales build. I know there's been a little bit of a variant on what you can run as Haze. You're just trying to pump as much damage as possible. That is a beautiful dice, but no follow-up just there to begin with. Cartel's going to start following up on it now. The heart damage is absolutely insane. GTL is going to get absolutely wiped from the map.
Oh, wait.
Zerlo, the timing is just too good. The blink is actually there too, so Sly Step plus the, well, not Sly Step, I guess it's the Thorn Lilac dash as well as the blink is going to create enough distance.
Actually gets on out of there. Very nicely played. A great blink and a great dash to get to make sure they're out to safety. So only going to be a -200, not going to be a -400. Was a little scary though, because the lower I thought it was going to go down for sure. But yeah, great escape. And on the side, there's going to be a lot of teams on the top side of the map here. I would say Team Tap 3 just going to send it on to Team Every Time. I think a third party might be coming in very shortly from Team Tangled WX, but I don't think they actually know. Oh, now they do. Oh no, Every Time gonna be on the back foot here. It looks like they're gonna lose 2 members. The Stella ult is gonna get Every Time out to safety, but I don't think... Yeah, the haze is already down, and they're getting chased by Team Tap 3 here. Team Tap 3 is an Ekion, and is going to be able to reset off these animals. Is gonna get... Oh, this is on the bat there, so it looks like Team Every Time is gonna be able to get away.
Good stuff, good stuff. Purple box, not purple box, that's the red box will drop. What will Pia get from this? Chinese opera mask. That's actually really good value.
Use this. I don't know if any of them can use it though. Maybe they might put it onto Ekion.
Yes, Ekion can. Of course, you do end up losing out on your dwarf helmets.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
he's just gonna put it on.
This.
Yeah. How does cooldown work for Ekion exactly? Is it just
cooldown
for E?
Yeah, and Q, but
EQ.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it looks like we...
This variant, sorry about that, but this variant of Ekion can actually run the Chinese Opera Mask. I think if you're running the Spectral Jacket version that a lot of people have been running now, then Chinese Opera Mask is probably...
Oh my god, I love this play from Team Freya. They're actually going to jump that in, but wait a second. I think I have enough timer to get on out of here. Oh, I have another VLS. Oh my god.
What the...
That is a really nice macro play from Team Freya. Able to just use... Oh, wow. You know, I'm gonna add this one. I'm gonna add this one to my books.
Oh no! Don't add this one to your books though. What the?
Oh no! It looks like Team Every Time is completely caught in the middle of Team Tap 3 and Team Marshmallow, and they're just gonna fall there. Oh, unfortunate. That is a disaster for Team Every Time. Not really much they could do. They just got caught and sandwiched in between two teams. But yeah, like I was saying, that was a really cool macro team. Freya there using the VLS system to get in, and then another VLS system to actually get on out as well. I was a little scared there because I wasn't expecting to have another one, and I mean it makes complete sense on why they ended up, or why they decided to make that play there now.
Indeed. More third party coming in. Serlo, he's already used the slide step. He's not going to be able to jump the wall. Will get taken down. It's night number 4, so Serlo either has to pop now and the res has to come through, or something has to happen. A lot of zones about to turn red in a few seconds here up on the northern side. So away from keyboard, they do end up getting the res off. It was with a mobile kiosk, but now they're going to have to try getting out of there. VLS has been taken, and the fight will begin inside of the boundary between Temple and Stream. Noda now taking a huge amount of damage. 4 seconds to go until this zone turns red. Nobody inside the zone, luckily, for Team Tangled WX. They will keep themselves safe, at least for the time being.
Yeah, actually all got away though. I'm a little surprised. I thought one of them was for sure gonna go down with the Barbara stun grenade toss, but it's not really any real follow up there for the side of Team Marshmallow. But a great stun from the Chloe. There's engage from the Alonso. Is gonna be able to use ult as well to push them back in. Already chunked down half HP, but the engage is gonna. They're trying to look for an angle back on in. Proline already chunked down to
Soul Link
20% as well, and he actually just ends up popping the Soul Link too. So I think Team Freya is gonna be on the back foot here. They definitely have to run away. But the Alonso is a little far up, but it looks like the side of Team away from keyboard actually not going to push their advantage for now. As you can look at the items for the side of Team away from keyboard, they do not have any to their name.
Yeah, and I also don't think they saw the Soul Link being popped. And even
oh my god, look at the damage!
What the heck? The kill's gonna go into Team Tap 3, but the Barbara damage, hello, what was that? There's the knockup actually missing over onto Jumo. Springtrap's gonna pull Yogurt back in, but that's a lot of damage from the Sun Conjunct. Holy moly, Kangmin was the right call. Springtrap to push people away. Piet is soaking up as much damage as possible. He's not gonna get knocked up with the Puppet Theater either, but they're being pushed into the red. Narvik, he doesn't have to play that Springtrap once again. My goodness, Jumo is trying his hardest to keep his team alive, and he actually succeeds in it. What a monster.
Yeah, the Barbara damage is it's kind of insane. I think the Barbara just half HP, or sorry, 80% did I think it was the Nadine or the Adriana there, but looks like we have another fight. Oh no, looks like we do have a 1-for-1 trade. I think the fight's actually into the side of Team away from keyboard here, but a great knockup from Proline. Are they going to be able to follow up any damage there? No. Timers are going to be in the side of Team...
Oh, you gotta go, sis. Where are you going?
Freya, though. Yeah, the Scylla needs to get in here, but Scylla's going to have to explode. Oh, but they get enough timer because they got the kill onto the Alonso, but... Oh no, it's going to come down into a 1v1 here to Chloe. Proline's going to jump on in, but Alex is just going to use their clothes to get on out of there. I don't think he has enough time to get back in here. Yeah, he's just going to have to... Oh, wait.
Oh, Cemetery's open.
Cemetery is back. is back open. You are correct. So Team Freya, they're going to be able to get the Alonso back up, but they're going to be down a member. Arda didn't end up falling there. Team Tap 3. Oh, no, not Reckless.
Wait, PN might be dead too. Did he just mess up? No, he didn't. Okay. Oh,
One
man.
second, just barely getting on out. It will be a -1 for Team Tap 3, unfortunately. Don't know what exactly happened on the top side there. I think Team Cartel probably just got the better of them. So Team Cartel, they're in a pretty good position here. Are they going to check the corner? Yes, Team Lobby X will find members of Team Freya. Oh, wait a second. Donald I did not have any timer, and he will just die there. So now, oh no, that is a disaster. That is a disastrous play from Team Lobby X. But there is a lot of solos and a lot of duos for this bottom side of the map here. So we actually might have a duo versus a duo on our hand here.
No! Okay, Ekion's gonna die. Yeah, I think the only teams that are full are actually sitting inside a pond right now. Cartel is not really gonna have any leniencies to leave.
Oh my god, it's only gonna come out.
What is with our what is with our hearts? They end up killing Kangmin as well.
They always find these angles and they just don't give any response window for these ADCs to. Well, I mean, there was a response window there. The Chloe definitely should have ulted. But I think the Chloe just wasn't expecting the hearts to just you know completely eviscerate them.
Okay, now we have to look at Factory. It's a 2v2 between these two different teams. Alonso trying his desperate tries to get something done. Proline trying to outplay, but Insane is just insane, as his name states. Zone control goes in favor of Tangled Obby.
Look at the damage, it's way too much.
The better it is. Look at this. Why is the Alonso just not dying? Okay, Proline.
It was so close.
Riori, my friends.
He needed that one extra tick of damage just because, you know, Proline Soul Link did end up going down there, and it will be Team Tangle Lobby X. So, you know, despite the little mishap from the Mai, it wasn't that bad because they did end up getting winning that zone. So, very nicely played by Insane and Team Riori. Nunal died, doesn't have to go to sleep with their eyes open tonight.
They'll still have to win this game if he really wants to do it. And if he does, luckily it wasn't a -1 inside of Hospital, so they didn't really lose any points for it. It's just whether or not this is going to put a little bit of a hiccup on how they're going to play in the next moments. Just refresh your mind. Don't worry about what happened earlier. Now you have to make sure you play this out correctly. Double Guillotine found out. It's going to get cleared by Nodanal. They are slowly but surely making their way in towards the final zone. Jangy sitting on the side. He is always going to be a threat, as does Arda. Adriana trying desperately to deal with it as much as possible, but initiation coming in from Nodanal, it's not going to really result in anything. The heart pumping out damage. Healing drone popped again from the side of Nodanal too.
Riori though.
Damage.
Riori's just chunking.
The cocktail parties. White Lily is there, but it's not going to be taken by the Mai. Pang needs to somehow get out. The auto attacks will chunk and the kill comes through. Riori, and Insane with an insane blink in, dude.
Wow.
Tangled Dobby Show. What on earth is that?
Yeah, Riori just playing out of his mind, just able to provide so much damage and utility for his team, just able to completely solo the Arda in the 1v1, and then on top of that, just add some more cocktail parties into the side of Team Cartel, just able to deal so much AoE damage. Very, very nicely played from our Adriana player. Just single-handedly winning Tangle WX stat team fight.
And with that, Nodanal really doesn't have to sleep tonight with his eyes open. Congratulations to Nodanal. Yeah. Wow.
Nodanal, yeah. I mean, you like if you're ever in that in those shoes, right, where you make a, like that devastating of a mistake, especially, you know, in such a high stakes tournament like Eternal Return Masters, like you have to feel really bad, but at the end of the day, it didn't really matter because they did end up winning that 2v2, so like he's chilling.
Yep. Luckily, he's chilling. They could have definitely gone a little bit sideways, but in the end, it's his teammates that are going to pull him back. Well played, seriously. The Nadine and the and the Adriana gameplay dude, Riori on Adriana is never going to disappoint.
He is insane on that character.
Yep. Listen, I've been making insane jokes for Insane. Now you're making insane jokes for Riori. What the?
And them two together is just really, really nice to watch. You know, like
Indeed.
Insane just able to just, weave in and out of fights, able to find those angles on the Nadine as well, just able to dish out so much damage. And then Riori just, on this Adriana, such a masterclass. I mean, we've seen how proficient he is on this character, is able to provide so much poke, so much DPS, and, not only is he doing all that, but, Adriana does have that utility, does have that slow and that defense shred for Insane to be doing more damage as well.
It's crazy how when you watch Riori play Adriana and you compare it to almost any other Adrianas in KR right now for competitive, it doesn't even come close. And I'm genuinely saying this with actual certainty because we've seen multiple Adrianas in the past in ERM that plays up against Riori. And while maybe Tangled.bx's overall team performance might not be doing that well, Riori is always consistent. His Adriana hurts to even look at when you're playing up against it. It's filthy.
Yeah, 100%. Wow, what a fantastic game number 3. And I think that's definitely going to change up our score here for our lobby, because Freya was our team that was in first place, but they actually didn't do too hot there for game number 3. So, I mean, they did have 9 kills. So they actually had a lot of kills still going for them, and they actually did end up making the final zone. So I think Team Freya will still be in first place. But the rest of the lobby, right, we saw Team Tangled.bx. I think they're in the middle of the pack. Team Cartel, I think we're at the very bottom. They just didn't have a good game number 1 and 2 just because, we've seen how the first 2 games went with their Hyunwoo, Priya, team comp. Didn't really work out too well for them. But now that they're back to the front to back, it's looking pretty nice. And they should close the gap quite a bit.
It's Cartel after all. Game 4 will definitely be a statement, I think, from Team Cartel. If they're somehow able to pull this back and make their way up to maybe even like top 3, I'd be genuinely amazed. The composition that they were running for the first half of the series was just a no-go. I think the fact that you're missing a Lenny with a certain punching character is a little bit difficult to work with. Priya is good, but the amount of utility, the immediate utility that you're looking for, something in like a Lenny, for example, the trumpets, immediate. The spring traps, immediate. Flowers, you need to set them up a little bit. Right, so Priya might not exactly be the character that you're opting to go for if you're pairing it with the Hyunwoo. I'd rather see the Lenny if they're going to go for something like that. But you're right, front to back seems to be the way to go for Team Cartel. It's what they've been always super famous for. Whenever they win, front to back, it's always what they ran. Just go for it again in game number 4. You guys are comfort picks with this anyways.
Yeah, 100%. It was interesting to see the Priya and the Hyunwoo, but yeah, I think they're definitely going to be a lot more comfortable in this comp, and they're probably going to stick with this typical front to back team comp going into game number 4 here. They still need to get a couple more points to try to get as much placement points as possible, because you want to make sure it's a lot easier for you for the rest of the ERM phase, so you don't have to play as many games as some of these other teams.
Absolutely. One more game to go, determine what what the entirety of the knockout stages actually look like. Man, there is a part of me that kind of wants to stay for the interview just so we can see the possible brackets after, because they're probably going to show us that after the interview itself is over, maybe starting to get ready for the knockout stages tomorrow. We'll decide on that later. We know which teams came from yesterday. We know which team came from Group C. All we have to figure out is which teams come from Group D anyways to begin with. We'll figure that out after game number 4. But for now, let's take a look at the scores. Team Freya still very much far ahead in the lead. 12-point difference between them and Tangled.bx. It's a pretty stable lead, but it's not going to be enough for you to say, okay, we can just kind of troll game number 4.
Yeah. Top 3 with 33, Cartel with 26. So, I mean, the rest of the lobby is still relatively close. I mean, definitely not as close to Freya or the top 2, both top 3 and Freya, Tangled.bx and Freya. But they can still definitely look for some more placement points here. Both 7th and 8th are both 17, so they're both tied for the bottom 2. And then 6 is only 20, so it's only a 3-point difference. And definitely want to try getting out from the bottom 2, because you definitely don't want to start from the very first knockout stage.
In the end, it's both 7th and 8th place teams that are going to be placed in the knockout stage 1. So if you're 8th place, you gotta at least go to 6, right? Yeah. One one less series that you're gonna have to play. Just going up one position is not gonna cut it. You have to make it 2.
Yeah, but I mean, it shouldn't be that big. It's only 3 points. We're gonna have to see. Any of these teams just have a game. Maybe they'll go up 2 to 3, maybe even 4 placements up because the lobby still looked pretty top heavy in the sense where the top teams are just so dominant and they have so much more points than these other teams. So on the bottom side, make up for it.
Frey is cooking. I kind of want to see this. Pro line on William is something I actually haven't seen in a long time. If he decides to lock this in, I wonder what the dynamics of this lobby is going to be. From what I've seen so far, there is actually a lot of good lockdown, but it's lockdown on characters that can't move around that often. Yeah, we're going to just swap over to the Leon. Fortunately, I'm not going to be able to witness Pro Line's William today. Maybe we'll see it later down into this tournament. For now, they're just to fall back onto the game, the composition they played in game number 1, which was very, very stable to begin with. Whereas everybody else just playing things we've already seen from these players.
Yeah, they had a pretty good game on this team comp, so no surprise that they're gonna go onto it. It is, I think, Pro9's comfort pick playing that Leon, and then the Arda on top to make sure they could maybe look for those dive engages. I don't think William would really work for their team, so yeah,
Especially if you have an Arda, you'd have to swap the Arda out for something.
I don't think Arda really works with William, so yeah, I think it was just kind of mind games maybe to try to force some of these players off, or maybe try to change some team comps from some of these players, because you do see it a lot where players hover certain picks and then they will swap last second.
Yes, let me pick Nadine so we can ban it for game 5.
To make sure it doesn't get banned, or maybe if they see, for example, like I think the other day we saw the Lenny Hyunwoo team comp being really prevalent. Maybe they're gonna pick that, then all these other teams decide, oh, we should play Priya to counter that, and then they swap last second. So a lot of mind games that do end up happening. The picks.
Indeed.
Usually,
Mind game and character select, mind game and in-game as well, right? It's great for us to see. Okay, game number 4, the final one of the night, the final one of the group stages, the last game of the group stages in Eternal Return Masters Season 6, right? We're not going to have any more group stages after this one, because after Phase 2, we go straight into the LCQ and the wildcards into the finals.
Yeah, it's just 2 phases this time around, because we did have the Super Cup in between. Super Cup was great to watch. If you guys did end up missing the Super Cup, you could always watch the games from the Korean Eternal Return side on the YouTube channel. I'll also post it over there. Basically, it had the fearless format where teams basically had to pick multiple team comps. But speaking about for Eternal Return Masters Season 2, it looks like Sword is getting a lot of damage onto Jug. Are they going to be able to get a trade, get a 1-for-1? So Cartel is going to lose 2 members, but they're going to be able to get that pick on Sword, so not too bad. You will definitely take early game trades just because the times are so short.
There was a part of me that even though I knew the heart was going to be screwed from Cartel, I kind of wanted him to just put down the Peacemaker for the hell of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to happen though. They will just gracefully take their death. The shorter death timer as well, right? It is level 7. Any longer than that, maybe they hit level 8 and the death timer would have been longer. Either way though, love the plays from Team Cartel. I think it was a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Team Every Time, though. They managed to get an additional kill where the Arda and the Heart both died, whereas Cartel only picks up the Nadine, and that is about it. So a lot of teams just kind of roaming around. We aren't seeing too many fights in comparison to some of the last games. Teams being careful in game number 4 is not something that we're all too unfamiliar with, but I believe very soon we should start seeing these teams starting to devolve into a bunch of fights. I know game number 4 you want to play as safe as possible and not get knocked out by any weird means, but at the same time it's your last chance to actually get points, so teams are going to be desperate every now and then.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you get as many points as possible to climb up the leaderboard. You don't want to be in that bottom 2 spots. You don't want to be in the bottom. You want to get as many, or you want to guarantee as many placements as possible so you don't have to play as many games. It looks like Peng is going to get caught out here by the side of AK. A great exclusive to block out on the pole, but I don't think his team is gonna make it in time to. Oh wait a second, Peng is getting a lot of distance, but just barely not enough. Team Cartel just wasn't able to make it there just yet. The backline was just we're a little too far. And the side of Team Marshmallow, looks like backliners might be gone. No, it looks like it's just gonna be Dasu by himself, just poking his head out here and looking for this 3B.
Indeed. Peksu once again split away from the rest of his teammates. DHC and J doing what they've been doing best throughout the entire series, which was just split farming until day number 2 and onwards. Another fight, a team fight going to be starting inside of Hospital. A beautiful fire escape for Riori to get out, but his teammates are still going to fall. Insane taken down inside of Hospital. It will give control over onto the other side. Every time we'll be able to grab that one instead. Fantastic job for them. 30 seconds to go until day 2 will begin. Jumo just jumping out of the magnetic storm. Nope, Springtrap will disengage. Kangmin still pushing in on this. He wants to get some kind of advantage going for the rest of his team. Grenade is going to get jumped down once again from Jumo. This Lenny is so difficult to lock down with triple mages.
Yeah, and it looks like, are they actually going to give the meteorite or free here to the side of Team Marshmallow? I think they are. They'd actually take Team Tap 3 just doesn't want to take the fight here. So Team Marshmallow are going to be sitting in a nice spot, going to get that meteorite and those wolves in archery. Team Cartel, on the other hand, going to get tested here into Team Freya, and TMP going to dodge on some key abilities there. Going to dodge on play. A lot of damage going to be traded on to Lennox, not put down to HP. Heal drone is already going to be proc for the side of Team Freya, and it looks like Team Cartel, they know there's another team and they don't want to get third party. They're actually going to really split here. They're going to take the Nimrod's Gate, perfect Nimrod's Gate on outs as the side of Team every time. They did try to look for that third party, but just weren't able to find anything.
I got excited there for a moment because I thought Mojong was just going to stick the meteorite, and the AoE silence zone for Arda picking up an objective would have actually done something, but nope. he just let go of it.
It's pretty cosmetic. It's pretty cosmetic.
It's like a little feel that he picks up things, and it's not really game changing or anything of the sort.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that come into play like
ever
much. Yeah.
Might have seen it once in a norms game or something where people just walk into it not knowing what it does, but realistically speaking, you should never be. Well, you should never be sticking it as an Arda.
I want to see like a team just fighting in like right into a meteor, and then the Arda, like in the middle, in the heat of the moment, just start sticking the meteor, and then everyone's silence.
Yeah,
that would be so
that's
funny.
what I'm saying, right? I was kind of hoping he did that because there was one point where, which team is that? I think Team, oh gosh, I forget. DHC and J were kind of all inside of the meteorite area, but the Arda walked up and he didn't start taking the meteorite, so I got a little bit sad when that happened.
Ooh, I like this play from Marshmallow. They're gonna get a pick here. Ooh, wait, Narvik is actually gonna be able to dodge off. A lot of key abilities. It's really tanky as well, but just gonna back on away. And the rest of Lumi is gonna go over to the side Team Marshmallow. But Team Tap 3, I think they got about more. They'll definitely take that. Probably gonna get their buys in from the fire station buy, and here comes the engagers. The Arda, the dice is good. And TMP, the follow-up, all the ADC damage is there. There's the ultimate that comes out actually from the Dean. Very nicely played by NCMP. Gonna be able to get that out in time. And gonna be able to kill Sword right out of the Peacemaker. Are they gonna look for more here? I don't think they're gonna be able to find anything, as Nord is gonna be able to get away.
I'm loving the Eagle plays from a lot of our ADC players today. Notice that? A lot of them Sword actually just deciding to go back in, trying to get a kill exchange. Although this is a little bit weird. At CMB, he has no Peacemaker.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a great macro play from AFK. I think what happened is I think they went from the bottom side and were to get out. Or they were able to find that angle outside of the console vision. So they're just able to just jump on over, and of course. NCMP was not expecting anyone to really be there, and then AFK was able to get that kill, get the alpha for themselves as well, so very, very nice pickup for them.
This is, by the way, a very burst heavy-centric team composition from away from keyboard. I'm seeing the Chain of Thorns on the Isaac. This could just be the jump on the backline and burst him with one rotation. We'll see if it actually ends up happening that way. Low one is going to the moon. I don't know where what is happening. Jaggy is low, but it's not going to happen. Peng will get traded instead. A 1-for-1 trade. Low one is
Yeah, that definitely
going
could have went a lot.
places.
That definitely could have went a lot better. Low one, unfortunately, overshooting it and then not hitting anyone with the Twilight Heist as well. So
Maybe he was predicting a
unfortunate.
blink.
Maybe. Oh, looks like Cartel. They actually want to take this fight here. And NCP is just gonna start ego chasing it in pro line. He's just gonna run away here as the Lennox is actually gonna be the one to caught out. So great acceptance speech coming out from the Jenny. Gonna be able to lock down the Lennox, and looks like Team Freya are going to try getting on out of there. Pro line does end up making it, and it will be. It looks like a credit lab gonna go to the side of Team Freya. Was it a credit lab? I actually can't tell.
I think so. I think the order goes Abandon, Credit Mutant, and then Gamma up at the top side.
I thought. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think there is an order to all that. Cartel gonna be forced to use the oh my god, the Peacemaker. Unfortunately, the heart will fall. There goes the
that's a minus
Arda.
200. Wait, they're actually gonna wipe here.
Yeah, Cartel, they could theoretically wipe. It's not gonna happen because Ping does have the catwalk. But minus 200 at the beginning of day 3 is just
at the very swap for day number 3. Arda does end up going down. So yeah, minus 200. Cartel, a little unfortunate. And like you said, that is a pretty big tempo loss, I would say, just because you want to have these early game transitions so you can snowballing, but because you just minus 200 right on the swap, yeah, it's still unfortunate.
They're hovering around another set of Meteorite, maybe another 4-score buy for themselves as well. Having to get the minus 200 to res the Arda back is gonna kind of hamper that a little bit. This is gonna suck. Really, for this team. It's a team that needs to consistently snowball, and without those minus 200s, we always kind of downplay the beginning of day number 3. We're always like, oh, they have enough credits, but for a composition like Heart Arda, those 200 credits actually make a difference. So, yeah, this is gonna put them on the back foot quite a lot, especially the longer it takes to bring the Arda. He's finally gonna be brought back, but that's a good, what, like 40-50 seconds of day 3, sorry, that Arda couldn't take advantage of.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate there, and looks like we actually might have a fight here. Team Tap 3, do they want to posture up here? No, it looks like they're actually going to walk away. Team Freya as well, just going to walk away. We're actually going to run straight into the hands of Team Marshmallow. A great instant response from the Arda, actually going to be able to get his team to safety. It's a little scary there. The Chloe was definitely looking for a knock-up on either Pro Line or the Arda, but just not going to be able to connect.
They understand their situation now. It's a little unfortunate for Team Freya sitting on 1 kill. Their credit counts are looking okay, but I don't know what their actual items are looking like. Finally, a fight will begin between Team Marshmallow as well as Tap 3. It is disengaged, but on the bottom side of the map inside of Chapel, Peacemaker is invested. NCMB getting ran down by the Nikki will not get punched, but the uppercut comes in, and the Fear Jab is there. Ping, I think, is the last one alive on that team. Yep, the Arda fell, so Cartel, it is just slowly but surely unraveling for them. They are not going to have the good transitions going into later stages of the game.
Another minus 400 for Team Cartel. That means they're minus 600 already in total, which is quite a bit. Oh my god, the play that already procced onto the side of Team Tap. Great burst damage from Team Marshmallow. They're going to try looking for a Pied here. Yogurt going to push up, but it looks like Team Tap 3, they're going to back away. They know the play dead is down for the... Oh no. Oh wow, wait a second. They actually end up getting away though. Great Spring Trap. Going to push Pro Line and the Lennox on out of there. A lot of damage, a lot of AoE damage from Marshmallow, and once again, the Nimrod's Gate perfectly executed from Freya, going to be able to get them all to safety.
It's always the Nimrod's Gates, man. The Arda value is so nuts
once
nowadays.
Again, here we go.
Yep, I love the fact.
To safety.
Yeah, I love the fact that teams have been able to integrate Arda into so many different styles
of
gameplay.
My!
Although, wait a second, sir.
They should catch him here.
You is in trouble with auto attack. Oh, should do it, and down they go.
Wow.
I think it's because Piet is running Smash Totem. I think the bonus of damage actually just came clutch with that auto attack. So well played.
Over the wall as well. They just spring trapped them from across the wall, and then the follow up there. Great follow up there from Piet to just jump on over with the Jenny 2. Owen is gonna try looking for an angle in, but not gonna be able to find anything, as every time is gonna lose one of their members here. They're sitting on 9 field kills, but yeah, I don't think this Nikki is gonna be able to get away. It looks like they will be. They're gonna take a lot of red timer. Will be another minus 200 for team every time.
I mean, that's the second time Lowen's done this in this game alone. They kind of send the slide step and get nothing out of it. If anything, it hurts their team even more because this time around it's a little bit more permanent. Now, Sora's going to get caught out by this too. So yeah, I think Lowen he just cost his team 400 credits and a lot of pacing as well. They have the credits to get the res, but Hotel
Yeah, but
is
look in
absolutely
Hotel.
cluttered. Now there's a team in there.
I mean, Force is going to come back up, so maybe they get the res in school, but I think Zhang Yi does end up seeing, or they should see the ping. The team is going to be resing in school here, and there's also a team that VLSing in. Maybe they're gonna wait. Actually, where are they gonna VLS down? Oh, they actually do end up stopping, so they should see 2 teams here. Gotta be a little careful and gotta make sure they don't put themselves.
The reason why they're starting to move towards the south side of Forest, I like that. Beach is a little bit more of an open area, despite the fact that they don't have vision. Nobody's sitting inside this area. It's a great place to be right now, slowly but surely moving their way in. CCTV is, I don't think, going to catch Team Tangled.bx walking in here. They're going to be in a little bit of trouble if nobody's paying attention to this. Jingy gets caught out by the great uppercut. Beautiful exclusive straight into the Nimrod's Gate take. Oh my goodness, the crit damage from NCMB. Peacemaker's going to come out, and I think this might be it for Team Everything. They're trying their best. NCMB does end up getting taken down. Jingy is getting punched down by the Nikki, and Nori is doing, oh my goodness, what on earth did I just watch?
The blink in from Nori just was able to just find the angle to kill the Arda, and they just the fight into their favor. Very nicely played by Team Every Time. And we have another fight on our hand though. Team top 3, they do find the angle onto Mana. Back on one of the back lines is really down. Don't get damage for the side of Team AFK. So it looks like it will be Team top 3 just going to be able to win that one out there. No, look at Kel is down. They got the res from the kiosk. It's another minus 400 for this team. And look at their credit counts. It's not good. Another third party team, Tangled.bx, is also here. And now it's going to be Team Every Time on the back foot. I think Every Time is going to get wiped.
Oh, man. God, you hate to see it. 10 seconds left for Ping. He's going to have to step in eventually. Getting slowed down by that fire. The oil stick is not going to help him either. He's going to have 1 second. It's not happening. His credit count is in shambles. His timer's in shambles.
Yeah.
And this is the worst possible situation.
Yeah, they're just gonna have to play for some placement at this point. There's really not much else they could do. Mai is one of those characters that has a lot of mobility. He's gonna be able to navigate the map pretty nicely here. But the problem is they're also not on any. They don't really have any timer left because they were forced to use most of it. So yeah, it's not looking too good for Cartel. I think they're gonna bottom out at about like maybe 6th or 7th tier, so not gonna be able to get that much points, and I think they are just gonna sit maybe in 4th or 5th place. But Team Freya, they definitely want to push in here. They do know school is gonna be reopening, so I think they maybe just hard here. There's a lot of teams. Team Marshmallow, they should have console, so they should see Team Tangled.bx with the Wick buff or walk in, and
nice check.
Not with the Wick buff, but a lot of items, and they definitely don't want to be in the middle here.
Great check from Team Freya to check that bush. Mojom still keeping his distance is exactly what we want to see from these teams, playing it safe, especially when you know that there are 7 teams left going into day number 5. The map is not going to be big enough to accommodate every single team for each individual zone. Marshmallow getting the console in archer range. It's going to close in just a second here, so not entirely sure what the objective of that is. And start walking in just a moment. Here we go. School is definitely a little bit more forgiving than archery range, a lot bigger of a zone, but with the positioning right now, Tangled.bx actually has advantage in the CCTV area. Yogurt getting punched down by everything. That was a bullseye and a single cocktail party
from
plus the oil
Narvik.
slick. The fight is going to begin, and Yogurt is just dead, man. He didn't even have a chance to pop the Soul Stealer. Oh my goodness, Senru is just barely staying alive. The fight on the south side as well.
Oh, wait a second,
there goes place. Third party coming in. Tangled.bx. Cho is looking for a pull, will not be able to land it onto Noda now. Ori keeping himself safe, but timer's going to start getting eaten by the members of Tangled.bx.
They have full timer though, so it's not too bad to just invest some of the timer, make sure they're safe, take a better front to back team fights. Definitely don't want to you know, have any shenanigans, any offense for these teams to really look for. There's AFK, maybe gonna find a Narv or yeah, gonna get a lot of damage, but it is Ekion on that full tank build, not gonna be able to get chunked down in time. Away from keyboard is going to be on the back foot here. I think team Tap 3, they definitely know they're so much stronger than this other team. Look at the items on Team AFK. They don't really have much going for them, so I think these teams are just want to look for these weaker teams, try to get these extra kills and score some more placements.
Also, by the way, Piet does no damage. That build? What is that?
Yeah, he's just on full tank with the Black Mamba. I mean, we usually see it time and time again.
Right, but you
it's
shouldn't be
one of
sitting
these-
at 187 attack power as an Ekio this late into the game. That is just so low.
Yeah, but I mean, with Lenny heal factor, elf dress, it definitely goes up to maybe about like 250. So it's not the worst.
I guess. It still hurts, you know? It still hurts as an Ekion player just seeing a build like that. It's a little bit forced, whereas Pang, he's kind of forced to just run, and what a pull
and he
straight
gets
out of the strut. Cartel's gonna get taken down. I don't think they're necessarily in any danger because DHC and J doesn't really have that many points. Kangmin about to get caught out. Freya will be able to pick that one up. That's another team down as Marshmallow will end in 6th place for this one.
Look at Proline's items. Proline's sitting on 2 bloods, that Taproots and that Burgundy for the Lien here, so should be able to do a lot of damage and try to carry these team fights for his team. AFK, I mean, the Barber's sitting on 4 items, so they're not sitting in that bad of a spot. But look at Tangled BX. Tangled BX, I know they're on the double bloods already with the Adrian and the Nadine. Probably gonna both have their blood weapons, and there's gonna be a lot of teams actually gonna be in to Force here. Look how many teams we're gonna have. We're gonna have a 4-team final zone. Team DH and J, they're gonna be just chilling on the bottom side here, but unfortunately they only have 1 field kill for themselves.
Yeah, this is actually really awkward now for DHC and J because they're in that little weird point in the score sheet where everyone is 1 or a few points apart. The fact that they're not going to be able to participate in this temporary zone fight, they're going to lose out on a ton of points with this. The only possibilities they're going to have is to try jumping in here, which is very risky. We saw it in the last game from Top 3, but that shouldn't normally work in your favor most of the time because you're still throwing yourself into a bunch of teams. Whereas on the flip side, if they stay still, they will be able to get the placement points, and they have to win the fight in order to get the additional 3 kills and the points.
I like this.
So we'll see.
I like this. Yeah, I like this from Team AFK. They know they need to take. So usually how these final zones work is if you're another team that doesn't have zone control, you just need to take fights outside of the final zone and away from the final zone holders, just so you could get those extra kills and get extra timer as getting skills, so you don't get third party. And here's the fight. Here it comes. Pia is getting a lot of damage. Gonna be able to disrupt the backline right here. Narvik is gonna jump on in. Mana's already chunked down to 1 HP and gonna get Tonfa skilled, but Mana's still seeing, or sorry, Narvik is still seeing alive for so long. The play that did end up proccing there. Mana is gonna go down. I think that is gonna be it for Team AFK. There's the Nimrod's gate in. Narvik is gonna get caught. Is gonna get focused down here. Is gonna be down to 1 HP, and it will be Team Freya gonna be able to third party here. The timers are down very, very slowly. I don't think they're gonna make it in time to contest for the final zone, as Piet is going to just route it out for those extra placements. Freya doesn't really have enough time. They just have to full send it here. Is gonna go in with less than 10 seconds left, and yeah, they're just gonna completely full send it in. They gotta get it. They gotta get a kill. They gotta get them timer back. It's not enough. Tangled BX. They're just so proficient, and they just know how to play this one so well. Gonna be able to kite back very, very nicely. And it will just be Piet gonna be falling here as well. Top 3 gonna be able to secure that 3rd place spot. So not too bad for them, as Team Tangled BX are gonna be able to all 4 of those kills. Actually, it's gonna be 3 kills because there was a -1 actually from the Arda.
And now I'm starting to do number calculations. Team Freya, they stayed alive as long as possible. We'll see if Tangled BX is able to win out on this fight. That is a big totem coming through from the Emma, but it locks everybody down in the exact same spot. There's the energy blast field coming from the field. Minji Park trying his best, but everybody disengages. Again, Tangled Dobby playing this out expertly, but the fight was taken early enough that the cooldown is going to rotate. This is fine for DHC and J. The fact that nobody was killed, I think, was bigger there, and a lot of blinks were invested by both sides. The zone control is going to go in favor of Team DHC and J, though, because they are going to hold it. It's a lot of thin corridors, even if it might seem a little bit wide. The steal should get a lot of value.
I was a little scared there for the Dean and the Mai, but looks like they will get out very easily there with the monkey wire. Riori gonna look for some poke damage. Gonna get a lot of decent damage down onto the Lennox, but it's just gonna be healed up by the Theodore. They do have a nice off angle there. There is the Molotov cocktail going to be chunked onto the Emma already. Emma already down to half HP. There's full combo. And Insane just going to jump on in. But yeah, the double guillotine is just too much. But wait a second. Insane is cutting back. They don't do a lot of damage, but it's not going to be enough. I think it's just going to be a win out for Team DHCNJ. They will be able to get the third skill onto Insane. The HP bars are looking a little too in favor of DHCNJ now, and it is going to be a 3. So Team DHCNJ, despite them only having, looks like it's going to be 4 kills, but they are going to be able to win this one out.
Yeah, well played to DHCNJ. Unfortunately, Team Tango.bx is not going to even have a chance to contest for that first place spot with DHCNJ 4 kills in first place. They're going to get 12 points. We'll see if that's going to be enough to move up even a single additional placement point. That middle of the pack, each one of those placements do really matter. GG's, and we will finally see the Emma with her little smiling witch hat on. That's it. Group stages for Season 6 is over. All we are left now is with the knockout stages that will be coming out starting tomorrow. And then after that, we got the finals for Phase 2, and then playoffs for the season finals. We got LCQ coming up very soon, and then Day 1, Day 2.
Yeah, very excited to see these teams go through the knockout stages. I really hope we get to see another miracle run like from the previous phase, but yeah, we'll have to see if any team can live up to their names. Who is going to be our farthest, low end team that makes it maybe all the way to the finals this time?
But I will say there was a very definitive line between the teams that were dominant today and the teams that weren't. I think in comparison to phase number 1, it's definitely going to be the case. In phase number 1, it was a little bit muddled, where there was a good mix between teams that were kind of in the middle of the pack as well as the teams that were doing pretty good, because the teams that were in the middle of the pack were actually the ones sometimes knocking out the ones that were doing really good. But this time around, it's a little bit more defined. The boundaries are there. The guidelines for which teams definitely were doing well today are set. We can see it from the points. We can see it from how they play. We can see it from how they were kind of executing all of their gameplay styles to begin with in the group stages. So I'm a little bit worried. I think the knockout stages this time around is going to be a little bit more streamlined in comparison to last phase, which shouldn't be that hard because we had a ton of National League teams fall down knockout stage by knockout stage by knockout stage. So the bar is kind of low, but this one should be a little bit more streamlined. We should be able to see some expected results going into the maybe knockout stage 3 to 4. We shouldn't theoretically see too many teams moving forward from there. It all comes down to the teams, though. Whatever practice they got starting from today.
I mean, we'll have to see, because there were some groups that were really close in points, right?
True.
I think we saw even the first group here for Group C, I think all of them were really, really close, except for the last team, I think, right? But that means we could see, some of these teams are. It just means that these teams are able to compete at, the level that these other teams that, are going to be in the later stages, right? For stage, maybe stage 5 and 6, or even the finals. We'll have to see. I'm very excited. I do hope that we do have, that miracle storyline, that miracle run, like Rum Bubbles from phase number 1.
It'll be very fun to see. Another thing that I was really interested in throughout the course of the 2 days we've had so far of the group stages, not too many bans, and that's something that's been pretty consistent ever since the beginning of Season 6. There's been a lot of good mixes between the certain characters that are being played. And while there are a lot of duplicates, I think this is one of the seasons that, as of lately, has been one of the kind of exceptions on the lower count of bans compared to previous seasons where there were quite a lot of streamlined characters.
I do think it's also just the fact that there's such a bigger variety of teams.
Yeah.
So I think later on we'll start seeing more bans, just because, the later teams are going to be playing like the meta picks and whatever is strong. But just because there's like so many other teams that are in these lobbies, most people, they just want to play their comfort picks. They just want to play what they're good at, right? You see it time and time again where, a team might try a different team comp, but then they end up swapping back to, what they're good on. But yeah, we do have the leaderboards here. Rhea coming out on top in first place. We'll see them in the grand finals on Sunday next week. Tangle WX with 55. Tap 3 with 43. We will also see those two teams next week as well. DHC and J, Cartel every time. I guess almost every team here we'll see next week except for the bottom three.
Every time away from keyboard, as well as one other team that I couldn't catch the name of towards the end there.
Marshmallow.
Yeah, Marshmallow, they have a lot of work to do. I think for Team Marshmallow, despite the fact that we know what kind of gameplay style that they're going to go for, because they ran something similar and the idea was there from phase number 1, but they couldn't really find too many good results from it. And the moment they started subbing out Chica, I think having Kangmin in there, it changes the dynamic of the team composition. Hyejin is really good at following through on an initiation, for example, on something like a Chloe, whereas Adina is a little bit more meant for the extended fights. It's something that we see actually quite a bit in North America if you ever see triple mages, because typically I see Adina mixed in with things like Tia, the Arda, the Zahir. It's always Adina something something. So when it comes to this kind of triple backline mage setup with an Adina, you're not really looking for picks, you're looking for extended fights where you just constantly push your sources of crowd control and damage onto the other team to the point where they kind of suffocate, and then you overwhelm them. It's a different dynamic than picking people off with the Hyejin.
The Hyejin and the Chloe, I mean, the Adina does have the double stun, but it's just not enough. It's not as much burst damage as Hyejin, who has that follow-up potential and has that extra CC with the fear is. So yeah, I wonder if they're gonna stick with the Adina, if they're gonna maybe swap back to the Hyejin. I think the Hyejin did end up working a little better, but I think just unfortunately just Chica, getting caught out too much. I think that's the reason why they did end up putting the Adina player in to sub them out, just because they weren't playing as well today. But maybe for tomorrow, starting from the knockout stages, we'll see a better light of them.
Indeed. A couple other players that I do want to signify, just ones that I want to see a little bit more improvements on. Low One, definitely making a little bit of micro mistakes towards the end of the series today. I think he played pretty well in games 1, 2, and 3, but then in game number 4, we had a couple of weird slice steps just to kind of throw him into the middle of the open, and it ended up costing his team quite a lot in actually both the cases. He died in one, and then the rest of his team got caught by another team, which resulted in another death. That stagnates the death timers early. It's just not exactly good, especially once you hit the level 8 mark. You're not going to have map presence if that's the case. And then later on in the game, with yet another slice step, he gets himself caught out, and then another teammate caught out later down the road. And it directly actually affects their entire team as they wiped right afterwards.
Yeah, 100%. They were set up for a really good game there as well. They had like 12 kills for themselves. Fortunately, falling down in like 7th place, because of those mistakes. Can't be making those mistakes, especially on the big stage here. But hopefully by tomorrow, they're gonna maybe do some VOD reviews. Gonna have a nice talk. Come back with a clash free with a
fresh
clean
mind.
Slate.
Yep,
fresh mind, clean slates, and hopefully they're gonna be able to perform for tomorrow.
Exactly. After all, if they were able to get a game with 12 kills to begin with, we know they have potential. And that's all I need to know about the fact that we're going to have a good series tomorrow for knockout stage 1 and 2. Even if we're seeing some of the teams that ended up in 7th and 8th, we are still going to see some good games tomorrow, Super. And I'm so excited for it to see which teams will move on. And of course, starting from the knockout stages, it's a little unfortunate, but which teams are unfortunately going to get eliminated the further and further we go down the stages.
Yeah. It's definitely gonna be obviously, since all the teams are gonna be they be as competitive as the later stages, but we saw Rum Rebels. They made a miracle run. They definitely were in contention to being one of those top teams. They made it into the 12. So definitely, even though it's gonna be our lower end groups, definitely come out to watch. We will be streaming again tomorrow at about the same time. It will be 3 a.m. EST. So make sure you guys come back for that.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you guys use UTC. I couldn't get we actually don't get graphics for Eastern time or anything of the sort. So there you go. It's 8 a.m. UTC. 3 a.m. Eastern, so I guess that's a 5-hour difference. There you go.
Yeah, -5 is EST from UTC. Unless it's daylight savings, and I think it goes to -4 or something.
Yeah, then it becomes a little weird. But for us, Eternal Return Masters Knockout Stage 1 and 2, this is just going to be a bit of a setup for what we're going to see next week for the rest of the knockout stages. I kind of want to stay for the overall graphic because I'm completely blanking on the teams that made it yesterday. I think my brain capacity can actually hold on to all that information. So we'll take a look at the graphic on that. I'm hoping they'll actually show it to us as soon as the Korean interview is over. They are interviewing our first place winners for today, Freya, right now.
Yeah.
The dynamics of the lobbies are going to be a bit weird. I can say that for sure.
Yeah. I mean, we're basically gonna see. I don't know if we're gonna see any bans, but a lot of unless some of these teams that play the same characters end up kind of crossing paths with these other teams.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna assume we're gonna see more of maybe like Priya bans for this phase. I think Priya was like one of the characters Priya was the character that I think that got banned the most, with Mai, obviously. Mai still being the premier tank with Estelle. I think Mai and Estelle just together, definitely the 2 tanks to look out for phase 2 here. Just able to provide a lot for the team. Having the exclusive is just really, really good for team fighting. The CC from the taunts, and it still does a decent amount of damage as well.
For sure. I'm more inclined to think that it's going to be very similar to phase number 1, where we're just going to see a bunch of individual team comps just mashed together into one lobby, right? As you mentioned earlier, once we start getting into the higher and higher parts of the knockout stages, then we'll see a little bit more of a uniform set of team compositions. We'll see some more uniform, maybe double picks, triple picks, quadruple picks. Because once we start getting into these higher stages of the knockout stages, teams are going to be more oriented towards playing the quote-unquote meta comps. When we start playing in knockout stages 1 and 2, it's just a bunch of ragtag teams that are going to play what they're comfortable with, going up against each other and seeing what works. I'm not going to expect too many bans tomorrow. You talked about the Priya, which could definitely work because we saw a lot of our lower placing teams play the Priya every now and then, get that ban, struggle again, and then play the Priya and see some success. Priya could be a big key defining character for tomorrow, so keep an eye out on that for tomorrow, everybody.
100%. I'm very excited for the rest of the, I guess, phase, because now we're gonna go to our knockout stage, so there's gonna be a lot of high stake teams. They need to make sure to get into that top 4, or their tournament run will come to an end, and to want circuit points, you got to get into that top 24 spot there. So they have to make it to at least knockout stage 4.
Yeah, otherwise it's straight to LCQ for you, and LCQ is a whole different beast in and of itself.
LCQ, yeah. I mean, if you guys don't know how high the goes, it's like, I think it goes, you basically have to be immortal, immortal average team to even make the cutoff for LCQ, just because it's the one spot where everyone tries to get in, just because it's the last chance to get into ERM and to play on the big stage. So yeah, the cutoff is pretty high, and a lot of the top teams as well that didn't make it in straight, that didn't end up in the top 12, will be playing in there too. So you're gonna have to basically out-qualify them as well.
I have a strange feeling that this season is going to be even more competitive, because while we're giving more accessibility to the phases individually, because we're still keeping the format for the finals and LCQ the exact same, there is no accessibility bonus that you get just to try playing in LCQ, which means all of the teams that played in the actual phases, now it's sunk cost fallacy, right? Like, you've already played, you might as well try going for the season finals, which means there's just going to be more teams that are signed up, higher MMR cutoffs, even more difficult time actually getting through the LCQ qualifiers into playing for the LCQ finals, and then getting top 2 from that to go into day number 1. Dude, my mind is already just exploding from how many difficult steps each of these teams are going to have to go through. So if you don't want to do that, you got to at least place good.
100%. We saw last season's LCQ. It was already competitive enough, right? Like, we saw, I think it was 7 teams were on checkpoint. I went to, I think, 8 games, 9 games almost.
It was bad.
It was, yeah. I mean, I remember because there was a team that had a really strong start. I think it was the Kiara, what was it? The Kiara, Johan, Chloe team. They had a really strong start. They won the first 2
I remember
games.
this.
They just weren't able to close out and win on checkpoint. And then they got all the way to game number 8, where 7 other teams were on checkpoint, but then they ended up getting there, and they did end up getting outs. But yeah, it just goes to show you like how competitive these, especially when there is like a checkpoint format on the line. There's usually always that one team in LCQ that just gets in 3 games, 4 games, they're out, and then everyone else has to fight for that spot.
That was Team Mudkip a very, very long time ago in early access. That
I think
team
last
is...
season. Last season, I think it was team. It was
Wasn't
the one with.
Wasn't it Mira and Sejong? I remember there was some weird stuff about them. No, they got into. They got into at least
Team Saber.
Saber, you're right. You're right. I just remember that Mira and Sejong just got completely knocked out during the. I think it was the group stages for one of the phases, and that kind of affected them for a little bit. But yeah, they still made it into at least day number 1.
The finals.
Yeah, so that they were fine. Team Saber, on the other hand, they definitely had a little bit of a rough time during LCQ, but once they got to LCQ finals and we were watching it, they just breezed straight through that thing, early out.
Yeah, they're in and out of there. Basically made qualifying for finals look easy, and everyone else had to play for that last spot. Did end up going over to Sin, the Kiara team. We saw them play in the finals. Unfortunately, didn't make it, but yeah, I mean, very excited for the next couple of days. I guess it's just tomorrow, and then it's going to be next week for our knockout stages and then our grand finals.
Yeah. On a little bit of a brighter note for Team Sin, I did notice that they actually did end up winning a little bit of a smaller community tournament afterwards. So the Johan, Kiara, and Chloe composition still does work in Season 6. That is a little bit of a happy note for all of you guys. The Korean interview finally ended, so I'm hoping that they actually have some graphics that they're going to be showing us in regards to at least tomorrow.
Yeah, so they showing us right here.
Yes, they are. Let's take a look at it. It's going to be a lot of words. It's going to be a lot of jargon, so let's just take it one at a time. Again, every single day we're doing knockout stages. We'll tell you guys exactly what's happening, so just take a gander at it. There's a lot of words here. Don't worry about that stuff, but what we have to focus on for now is knockout stage 1 at the very far left and knockout stage 2, 1 over to the right. Those are the 2 sets of brackets that we're playing tomorrow, so let's take a look at that a little bit.
Yeah, so knockout stage 1 is going to be our 7th and 8th place teams. You could see it's a little in the back. You can see there's a number for their placement on what they were in the group stages, and that's where they place overall for the knockout stage. And the higher they place, the less games they're going to have to play, because it's going to be the top 4 for each knockout stage, move on to the next knockout.
Oh, this one's even easier.
Here is the graphic. Yeah, here's the graphic for tomorrow. Knockout stage 1 is going to be Always Incheon, Troublemaker, Epoch, Marshmallow, DX Specialist, Demon Drive, and Away from Keyboard. So we do actually have one of our sponsor teams unfortunately down in place. So you're gonna have to crawl their way all the way back down from knockout stage 1. So Juvie, we might have the miracle run if Always Incheon can lock in.
They did have a pretty rough rotation during the group stages. Ladies and gentlemen, though, Popstar Mai, it's out. So make sure you guys go grab it if you have enough tokens
really
for
nice
that.
Skin.
Yes, very, very nice skin. I don't have it yet, so I'm probably going to actually go get it as soon as the stream is over. I think I have enough tokens for it. And make sure if you also can as well, with maybe the drops that you get from watching ERM, go grab the bundle, because oh my god, the profile icons as well as the emotes and everything that comes out from those is beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. If you need more tokens, the token boxes are also available. If I remember correctly, I think there's packages that you can buy for MP inside of the shop. So if you need any small extra amounts of tokens, then go for it. Otherwise, additional coupons for additional, selector coupons for skin. I swear. Do I want to say this? I don't know. Do I want to say this right now? You know what's been happening on Twitter with a certain game that took out a certain box of some sort. I'm pretty sure you've heard about that. Whereas Nibble Neuron, they're just pumping skins out like no tomorrow.
Make sure you guys claim your free loot boxes from from them later on. Make sure you guys open them, get those free skins, and yeah, I mean, it's been a great day of casting, Juby.
Indeed, it was super fun. All of you guys, thank you so much for joining us during the group stages. Again, do not think that Eternal Return Masters is over. We have the knockout stages 1 and 2 tomorrow, starting right here on this channel, Eternal Return game at 3 a.m. Eastern. So we'll see you guys back here for tomorrow. Be excited. It's going to be fun. Thank you so much for joining, and we will see you guys tomorrow for those sets of games.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
전장을 지배하고 있습니다. 어서 가죠. 다음 스테이지